like you guys ask questions and we all respond. So please feel free to also share your experiences when others are asking questions. And please also note that these notes are published publicly. So if there are special, like I have a certain question kind of thing going on, but you don't necessarily want it published publicly, I recommend one of two things. Either put it in, but once you have your answer, take it out, or else make sure that you can email any of us individually, because we put it on the website so that people have notes from the state math coordinators and the state science coordinators meeting. And this is a Ricky, I think, well, actually, this could be any of us. I didn't bold this, but I agree with this. The notes are only as strong as we make them, so please use them during the meeting to share what's happened. And then there's also the mailing list for science and for math. I am going to say that many of us represent our district. And so as a representative of your district, will you please also make sure to share these mailing lists with everyone in your district? Even right now, if you wanted to copy this and send an email to everyone in your district saying, hey, if you want some math updates, there are times where Shannon and I only send information just to our state math coordinators mailing list. But there are other times where it is like sharing opportunities for online professional learning or other items or things that come up that we actually will share out to everyone across the state that are part of the mailing list. And so please feel free, and we actually, I say feel free, but we would love for you to go ahead and put that out there. And then I also love that there's the special ed math listserv. That's brand new. That's someone that, that's brand new, so would love for you to add that. And then also there is a UCTM listserv. And so Shannon's going to add that here, so if you also wanted, because I know we don't want to be like, here are 5 different listservs you should sign up for all the time, but if you do have special ed teachers who focus in mathematics, that would be a great place for them to be, and then all the other listservs that are there. I promise you I'm not going to talk about this entire document as we go through here, but this first front matter, want you to be aware of these things that are here. If you scroll down, you will also see a beginning of like the who's who, and it kind of is a way for us to get to know who's in the room and your role. And I know it says, I think it's, I thought it was just above. And didn't sign in? Oh, that's for the credit on Midas. Oh, that's okay. Do you know what? Sometimes we have, do you guys remember sometimes we have a like, what's your name, where's your district, and how many years have you been attending Smecc? I don't think we need to worry about how many years we've been attending Smecc, but just write down there where it has the math breakout meeting, if you will go ahead and just write your name, comma, and your district. And then that way people kind of are getting to know who's who in the room. Another way of getting to know who's who in the room is, if you'll please notice these plastic name tent holders. I see several people in the room have kind of taken those and started putting your names. If you'll please grab a name tent holder and put your name on there as well. And if you want to put the LEA district or charter school that you are from, that's great, but it's also a good way of getting to know each other. And then also, one of the things that I love about our meeting is people come in and they are sitting with people that they don't always often get to see, but we have this connection and conversation. One of the things before we get into sharing about the day is that I would love to have you guys get to know each other. So I'm going to first share highlights of the day, and then we're going to have a moment where we get up and go share some awesome piece of information with someone that you don't know in the room. Just so that you can start be thinking about like, what is something that I am hoping to get out of today, or something that I feel passionate about in my role as a math supervisor or a math leader in my area. be thinking about that. Highlights for today. Super excited. Last time when we met, actually not last time, in March of 2019, we had a meeting where we were talking about co-teaching, and lots of people in the room were like, we really want to know more about co-teaching and what do we do to get people involved and what's going on with that. So we have Malia and Becky to talk about that today. Super excited. We also have summer Implementation Institute conversations that we're really excited about. I know several of you emailed and said, what's going on with U-Star? So Nate's going to share that information for secondary this morning. And then also, some of you may be aware of the situation where we have had a lot of conversations around what's going on in high school mathematics. And so what are the courses we're taking? What are the pathways students are using? And we've been doing this for a number of years. And some of us are really clear on the why and how that came to be. And then some of us are like, I just know it is the way that it is, but I don't really know the why behind why it is the way that it is. So we're going to talk about that this morning as well. And then also starting on Monday, we have the legislative session starting. So we're going to give you guys some updates and share with you what we have going on and where we are with that. And then we're also going to share a little bit about the state strategic plan that is underway. And I know that we have other awesome things that were probably listed in your email. And if I've forgotten to say, oh, we have hot topics in mathematics. So things that we want to dig into deeper, we'll be doing those as well. With all of that being said, again, if you were in the notes, there's a link to the PowerPoint slide deck. If you are in the slide deck and want to go to the notes, there's a link that way as well. I will say we'll be showing the slide deck up here with the notes over on the side. Thanks. For me, I'd probably, if I only wanted to have one screen and wanted to stay on one screen, I'd probably be staying in the notes because anything that is on the slide deck that is linkable will also be linkable in the notes. And so with that being said, I would love for you to look around the room. I'd love for you to think about who is someone here that I do not know, but you're excited to meet because we're all like way into the mathematics and love mathematics. And I'd love for you to go introduce yourself and share your role, but also like what you are passionate about in math education and what you're excited about for being here today. Because some of us drove 30 minutes and some of us drove 7 hours. So is anyone drove more than 7 hours? Okay, 7 hours is the max then, but that's still lovely. Awesome. So go ahead, get up and go meet your friends.
There are two separate Oh, yeah. It's not very cheap. I've been down at Chelsea. No, I'm working. Well, as a student, I'm working. So you're bringing their still mostly I know exactly. take it out.
I think I only know it's a
Hey guys, 1 minute and 1 minute.
How'd you tell her in Copper Hills?
You're like right there.
That's called Rise.
They get into high school, it's not finished high school, ninth grade in there until they get a senior I grew up in Fall and that's why so here in ninth grade, not 5 years ago, especially as I used to
I think
Over 2 years.
how you can like towards like
Wanting to do that.
You just share an office right now.
You guys, please make sure to say thank you. I know some of you were already sitting down. Make sure you say thank you to your partner.
What?
Yeah, I'll be curious to talk to you throughout the year. That'd be great.
I know. Yeah, but I had that by sweet set.
So by the way, at the same time that I was sharing earlier, that these notes that we have that we're taking are made public later on, that those exist there. I should probably also note that you may hear the microphone going on. The microphone in here is so that people online can hear us. And also, so the whole amplification, we know the importance of having microphones, but also when you are talking, the microphone is also right over your head. So sometimes, like if you're sometimes like, hey, let me just whisper this thing to you. You're whispering that thing to someone may actually mean that over here, Amy is hearing every word like you're whispering to her. So I'm not trying to say don't have but just know that anything that you say in the room is public, which is good, maybe, most of the time. Like how awesome things are. With that being said, I am so excited to talk about co-teaching and to have Malia and Becky here this morning to have that very conversation. And so that we don't take up one more second of the time where they're going to be sharing all kinds of awesome information with us, I'm going to turn the time over to them.
By them, she means me. Our sweet Becky is recovering from a bout of bronchitis, and she's delightful until she starts to talk, in which she turns into a hacking cat. So we're gonna spare her the hacking, but she is around for in case we need more questions answered than one person can field. She's so co-teaching. One of the things that the Department of Ed has done for the last several years is we have implemented, the team is called the SEEDed team. It's the cross-departmental implementation team with a focus on math proficiency for students with disabilities in grades 6 through 8. So those middle grades, that's where we see the biggest gap in proficiency happen for students with disabilities. And our goal as a CEDAT team is to collaborate and try and make this gap smaller by using these three aspects of our SSIP, which is the State Systemic Improvement Plan. There are a lot of acronyms on this slide, for which I apologize. But our biggest thing here is it's really MTSS, is that we believe that all students can achieve at high levels, that content knowledge and effective instruction by our teachers who teach students with disabilities, whether that's in the gen ed classroom or resource or a co-taught classroom, is critical. I am getting an echo. And then using MTSS to make sure that we're catching all of our kids and giving them the appropriate interventions. So as part of that work, this year our focus is on co-teaching. And it's a way for us to have a systemic response to the needs of our students. And this little data fact came out in our math newsletter a couple months ago. But a student with disabilities who's in a co-taught class is 9 times more likely to be proficient than if they're in a pull-out class. That's a significant number, right? 9 times. And so we really feel like access to the grade level content is what's so critical. That in the pull-out classes, they're really just not getting the access to the content. And so we also have in our CEDAT team been working with messaging of how can we share this data, how can we say, no, really, all kids can learn math, and trying to change that cultural perspective or perception that's happening. So because we love data, and I know you guys are all mathy people, sometimes this 9 times more likely, it's like, yeah, cool, but whatever, you just made a graphic, Malia. Well, here's the data. So for grade levels 7 through 10, students with disabilities, this is proficiency in mathematics based on their course for 2019. This is last spring's data. These are most relevant data. If they're in a pull-out class, 0.68% of those students are proficient, and 6.4 if they're in a co-taught class.
Proficiency by as measured by the
Rise and Utah Aspire Plus. Yep. So if they got a 3 or a 4 on that assessment. The math is 9 times. It's technically 9 point something times. But this is significant. If we're talking about numbers of students, out of thousands of students who are in a pull-out math class for this grade level, we're talking about 30 students. A tiny, tiny number. And so by taking a student out of a resource class and putting them into a co-taught class where they can still receive the support and specially designed instruction that they need, they have so much more access to understanding the content. It's like, that's crazy, I think, crazy. So we're going to watch this very short video on what is co-teaching. It's like a minute and change, and really just kind of gives you the basics of what co-teaching is. Oh, I didn't check the sound. It's just music. We can pretend.
Is there sound on your computer?
Oh. Coming. I'm working on it. I'm pushing the button as hard as I can. Okay, wait, we're gonna just try that again. Okay, so there are 6 different models of co-teaching. 6. But co-teaching is more than just putting 2 teachers in the same room. Okay, putting the co-teacher in the room is not sufficient to support those students with special education needs. So what we have done at the state is that let's back it up. I get ahead of myself. So co-teaching is 2 teachers in 1 classroom, and the teachers are a special educator and a general educator. And they share their responsibilities for all of the students. Okay? So like if you walk into the classroom, you don't say, oh, this is Mrs. Smith's room, and Mr. Joe is helping out today. This is Smith and Joe's room. This is both of their rooms. They own all the children. Not own, but we get it. Okay, and it's really a way for us to support students with disabilities. And there are 1 in 9 of our students have a disability in the state of Utah, which is high. It's 11%. So here are the benefits, and there were some in the video as well, but increased academic achievement, which we just saw with our RISE and Utah Aspire Plus data. There's a way to give alternate and varied teaching because you have that second person that if you've got a group that needs more intensive supports, you just pull them together and you do an alternate co-teaching model and support those students. It increases teacher time. That's a no duh, right? 36 kids in 1 room and 2 teachers, you're gonna double your time with the teacher. And it has a massive social impact on all students. All of the students with disabilities and students without disabilities, get to interact with their peers. It's really critical for our students with disabilities, but also extremely positive for our students without disabilities. So here is one principal's experience with co-teaching. This principal trained their teachers several years ago, and after the first year of co-teaching, this was what he said the benefits were. He said that the special ed students had grade level content, and that was their top priority, was giving access to grade level content for students with disabilities. That they were successful at that grade level content. They weren't isolated, they were mixed in with their peers. They're confident in something they had many times never felt confident in mathematics, and for the first time they felt successful. Their SAGE scores, and this was in SAGE World, had demonstrated that their students were increasing in proficiency. Like, not just maintaining, increasing. And then the regular ed students, they had someone else to talk to about how to understand mathematics. And they also ended up being a peer tutor or peer mentor for some of those students with disabilities, which we all know that being able to articulate your thinking in a way for someone else to understand helps you understand the mathematics at a deeper level. And so this principal saw that all of his students that were in a co-taught class were having benefits of being in the class. Oh, and that the Smecc classrooms had lost the stigma of a resource classroom. Because usually, right, all the SPED rooms are in the one corner, it's the back corner of the school, and like you go back there and that's where they live. And it really had destigmatized that part of the school, which is great. So, co-teaching is too expensive. How many have heard this myth? Okay, I want you to talk for 2 minutes, not even, a minute and a half, about why people think it's expensive and why it maybe isn't expensive.
Yes and no.
They need a teacher.
Will you share your co-teaching experience or if you guys do? You know why?
Thinking about how she describes about how this is your the idea of pushing.
I have what's wrong with that. I think
Yeah.
separate it. So one has to be this and the other has to be this. That's all the kids, right? So she's very open to be going more that's her level, right? But she's experimental.
So was it the new
Like it's not
math teacher?
apples to apples.
Right, so that's why teaching it there, because I wanted to do I think it comes down to absolutely I think because what they noticed is like so I think there's a lot of mistakes about some of them that say is we just paired a special teacher from progress to like church
After this conversation,
so barriers the one thing they were sustaining. How long does it really it needs to be a pair that gels? It does. And it's not just
okay, who wants to share how they feel that co-teaching is too expensive? Oh, great. Why would somebody believe that it's too expensive?
teachers.
2 teachers, 1 room, right? 2 FTE for 1 room. Like how you can't, that's twice as expensive, right? Okay, now I heard lots of awesome conversations, you guys. It was so great. Why is it not too expensive? What are some of the things you're talking about? Yeah, Amy.
You get to build off the power of a strong math teacher who has strong knowledge. At the same time, then you get to have the power of the person who comes in with a great way to differentiate or build scaffolding for the student.
Yeah, you get 2 experts in the room, right? The math expert and then the specially designed instruction expert. Yeah.
I'm thinking about the expense. Would those kids be the ones that are pulled out, so there would be a classroom with them anyway? If we just take them and put them in the regular.
Mm-hmm.
Takes care of the expense.
Yeah, so special ed kids, students who have IEPs, they get the general ed allotment like every other kid because they are a student, they are a general ed student first. Then they have additional funds to help support their specially designed instruction that they need the additional support. So a general ed student brings X number of dollars, and a special ed student brings X number of dollars plus some additional dollars, right? But what happens when we build the board, and we're going into secondary world for a second, when we build the board, we take all of our special ed kids out because they're not gonna be in our gen ed classes, we're gonna put them into a different thing, and then we divide the number of math students by the number of math teachers to figure out our load. So if sites and principals and LEAs decide that it's critical for students with disabilities to be in their grade level math class, then you include those kids before you decide how many math teachers you need.
Yeah, I hope I'm not like derailing the conversation, but we're elementary. I'm just trying to think how this looks as far as logistics.
Sure.
You know, we have some of our larger elementary schools that have 5 teachers per grade level, all K through 6, and 1 to 1.5 resource teachers. And we're trying to think, how does this actually look in this setting?
Yeah, there's actually some really interesting models that instead of having a like all day co-taught situation, they do push-in for math. So the co-teacher, the special ed teacher will push in to this classroom for mathematics, and then we'll push into this classroom for mathematics.
Maybe one day on this teacher, and then Tuesday is a different teacher.
Or they do like every single day, but like the first hour in this classroom, the second hour in the next door, and then the third hour next door. And then you have an ELA person so they have to figure out the schedules. Like each teacher doesn't get to decide their daily schedule.
So I actually did co-teaching elementary, and I had 2 grade levels, and I was responsible for 45 IEPs, so 45 students over 2 grade levels. We were a pretty high-risk school, so we had 2, sometimes half, sometimes a third, so 2.5 to 3 resource teachers for the school, which is pretty high for an elementary. So with the 2 grade levels, I did the model where I did all day long, but I based myself with 1 grade level's schedule. And so I worked, so we'll just say 4th grade, I worked with the 4th grade team, and I chose a teacher to work with and be in that classroom all day long. So for the 4th graders, they were used to moving around to the different classrooms on the team for stuff. But for my 3rd graders, I called it kind of pull out plus, because they were being pulled out still, but they were coming to an entire classroom full of students, rather than the year before I was on the stage, and literally on the stage with students. And so from that small group, they were in that classroom experience. And so then we just kind of, we did small groups and things within inside the classroom. So it can work, and I'm happy to talk to you later about that.
Yeah, I think we also have to rethink some of the things we do in elementary school. So I was a general ed teacher that had a special ed co-teacher with me in my math class for 1 period when I was an elementary 6th grade teacher. And typically, when you go to an elementary school, they like divvy up like boys and girls, high and low, special ed equally distributed, English learners equally distributed. But at my school, they were like, nope, we're gonna put like a higher concentration of all of the students with IEPs in this specific math class, and then students who have specific language needs in this class. And so we actually had an ELD teacher co-teaching in the class that had the higher language needs, and then the special ed teacher teaching in the class that had the higher special ed needs. And of course, sometimes there's overlap between those, but you had to really think differently. And teachers have to be willing to maybe have 40% of their classroom have IEPs. And it wasn't my general ed classroom that had 40% with IEPs, it was my math period. But we had a co-taught class, and it was a little different than like the class I taught right after to the same content, but not too different. So I think we just have to think differently about the way we've always done things.
Right, and with mine, we also had the caveat that it was year-round school. So I learned pretty quickly the first year that for my behavior students, if I didn't want a ton of calls while I was off track, I needed to maybe take those behavior kids with me and have them in this class so that they could go off track and, yeah. So there's a lot of different moving pieces, but it is really rethinking. I've done the co-teaching. I have two degrees, so I have general ed as well as special ed. So I've been the special ed co-teacher, but I've also been the gen ed co-teacher working with, and I couldn't get that particular special ed teacher to do the all-day thing with me, but she came in for reading and for math, and that was our co-teaching periods, if you would. So.
Yeah, Kellyanne.
So the purpose of co-teaching, is it to get core? Is that what you're? So one idea as well, since I'm elementary, we never pull our students out during core time. We do, like, we have a 90-minute math block and our 1 hour is core, and then during our skill-based time, that's when they go. So you don't bring a special ed teacher in, they do get core. I don't know if that's an option, but if that's the purpose, that's how we've tried to make it work. So they're in there, the core for 1 hour.
Yeah, and that's really critical, and we're seeing some schools that are pulling students out for their core instruction and going to pull out math, and that, even in the elementary, and that's where we really start to see the gap bigger and bigger and bigger, is that we've got to keep them in that core content access.
Wait, there's a question, I don't know if you want to answer it now or if you'll come back later, but just the data, was there effect of the co-teaching on general ed students?
So there's been a lot of research about that. There's one meta-analysis done by Smecc. I don't know, it's an SZ and there's a KA at the end with an M in the middle somewhere. But they looked at 38 different studies on co-teaching, and the effect was that not only did students with disabilities have an increase of achievement, so did the general ed students. So all students had a greater achievement, not just special ed students. I can put that site, I'll link it in under that question in the notes. Okay, so I know some of you are cheating because you have the slides. So let's look at, here are some of, I feel like this battery is not awesome. So if we look at a school, middle school has 98 graders, 10 are on an IEP. So we can have 3 sections of 27 students, and then 1 section of SPED with 10 students. That's like a standard pull-out model, okay? The other option is if we have, it's the same students, so instead we have a co-taught section of 30 and then 2 regular sections of 30. So the SPED teacher co-teaches 1 section. So it's no change on the FTE at all. And all of those students now have access to grade level content with a content expert. And we have gone from 27 students to 30. Not ideal, but actually, for those students with disabilities, ideal. I see all the gears are turning.
I think it's an excellent idea, and I totally agree, but while watching it in practice, when you see it, and you see sometimes our math teachers may get a little ruffled that they feel like that person is incapable when they go over to, like, sometimes, I'm not saying this is a large majority of the time, but that if they're going to assist an 8th grader with math and they can't do the 8th grade math that they're asking, so it can be frustrating and feel like that they're that a lot of the load's being put on the math teacher.
Well, and this is me as a gen ed teacher. I was a gen ed teacher for a lot of years. Like, the special ed students are my students too. Like, that's part of my responsibility, is to teach whoever's in my classroom, right? And I also think that one of the critical things is the relationship between the co-teachers. It's absolutely critical that that relationship is functional. And I heard Wendy was talking about, while we were chatting about co-teaching, she was talking about this special educator she co-taught with that had the vulnerability to be wrong and to say, no, this is how I did. Is that cool or is that not cool? It's good. Okay, great. Hey kids, here's how we do this problem. Like, you have to have that trust in that relationship to make it work.
Well, and we have to remember that the special ed teacher, they are not content people. That's not what their education was. That's not what they went to school for. So, and just at best, they probably, the little bit of content that they do get, just a quick scan of the major Utah colleges is about 6th grade. So, yeah, it has to be open and, yeah. And most co-teaching, I don't know how, I won't tell that story, but with secondary, it seems like they're just put together, right? And so you really have to work on that relationship building to be able to make that partnership work, like you said.
And I take that relationship building even one further to that dedicated time to collaborate.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
if you can plan together, then you can work out some of those
Yes.
content kinks and instructional strategy kinks as well in advance of being.
Has to be a priority.
It has to be a priority. And so that's one of the things that we've done at the state is that we have co-teaching training. Training your co-teachers is critical. If you don't train them how to effectively use the models, how to effectively collaborate, how to understand each other's philosophies and mindset about students and learning, you end up bullheading each other. And so the co-teaching cohort has been going on for 15 years in the state of Utah. And that means more than 100 different teams have been trained to co-teach. And the way that our model works right now is that it's 2 days in the summer before school starts with both co-teachers, the math teacher and the special educator come together. And then we have five days throughout the year. And our focus is on math content to help support the special educator and on strategies to help support the general educator. And then we focus on mindset and philosophy so that we can be together on the same page as co-teachers. One of the other aspects of this cohort is that the co-teachers get on-site coaching from a coach, someone who comes, watches their class, helps them out, plans things, helps problem solve. That's really been a great thing for the pairs of co-teachers who participate in the. So, yo.
I wanted to mention that, like, the idea that Amy was talking about, the teachers have some pushback in circumstances where the differentiation load grows. We've seen that in systems that are moving towards detracking as well, right? Because the circumstances can be viewed in similar light, and so the need to look at instructional mechanisms that allow for differentiation within classrooms grows. Both in those circumstances as well as these co-teaching classrooms. And what I think is really neat about the opportunity to have a co-teacher is this is a kind of a pathway for the teacher to start considering what are effective ways to differentiate. And so that's not only a way for the teachers to get closer, but also for some professional learning on their part to improve their ability to serve the needs of students that are broader than what they have had in the past, and in doing so, you become a better teacher.
Yeah, it's like built-in PD every time you co-teach. Yeah,
I think part of the challenge with secondary math teachers in particular, I taught at middle schools and junior highs, and sometimes it is that challenge of helping the math teacher overcome, for lack of a better word, their own pride in how they explain it the best way, or how having someone else in their room that might say something wrong to the student sometimes can be okay and can be powerful and can be a great discussion and helpful. But, because technically my school has this. All the special ed kids are distributed in my math classes and the special ed teacher is in there with us. But I don't know that there is that correct mindset from the math teacher's point of view of why that other adult is in there, why that other adult is, so I don't think it's always used to the best, to its most maximum. And it is sometimes just seen as like, okay, you made my classes bigger, you put all these special ed kids in here, but this extra adult is not actually helpful. And I think that it's gotta be that mindset shift of they are, and the way you do it and explain it is not always beneficial for everyone, so we need this. So I agree that it's a good for both sides to look at and help.
Which is why the first day of our 2 days in the summer is all on mindset. And not only how can we help students to increase their mindset about mathematics, but also how can the teachers have a growth mindset with co-teaching. Because you're not an expert at it when you first start. I was pretty terrible at it when I started. Yeah, Nicole.
I just remember a pair of teachers in our district that started co-teaching together, and the special ed teacher had come up from elementary to junior high and didn't know a lot. She was in a 9th grade math class, and I remember the teacher coming to me and saying, oh, the same mindset. I feel like I have to teach her, and I have one more student in there. So they went through that co-teaching course together, and the special ed teacher has learned a lot of math and their mindset. They're a powerhouse. And it's been interesting to watch that shift. And I don't think that shift could happen if they hadn't worked on relationships, number one, had the growth mindset, and then that on both their parts, they were willing to allow each other to learn. And that they're with each other more than just a year. They didn't give up on it. You have to give it time.
Yeah, it takes time to mesh as a partnership.
Your first year co-teaching sometimes feels like
It can
your
be
first year
hard.
teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But it's something that is effective. It's a great way to support students. And I think is a great way to support our teachers in becoming better teachers. So, any other questions?
Are you doing a cohort of that this summer? And that link doesn't work. We don't have permission.
We just need permission.
So please give us permission.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it as soon as I sit down. I will. So yes, so we're gonna run the cohort again. If you're interested, this bit.ly will work in a moment. And it's just a Google form that you can fill out. And I think that's all.
There was a question about, that came up in the notes about the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
I went ahead and answered it, but please, that's just a suggestion. Like, there's no hard and fast rules, it's just a lot of experience with that. So
No
if you
more
have
than
more
a
questions,
third.
let me know. Yeah. That's
Okay.
perfect.
No more than a third of SPED or SPED-like students in the co-taught classroom. So that you can't use your co-taught classroom as, well, I've got 10 SPED kids, but then I've got like these 10 kids who have attendance issues, and then I've got my 10 ELL kids, and I'm just gonna put them all in the same room because there's 2 teachers.
You're really setting the class up for failure if that happens. And we see it in the cohort, there's always at least one team that the class just keep they just keep filling them up with those behavior students or non-attenders or all of that, because there's.
So really, you have to inform the admin on how to build the board, how to help that happen. You also have to educate your counselors about who can be in that class. Because if you've got 9 counselors at the high school saying, oh, it's a co-taught secondary math too, yeah, we're just gonna slip you in because you need a little extra help. But you got 9 counselors slipping 1 or 2 kids in, and then your whole class is not awesome. Okay, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask Becky or I, or put them into the shared notes, and I'm gonna fix that bit.ly right now. Enjoy a Muppet.
Awesome, thank you so much. And we are switching the time over. Amy Kinder is here this morning as the president of the Utah Council of Teachers of Mathematics. She's also here as a math supervisor in Jordan District, but is going to
Ooh,
share
it's
some.
not for me.
So let's welcome Amy as she kind of shares all things awesome going on with UCTM.
Oh, our website, we got hacked, and so we lost our web address.
No.
And then we didn't pay for it, so it's a double whammy on us and stuff. So now we can only go to utahctm.com. So that's our new website. We have elections coming up. We didn't have a conference this year because we had the conference come here. So we had no way to elect our new people to the board. So we have these positions open. Today's the last day if you'd like to run for one of these positions, and you can submit to get on the board. It is an awesomely fun time. We're doing it. I'm talking right now with Joel Bowler, and we're nailing down a time. She's coming to Utah in the fall and going to be doing our conference. And so we're super excited about that for our leadership conference, not our general teacher conference of doing that. So that's going to be awesome of doing that. So we also have this thing every third Thursday at 3:30. We have webinars that are happening, and they're really interesting. I think they're super interesting, of like just on different engaging things that are happening. We don't have a ton of people attending. We do have a lot of people watching them after and looking on our website, but we don't have a ton coming. But I think it's a really short way to do it. We just did one on presidential award that was really informative, and we had 2 presidential award people talk about it, and it was very concise, but also just inspirational to them about it. And in December, we did one on joy. So I talked about joy in mathematics, and also Melissa, that is in Jordan School District, talked about joy. And then up in Park City, we had Carrie Bala talk about what that looks like at the high school level. So we're looking for them to happen every month. We just would really love, look at all this awesome expertise in this room. We would really love to add to those discussions with some big people talking about it so that we can spread the word. We leave, we have webinars, we record them, and so that people could watch them at any time. So in the notes section, if you have like a suggestion, or if you are willing to talk, and it could just be for like a short time, for like 15-20 minutes on something you're passionate about in mathematics, then you can put your name down in the notes, and we'll have someone contact you to do that. But also, if you'd like to run, it is like such a powerful way to connect with teachers. And at that teacher conference, sometimes that we don't go to I go to the competition, but like sometimes when you get in this level, I'm not in this level long enough to say that but like that maybe you think I don't have to go to a teacher conference, but when you go back to UCTM and you see the power of inviting that teacher and having her present, or having them present to their peers, it can be such a life-changing event for teachers. And so if you'd like to be a part of this life-changing event, please submit your picture now. Okay, thanks.
And what are the dates for the fall conference?
We do not, because she's agreed to some dates, but we can't find a conference hall that is big enough to hold on those dates that she wants. So it's a back and forth kind of thing. But I was talking to her on the phone, so this is kind of like, wah! So controlling that, but no, not yet.
Awesome, thank you so much, Amy. So now is the time. It is 9:30. From now until 10 o'clock, we would love for you guys to kind of engage in some hot topics. So what you'll see is around the room, this is the multi-tiered system of supports area. So if you're kind of like here at this table or this table, kind of coming together for MTSS. Core guides are these 2 tables back here. And I'm saying this, but like if we need to move things around, of course we can. And then let's have paints be these 2 back tables back here. And then the major works documents that are new this year being these 2 tables up here. Would anyone who, we have different USBE people who are facilitating the conversation, which means that we are just asking questions and note-taking, but we are really actually only asking questions if we all sit down and we're like, I'm interested in being here, but I want someone else to start the conversation. So if someone's like, I'm interested in being here and I really want to talk about this thing, like do that, and that's our guidance for the discussion. But again, so major works, paints, MTSS, and core guides. And if you'll just kind of find your space and place around there, we are going to do that for about the next 30, 35 minutes. Thanks so much.
The core guys. Should say that affects me the most.
Probably spoken at the RSU that I've been
I can tell you.
You're like, I'll stand up and then I'll sit back down.
Better.
Or I would, because I feel very. I thought I'd heard them all. Don't you want to be more sides? No.
That looks like the same breakfast I had. Maybe with some alterations. I never get yogurt that has sugar in it.
I know, right?
So if I didn't Oh,
Yeah, I'm new with this.
Trying to feel better.
Oh, I felt fine.
No idea why that was.
Tag team in it.
You guys, so I'm going down in our notes where it's, except that apparently I skipped it, in the hot topics. There's math hot topics and then it has MTSS. I must have skipped over major works. Because I'm already down to after that.
We can talk about.
Apparently it's the first one. So the major works, and we can, Rachel, we can slide in, we've got space, we've got plenty of space. Don? I will slide out and other people can slide in, I can also write my notes.
What needs to happen?
Sitting at this table when I stayed.
Not supposed to say this, like, my husband tells me I am not supposed to say that, I am the oldest one in my group. And, so I just said it, and I do things electronically, but I also am still new here too, it seems like. So while it is true that the Major Works has a link and you can go specifically look at all the Major Works that you want to, I also made hard copies, so if anyone wants to, and there's kindergarten through 5th grade, so if anyone wants to grab some copies so that you're looking at it, you will not offend me if you don't. And so there's like 8 copies in each grade level, so if you wanted to grab something to look at, to have as a reference.
That's kind of why we're over here.
And there's
Do you have
paper
some
clips, but they can
general
be on
ideas
paper clips.
or are these specific
Kind of have that going on.
I know Rory's got some too, but I know it's.
Well, people are making decisions about how they'd like to access content.
You
have to have, another reason I should not have mentioned my age is because it does not mean anything if you do or do not grab the hard dot paper. But I would love to know.
We have to have ours, we have to have our.
How'd you choose this group?
So.
But I'd also like, if anyone's kind of like, okay, I wanna talk about major works because.
And so they were created as part of.
How much do you say you've heard of major works and that's the reason you're here?
Instruction. Yes.
Okay.
Especially when we have elementary teachers, they might not have that extra level.
I don't even know.
Expertise.
We're working right now.
Okay. So there are a few of us sitting at this table who were part of the Math Leadership and Coaching Institute, which we're not talking about today, but if you've never been involved with that, I highly recommend that as something, as a way that we try to kind of bring us together across the state and have different activities and options. We just had Mona Concha,
Well,
who's president of the National.
my question is, as teachers are using the core guides, which I think more and more teachers in our district are, which is great,
Last year,
because
actually
there's
2
so
years
much
ago,
valuable
one of
stuff on there.
having is
I
the core
think
guides are
one of their
awesome
concerns
because
is
they were created by
that
teachers
they're,
and district leaders
like,
and
when
the
they
state
see
to
assessments,
talk
like
about
end of year
what each
assessments,
standard is about
those
and what's
don't
the
always
background, and we
match
revise them to include things like related
like
to
the
teacher
teacher
standards and
notes
stuff like that.
or other info in the
But
core guides.
some people
So
are really
if you have
familiar with
something
the
like,
major focus
Well, how about our
documents
well,
that come
for
from
fourth
Achieve the
grade.
Core for
So if we're
K-8.
talking fourth grade, and one of the teacher
That kind of
notes
talks
is
about here's
that
primary
students
standards, here's
shouldn't have
supporting
to
standards.
memorize the
there are,
conversion pieces,
It's not
right?
secondary
But
standards,
then
if you will.
on end of
But
year
what we decided that we wanted
assessments,
was something like
those
that for each grade
charts or
level,
tables aren't
K-12.
provided, so really
But
they
also
do
not just
have
saying what are the
to
majors
know them,
you
right?
want
So
to support
I think
the
one of the
standards, but
teachers'
if there
concerns is they're
a
using the core guides is
and
is if they're going to
So,
really
like,
like
K2
take stock into that.
has certain things
Like
that
an
they focus
example
on
there, where
across
then all of a
K2,
sudden they
that
feel
you're
like,
beginning
oh, I
in
used
kindergarten
that,
and you pretty
but
much
now
are
it kind of bit me,
solidifying and you're
right?
at this practice
And
point
so
by
I
the time you're
think
in
we
second
just
grade.
need to be
3-5 has
careful
similar,
in terms
right?
of
And then
if
high
we're
school
saying this
also
is
has
still,
for each grade
this
level
is
has a reading
core,
class. This
that that's
top part up
reflected
here,
then
the group was created so
intentionally
that it
on our
somewhat
end of
looks
year
similar,
assessment.
no matter which grade level you're looking at. There's this focus
So
of
when you
what
say
it
the
looks like
focus
in
has
your
been
grade
on
band, so whether it says
enrichment,
K2,
I'm curious,
3-5,
is
6,
that
8, 9, 11.
enrichment
But then
taking
within
place
your
within
grade
tier one,
specifically,
or
you
is
have
it
in
like
front
a
of you,
tier two?
it will
Like
tell
it
you
goes
items are written
what
your
enrichment,
particular
and
grade is
if
focusing
so,
on.
can that be replicated?
Well, and we're seeing that
And it
even in
also
our,
has what
like our
students
district
are doing
assessments,
before that grade,
right, is
and
that
also what
we
students
do
are
there'll
tier
be
doing
two
some
after
for
that.
first or
everybody,
second grade
and we
core
think
guide
of tier
pieces that
two
are very
as
add to what
specific.
our
I just said as
interventions
We're
far as
having
or our
the
enrichment.
to do something very
whatever
similar
grade.
in,
And I guess I just shared what
So
the
it's
document is
targeted
about.
in
The
both
why of the
ways.
document
building the
is
bank
actually
and
to help
developing
teachers,
every year.
in
that
some
as-
ways recognize
Say that, and so it's one of those
what
things
they
too,
are
where it's
responsible
like,
for in their
I
grade
love
level
getting
and
the
to
emails of,
understand
like,
what
hey,
content was
Well, my
taught
first
prior
thought
and
is
how they're building on
I
in the
really
future.
believe that
So that
it's
like
maybe
my
the more
example that I give
elementary
often, there's a
part
few
of
of
me,
them,
but
one
I
that
feel
I
like
from
tier two
secondary
should be.
is
There's
thinking
a
about the fact
gazillion.
that eighth grade and ninth grade are very
So,
different courses,
I've
but
also
if we're not
think that's
careful, they feel very similar because of like linear
So
functions.
anytime
But what
you
you
do
do
with
with
So the
linear
best
functions,
way
love getting
to,
those
the best
eighth
way
grade is
is
very, very different than what
feedback
you do
for
with
you
linear
guys in
functions.
terms of,
Because there's several times
We're talking about the same thing with
Yeah,
6 to
because
7
then
and
we
9 is
really
ratio
dive into
proportional
it, we
reasoning
contact the
and
vendor
stuff
and
like
we
that,
say,
right?
hey,
So
we noticed
it's
this
in
and
part
then
to
it's, oh my
help
gosh, you're
that.
absolutely right, like, we'll pull this out of the
Anyone
bank.
else want to add to the
We'll
what
do
or
this
the
for
why
teacher
or
development, so
even
it's one of those things
how?
where just
you're
because the
using it.
core guys came out post development.
These are
a lot of
already
the
there
items that we're
give
trying
to
to
teachers now, right?
Same intervention.
I guess really my question is
You already touched on
is
it.
if
The
I
biggest
am
thing that,
leading
when
my
I work with
teachers
my
to these
teachers is
documents,
that
I can
vertical
really,
alignment of
I can really
what do you own
be
in your
confident to
grade?
say, guys,
Because
this,
so many of them keep trying
this
to
is
go lower,
this is more than just a
trying to go
suggestion.
higher, especially in the
This
elementary
is where we
school.
want you to be focusing. This will
it's
help
just
you
no.
increase
So
your
that's
understanding.
what
the model
we
that you
own
use.
in eighth
What do
grade
you do
especially.
with students?
I don't know how many times with new eighth
I
graders.
yeah, there's
Oh, no, I
writers
want,
use
no,
them.
no,
Like I take the
that's not
binders
yours.
to the
This is
workshop so
where
that
you're.
Stop here on transformation.
Not do it.
So they
Do
really
it.
are,
Do it,
this
but
is,
stop here when you
it's not
graph
just a
line.
suggestion.
Do
This
it,
is
but
part
stop
of our
here.
standard.
And if a teacher has a
The
question
thing
or
is just to create that proportional relationship, and then they're gonna
But I
take
think
it further and
there's
do
a
a whole lot
couple
more with it.
places
But
where they get
so
it.
yeah,
Because
I'm
they were
excited
before
so that the
they
teachers
tried
have
to items that
something
were
that's
very
just,
tangible.
it's like
So
right
we
there.
got the old core guides that were published
Just
in
say,
like
oh,
and we have
okay,
revised ones that came out.
I really need to work
So
on
sometimes there's this
generalizing
disconnect, but
in
sometimes
case
we
I
just
don't
find
understand.
items. And
That's kind
there
of
was
one of
even
my
last
key
week, I
things,
was
because the
meeting with
core,
the fifth grade
We had a
team
fifth
and
grade.
especially in the
and they
Ogden
were
district,
had
when
to
kids
come in
come in and
this
they're
unit on
so
defining decimals and
in
they're like,
learning
hang on a
gaps, they have so
second,
many
but the
learning gaps,
study
so we have to
work has
fill
a
a lot
three-digit
of
advisor,
things.
and I was like, what?
And
And we have to have a three-digit advisor, and
because
so we
we're
emailed Whitney and she
still trying
contacted
to
AIR and they said,
skills
well,
that
for
they
this
need
year it has
to
to stay, but for
get
next
to
year
that.
it'll for sure be gone.
So
Right.
sometimes it
Have
takes
to
to make those changes.
some things we're not just gonna get to happen. And so if we know, here's some major work that has been identified.
Do you know what I mean? They're not
But then like
really.
right now I'm working on
Yeah.
updating the.
What's
And-
okay to
and
just
in
touch
terms
on,
of secondary
and not go
design,
deep,
I
what
know
things do
they're-
we need to go
their
really deep?
attention. I know that we do.
And that
In
third grade
Davis School
example
District,
was
we've done a lot of work with these,
Just let
because
them
I was
know,
on the
like,
committee and
hey,
had
we
access
don't
to
talk about
the
practice
units
in
more.
this area.
I feel like I have to have it visually.
So like Shannon and I were doing all of these.
But it's great, I know, right? But it's great for like the vertical alignment, and we've been coupling it with, because we have a standards-based
And so here's a struggling kid,
Not
or
just
just given two
recommendation,
math classes
and so
to do,
identifying,
and more homework
we,
to do.
these are called deep dives.
And there's
The
not
students are supposed
communication
to
happening
engage
between the two teachers, so it's
topics
not
in every
really
grade level
functioning
that
as
aren't
a
included in this document.
preloading of skills
STEM.
needed
And
or
that's
review
just
of
skills.
skills.
And I can also think of it as like, these are your
It's
conceptual
here's basic
understanding
skills
pieces
that
that
I
really
think
need to be
everybody needs
fleshed
to
out,
know.
and
Things
then
that
topics
everybody
that-
has this whole, so we're just gonna work on a multiplication
but we've used it to make like a high-level curriculum map,
Because it's a life
percentage of
skill.
time.
Other
We've had
ideas
teams,
of how
teachers that
to
say
use
this
them.
percentage of
I
your
know we all
instructional
just
time
do it
should
by
be spent
ourselves,
on
and
this
that makes me a
standard,
little
this
happy that at
percentage
least
should
the
be
people
spent
at
on
this
this.
table
And we even
have
included
that
the skipping
sure that
topics
we have
to
to pull
say
all
that
of
they're
those
supposed to be
questions
taught,
if
you're
we
not
make
supposed
them-
to skip them,
Yeah.
it's just
Like
going
he
back
was
to
saying about the conversion
that.
table, they didn't need to memorize it.
procedures.
I just kind of threw out a bunch of.
No,
they
I,
did, because they were-
all
this
they
is
were, the data was
whatever
based
is
on
going on
currently
right
written.
Depth with
And yeah,
And
then
so
they said,
if
oh,
we add a
with
conversion table.
the
it had to
priority
be
standard, so it would.
And there were formative items that we use for other
Like
resources.
weird
relevance
frameworks,
maybe
and
some recommendations
for
a
curriculum.
crazy.
If
Like
it's
one little thing
if
that
it's
all
operational.
All the mathematical
currently,
practices should
any
be.
changes
Because I think
that it would have to be
a lot of
reviewed,
times
tested with all of
teachers.
Which is sometimes what we do, if it's a good item, just discussing a piece, we'll add that in.
It's really helpful for teachers.
And that's what I'm saying, basically,
Yeah.
is some of them are good items.
which splits
They
the
pull
bands
from
and
their
they're really
resources, or
uncomfortable
they
with
end
it.
up doing
And so
And then
often,
we feel the
sixth grade
because I'm comfortable
teachers
with that.
struggle to wrap their heads around.
I'm
some of
wondering
them
if there
don't
might
even
be
know where
some
they're going, and
recommendations
ninth
saying,
grade teachers.
if you
Ninth
are
grade
teaching
especially, I
something
think,
in a
because
math course, these are
they
some
get their ninth
good
graders and you have these
There's still a
teachers.
living document.
I don't know why it happens, but you have teachers that are
We even made some
like,
items
I teach
that
ninth grade
like
and
the
that's what
last
I've
couple
taught
months,
forever.
so we
And
find,
so they don't really know where the kids are going, and
project
they
for
don't
a
really
couple
know where they're
years to
starting
find
from.
something.
And so they have these favorite things they want to teach, or they have like,
for sixth grade.
none of them know this, so we're gonna go back and do all this. And so I think this is really helpful to
Had
say
been
like,
testing.
this is
So we
exactly where
had
they
a
came
coach
from,
email
and
us
like
to
you
tell us,
said,
and
like,
then we changed
this really
that
helps
to
us
our
understand
guide.
that you can
Somehow
rearrange to
somehow
match your scope and
nothing was
sequence
included
your
on
school,
that
really know
district,
where it's
even
going.
though I
They're
double
not
checked
talking
with
about
every
schools.
single one. And then they let me know, they were like, oh, you said you were gonna change it, so like that's changed and re-uploaded.
it is, but you can avoid that.
Yeah.
So,
Go back and start
if we see something
maybe some
in a core guide as well, that's something you guys
Oh,
would just like
absolutely.
a heads up.
rather than searching for their
They were
own.
created by teachers and specialists and we
I've
can
done this
change anytime. We can't change the standards, but we can change the core guides.
Well, depends. Some of
All of the topics, all of the groups have this
the math
question
lab
of
is
how
every
is a
other
resource
day.
used
Some
in
of
your
the middle
LEA?
schools, the math lab is
Why do you
every
select this
day.
group and how do you
It
share
depends on how many
disseminate this
periods they
resource?
have.
This resource is
Yeah, we have
still
our
really
parts
new.
go right,
It's,
but the parts go
like
all
we
the way up
are,
to secondary one.
like
The
when
reason
we
I
had
asked
the
is
MTSS framework go out and a lot of people worked on that, like that's been a big focus for like last
And
year was
it is
kind of a like,
the
how do we
teacher
get the
teaches the
MTSS
math class
document and how do we
every other day
support
when we're
everyone in
talking
implementing
And then they
that?
have
That's still a
So
thing.
it's got
Of course.
legislative, so
Just
last
like
year,
core
Fire
guides are still a
Fire
thing,
Plus,
but
we
I
did
am
not
curious as
have
to
it got legislated.
ideas you have in
They've been on
disseminating,
like,
using it in professional
I
learning,
know.
or ways you
So
already
that
have.
E-Day then is used for preloading.
But Lindsay shared a little bit about what she was doing in Davis.
So you
But I'm putting that out there
And
just to.
they're for all high school students, so if you
So
have
that we
to
can generate ideas and help each other think about.
And
And by the way, maybe you're like,
There's not that. I think it needs to be.
like, I'd like to
And
know like
because
ideas you
because
have for
for the
disseminating, but
curriculum,
also.
when you tend to take students out and put
think
them in
about,
a
like,
different curriculum,
Who do we wanna
curriculums
disseminate to
have to
and why?
differentiate
Like,
themselves
not just be like, hey,
so that
everybody,
it will appeal
we
to
have a staff
people to
meeting
buy
today, here's
them.
this document,
So
but
things
like,
are
what would
taught
be
the
your
same way,
purpose
so
and
if
what
you
would be
rely
people's-
on
I think
teaching
they're a great
from
way,
the
it's a good way to see how the type.
I remember I used this last summer when we got together and
classroom,
did
and
the
it's
student
maybe
planning.
taught differently.
So I
And so
And
I
there's
would invite,
multiple
yeah,
That
I
was
like the
more
idea
different.
of
Use
being
it
consistent.
We double block a lot of our math classes because we think
Most of them have
that
English.
How did that
students need
go?
more assistance. What I like about this is it kind of
It was received
blows
really
that
well.
up a little bit
My
because
wonder
maybe not
though
every
is, are
student
they
needs
still
to be
referring to
double
it?
blocked, but the students who
Makes
do,
sense.
they're getting the
And
assistance.
I don't know that that's
they
happening.
need.
Like how it spells out
Well,
more.
and so when I did
Sometimes they read
and
the
we didn't do, it wasn't a block.
To be able to do too, is like,
Yeah, so the
Um,
core guides will say,
period.
okay,
like
this
someone
is what
mentioned sixth
I'm
grade, and I think
expecting
sometimes
in
sixth grade
Utah
teachers
for
will
this
not
particular
be seeing a
student.
bigger picture
I
because
there
you
was
have
okay.
so many
Stigma
things that you're
attached
thinking
to
about.
those kids.
Like
And
may
that
spend
the
a
kids that were
disproportionate
in
amount of
Gen-
time
that
just
were
on
like
that
in the
number
regular
sense
math
strand,
class,
right?
like
And
if
so if we're
they
spending a
had
lot of
me
time
the
on that
next
number
class
sense,
period,
what are some
are,
ways
like,
that we can
everybody
use
else
this
knew.
document
And
to
like there
help
was some
them
stigma attached,
think
and
about
that
and
was, and
reflect
so
on
then that
Spec
caused
items.
that whole
And
environment
I'm
to
curious
I'll
if
support
anyone has
but giving the
not
idea of like, Here are some
if you have
models
pacing
you can
guides
use.
for
Help
these
students
being
think.
thought of as
Especially when they
you're
probably
talking about
were
your
never
pacing
taught
guides
that way.
with your
Here's some different ways you can
If
consider
it's on a
this
different
content.
day.
Both strategies and models.
First grade and then
would be
eighth
valuable
grade.
tools for them.
A couple things, because we taught, it was grading in elementary this year, and so went through a process and kind of put in my major works with this now that it's done, and compare that with the work of all the teachers who went through that
I
process.
think
and
that's
just
actually what Todd
finding
was kind
And
of
then-
pointing out with the
Yeah.
sixth grade is if you look at
So
those
it
K
wasn't
through 5,
necessarily
they're
like
just
the next class
littered
period,
with
but
ideas and strategies and
back
models.
later in the day for
Well,
their
in sixth grade
intervention
was where
class.
we started with those.
It was just a
is
struggle.
because it
And
was
whether
this
it's
new
used
core.
as
And
an
there
next
was
step for
something,
refining,
and I
whether it's
think
the
part
first
of
time
it
Something.
using the document
was,
or the
and we
fifth
had
time,
like
kind of
5
like
periods a
that.
day, we were on trimesters,
That's really good feedback
so
for us.
like 40% of
Trying
their
to capture
day
notes
was
of others,
being
but these
dedicated
others also
math.
help me
Yeah.
with that.
Like, but that was the same situation even in his
Right.
classroom.
Like I'm writing Weaver instead of writing Jennifer.
I get the stigma thing, but
Well,
wonder if it's
I know
changed
that the
structure
elementary,
work.
I think secondary might have been revised in 27.
We did that.
They do that too, so they're like,
Yeah.
I'm actually communicating.
Yeah, the teacher didn't listen.
Yeah, it was tough.
But we have a new format to our website, probably as of like 6 months ago or so, where there are multiple tabs now, so if you just go to schools.utah.gov.
So what if you, I'm thinking if you had another class at the same time, so you're taking that original class. And I don't live in the secondary world, so I know it's a lot
I guess I'm
so
just
many
real
But if you had the, so we were talking about in
2019.
focusing on
I was writing
enrichment.
something else.
So
and
everybody in this
someone
class
else
has
that,
another
or-
class, whether it be enrichment or it's
We have to
intervention.
tell you
And
and.
then-
Definitely something that will come up.
So there might be a few.
And then possibly,
I'm assuming this doesn't
changing
mean we shouldn't
teachers,
teach it,
so you don't
because
get
there's
all
plenty.
different
But
teachers.
Lindsay
I don't know.
said kind of this
We are
a skin
trying
topic
at
versus a
one
deep
high school
topic.
this year and then another high
And
school.
so, because the seventh grade core is really
This
kind
is
of
only
going deep
but
on
honors.
You know how it
that
links back to
ratio and
previous grade
proportionality.
levels?
An honors
And
class.
building
My
building
teachers
that
are finding
foundation
that
and
is a
that
great resource,
conceptual
like, they're
understanding
struggling,
of that.
and
not that
that's
So
stigma
that
standard.
attached
Oh,
to
here's
it.
where I can
They
go
build
to.
on that.
So they're 90 minutes every
Prerequisite.
day
Yes.
and they're getting
These are the
burnout.
places where we
Teachers
make
are getting
loads
burnt
of-
out.
But if you look at the
Wow.
sixth
That
grade
way.
core, the sixth grade core,
And
You know, we're
is
working
that
on suggestions,
one
like I said,
thing,
Friday
that one
is
of our major pieces in the sixth grade, the geometry, like, or is that fifth?
Important part is very good, and also thinking about it like,
Or
but
mindset
as
That's been a
Mondays.
great
Yeah,
answer.
mindset Monday.
major
work
focus, so
what-
like for example, you'll
whatever,
see
but that's
geometry in
kind
high
of the problem
school
we're finding
as a
is,
major
you know,
focus,
9
as one of the main areas.
Oh gosh, that's what I did in
Whereas
elementary, that was our
like,
math block was nitrogen.
6th through 8th
I
grade
love
for
it.
really
I love it.
geometry
I
and
think the hard
supporting
part is that
standards,
so I
like
had to just
one that I
figure
can
out
think of
grade.
right now
And after
is
that, I realized that
Bayesian
mandatory
proportional
was
reasoning
out,
is
and I
a
was like,
huge
oh,
idea
like,
in
I'm
6th through 8th
I'm
grade.
reteaching, and it has
And in
changed my
7th
teaching.
grade, that
I
shows
feel like I
up
have more time to really hit what I'm supposed to be hitting.
factors.
Well, we
and
saw
not
an
with
increase
geometric figures.
as the
And
year
you should
wore
know
on.
this, and we do a quick review, and
And
we,
then like,
and they
so
do,
for
they
example,
remember it,
in the
so
number
it's just
sense
like,
system,
but I
it's
didn't
like
realize
thinking
how
about
much I
how
was
the Pythagorean
reteaching.
theorem and the
Definitely
number
seeing
sense system
results.
connects
Jordan-
with those
Jordan
two.
High School, we're
They
doing
are,
that.
One of the most,
it's true, one of the things I think that we always talk about is every standard should still be taught. But when you are thinking about every student needs to be really comfortable and you're thinking about with content and you're thinking about how you think build across the campus. So I think that's really powerful and really important for us to be thinking about.
Take out our
The standards
refugees.
are important.
They just come up through the school system.
And I don't have a middle school in front of me to remember exactly what the different ones are, but just so
I would think
but
it
you'll
was my
also notice that in elementary,
all of
it's
that
one of the things, and
when really
I don't know
for
if you
4
guys
years
noticed,
they're
but
supposed to
when the
get
standards were revised back in 2016, we actually had conversation about would we indicate major standards and not major standards? And the board chose not to go that direction because of fear of making it sound like
So one thing
we're not in the place of GBCs, we're in the place of PSA. If it's not important to teach, then don't put it at all. So if it is important to teach, then all standards are out there, and then the districts and people can choose how to do their focus. But what I noticed is every time I would go out somewhere and we would talk about something, people would be like,
But this first link right
it's
here
important in
is
ninth
from
grade, why don't
the
we,
EDC.
where why isn't that stated somewhere?
It has
So,
some of
so,
those
I
like
don't know if that's helpful in the conversation.
programs.
For sure, geometry is important, but even when you're looking at Achieve the Core
Some
and
middle
you're looking at the
grades,
elementary, geometry is in there, but it's almost always as like a support, so like.
There should be some links.
Something I wonder, the reason I know my middle school teachers, my junior teachers, one of the biggest things
So I
they
think,
complain about is they're like, and we know geometry is all through elementary, but they come to us and be like, they don't know anything about it, so we try to shove in.
Well,
Check
well,
out
and
angles,
just
they don't know how to
become-
name them, they don't know how to write them,
I
they
mean,
don't know
when
how to, so I
5
just
years
wonder
ago,
if we're
they were
still
this new
looking at
thing,
that as like,
really engaging and now
geometry
to
is
like,
this
you're like,
separate
oh, that
class of
technology
things,
just
which it
changes
is,
so
but also,
quickly.
does this mean it should just kind of be
That's,
connected to all these other bigger
That's the
strands
rub,
in a
huh?
better
Yeah.
way, I don't know.
Found, what did you?
I prefer we look at everything as either
Well,
essential, important, or supportive, so that doesn't sound
half,
like
what'd
it's
you find?
not important to
So I,
teach, but we talk about,
Agile
it sounds like
Mind
close to the
is
deep, the essential things get taught.
Oh, yeah.
The bulk of the time, right?
You're
Important
supposed
things
to go
less of
every
your
day,
time.
it teaches
Supporting
core
things should be
and
taught
fills in
in a daily
holes.
dose time, especially in an environment where it's not taking
them
up
for
a
1
whole
year, but
tier
it
one
prepares them to go
section of
into a regular
teaching,
core
you know,
for
for weeks
10th
and weeks
grade
and weeks, but they're getting little exposures to it, and that's kind of
And
how
then
we've talked about geometry.
that's,
You
yeah,
get
that's
any
the
pushback from
the
our
half one is.
That's where we
maybe,
hear it too, the high school
on the
teachers
first
are
and
like, I thought you guys taught this, they don't know geometry, they don't know anything about geometry.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, I don't know where the.
Looking at
to
those
cover
are
in the
safe,
middle on
see
that.
that it's something that's just
We're
been
working
supported
on
and major work
but they should be on like in a
until
their zone.
later, so should they have an idea of those prior skills? Yes, but should they know them deeply?
Yeah, and in our
We
elementary
kind of like
workout, we'll talk more about them.
responsibility
and
falls
maybe
on
like a
who
plan
is what this
for,
type of document is helped us
developing them in
with
other
too.
grades. Like
One
the idea
question I
behind
have
last
though
year at Smecc
is when you
I'm
start into
trying
this
it
work
this
and you
year, and I actually
emphasize
nothing
some
for
standards
second
over the
grade.
other,
We
it
have
doesn't line up
benchmarks
with the
for
RISE
grade five,
test.
when we have keep
Because there've been
very
talk
cool.
about
These are
equalizing
mimics
that
for
to
first,
represent
second,
the major
but
work
now they
yesterday.
work for all of the other grade levels too.
You're talking rice,
So
not
I think we
Aspire.
can arrange that,
It's
in
really
that,
cool, I was like,
I know that a few years ago.
Is it 2
and I-
periods?
and I know
What's
you're-
the
yeah, you
structure?
have to
go
do
every
this
day
on time
for-
also,
yeah,
because
and
I
it
know
came
that
out
at
of
least
Smecc.
70 minutes.
there was already
They
an
give you
adjustment of
time.
percents
It has to be
of
70 to
problems
90 minutes every day in
to
order
the
for it to
RISE
work.
test.
Because it is
Actually, at
core
the time of the
plus.
stage,
Plus the
To
backfill.
link them.
what seemed to be
Yeah, I
an
think we
accuracy, if you
actually,
will.
Social emotional learning.
that'll
And
be the
part of
next
what was
revision.
interesting
That's
about
what
it
we
was
trained
So we're
us
doing
to
it at
make
break
up
this year,
to
and
be
I went and saw social
content
I know this is a
engineering
little bit
lessons,
off
so we
topic
changed
where I'm
it.
going with this,
We
but
decided
it's
like these are the
connected to
categories
the,
that need to
on
go
the
with
blueprints
different
for
content
the
areas, and
assessments at
all
the
the
end of the year.
categories that are currently in math
Some of it
and
was
language.
that you had to have so many questions in
previous
a
core grades
particular
had,
area to be able to count
some
it, so they
assessments, but
actually
they
kind of
kind of
collapsed a
became
couple of different
outdated as
strands
well, with like a
into,
different approach.
guess
So I think we'll probably
to
either
I'm-
copy
I'm
a
all
couple
over
of
the
the
place.
items
thing, which then
or
made
those assessments
part of the
to the core
problem
grades
too
for
for
our
like
next
tier
revision,
one,
probably with
and that was a goal a couple of years ago, was to
Majority
be
of our
able to
teachers, not
split
all.
that apart, but I know
If
like
it's
for
not in
example,
the-
well, not like
December
revise them
secondary
entirely,
two
just
had
are there any
a
major glaring
disproportionate
errors, but then
percent
just
of
adding the
questions
links to
on
the
probability
assessment.
actually, and so that was a shift of what's going on. Are you saying that you feel like
So if you go to the school
that
stat
revision of the blueprint, it still feels
Our number of days that
there's a
should be
tab
spent
called
on a certain
assessment
topic as
standards.
compared to what's
That
on
is a
RISE as a
content-driven.
percentage, it's very different than when we
In
line it up
secondary,
based
you're
on major
very
work
content driven and you don't necessarily have some of those.
We're telling our teachers, this is the most important thing, spend 60% of your year on this, but then it's 20% of the RISE test. And they're saying, well, my kids won't perform. And fourth grade is specifically where the biggest problem is because it's so equally weighted.
do you know what? I am going to say that would also be a really good conversation for us to have with Whitney. Whitney Barlow and his Whitney Grant, and she is over on the core guides too.
I don't need to derail us either. That's just come up recently a couple of times.
That's true.
Or they know the procedures, but they don't know the codes.
Write a description of them, that might be helpful.
And they really,
Cause I think like ideally you could take
lined
the
up
whole standard
nicely.
and give it as kind of like.
It's interesting,
a
like the
quiz.
quantity.
Okay, never mind.
That ours did too when we did the same thing, yeah.
I appreciate that too, because sometimes when your teachers say, I've got to step
only a
off the
tiny
board
step
prep
above
for
staff.
ACT. Your total prep for ACT.
Carnegie was
Worse.
It is what it is.
get it.
I don't feel like
Yeah,
it's true.
because the teachers would
And then
definitely
the
not
ACT
ready.
is 9th, 10th, 11th, and it's not 9th,
And
10th,
we've
and
tried
11th,
to
but
have
Aspire
like
is 9th
varying
and 10th.
levels of rigor in there, so that they're not all really complex.
But I do think
they're not
that, and then
all
of course, there's
Some of them are more
a whole nother
task-based.
can of worms about how well aligned is Aspire to the actual standards in 9th, 10th, and that sort of thing. But I would definitely say that
Oftentimes there's not
having the blueprint and that other
isn't
conversation
built
is probably,
to
like, it's something that I
even
can talk to
consider,
Libby about, but
We
I
have
think
to
it would
do,
be
so
great
like the
to.
committee started out of
She
Smecc,
is
and we
an
had a couple
assessment
teacher
person
specialists
and
volunteering
emailing
with
and
the committee. And then we're like, well, we could get more done if we
what's
invited some teachers,
kind
so
of
we had some
pathway
district
Their
specialists invite teachers, and then we went
progressions
to revise, like,
all the way
the
down through
format.
second grade of
Yeah,
what
like,
standards
most
we wear, and they line up really nice.
Never,
I
I've
mean,
been
it's
in
tricky.
lots
You
of
want them to be
adoptions,
involved
it's
in
never been the
the
conversation.
conversation.
It's like, what can we get the
We did,
teachers to
before we
use
were-
is really the
that
biggest
anyone's
one.
like, I came to this table and I was hoping
what's
we would
teacher
talk about
friendly.
coaching and
Right,
not
right,
versus-
and we
But you find the
even,
same in your
With electronics.
exactly.
Does it have a test bank?
This,
Does it have
as a
version?
teacher, sometimes I get
Alright,
frustrated
anything
with
else?
practical results for Aspire
Yep.
or
Yep.
Okay, well, I think,
There's
it's time for
kind of four major
operational. About 10
categories.
to
And so we
15,
go,
we'll
well, I
take a
can see
break,
my
and then
students are low in
when
this
we
category.
reconvene, elementary
My
will be in
category
a
is pretty
separate
big.
room, I think we're
Right.
in
You know, if
room
we're talking
There
solving
is, like, that
equations, is it because they
variable
can't solve
in
an
there
equation? Is it
of, like,
because the absolute values just threw them
needing-
off? Was it
Yeah, room
because the teaching
30 is
quality?
just across the hallway out here, it's a small conference room.
Has there ever been
And then
discussion on
secondary
Because we can buy it, but if they're not gonna be able
back
to
on
use
level
it,
tests
it's
that
a waste
maybe
of money, right?
four big categories so they kind of know exactly where these kids are?
John, that's a great question. I can respond with these two things. One is,
OER is a really powerful
the
resource.
specific
in that
question you're
if
asking
it's
is a question
free
for Whitney.
and
and
some,
assessment.
thank you guys.
But the
Right,
broader,
right.
I know
Like
that one of the
MVP and
things that they've
illustrative
been
are
working
both
on and
great,
has been a
right?
thing recently is
But like you
having
can
it
allocate
such
some of those
that
resources to doing
they have
professional development
to
experiences.
do benchmark testing
And you can
now
putting the
that
money
you
into a book,
can
then
use
you
and
don't have
access.
the money, as much
For
money.
training, I
as
started
you
saying
use.
Utah grants, which is where I obviously
Had a
take
bigger voice
more of my time
than
lately
the
these
last
days,
adoption
but,
was in the
You did
district.
that? Yeah.
using the RISE,
Where
that
the
they
IT
now have benchmarks that you
Because,
can create.
because we were going,
from
we
there.
were
And I know
going
some
digital
districts have their
for
own
most of
that they have
secondary.
created and used,
And,
but
money and they're
they,
really,
that's also
like,
a place where you can,
and
take
then
your
we were invited
teachers,
to
take
the meeting,
the
but we couldn't.
assessments items that are there.
They were the
and
ones that were voting and doing all of that, and I'm just like, yeah,
and if you
it's
give
crazy.
data, and
Yeah.
that can give you more specific
all the
data
slides
because
are in
you're
there.
then being.
Our Board of
you're
Education
asking
has
questions and you can actually look
Well,
at
yeah.
the results of specific questions.
There's that.
And then that can give you data before the end of the year of that.
I just didn't make it all of it myself, if Jennifer wasn't on it with me.
One of the things that I would love is for us to all.
Which I think they
regardless
should
of
be a
our
part of
age,
it, right, cause I have to work on
take a
that part
moment and
with
in
the teachers,
notes
but they shouldn't
page,
have the majority
if
of
you
it.
don't mind just writing a note of something that you got from this conversation or something you'd like to do, because I think that not only it helps us to write down, sometimes I write notes down just for the sake of it helps me to remember doing it more than it's because I have some other task thing that I've got going on with it. But also, I think it would be helpful for other people at our table to look at others are writing because it can generate ideas for us to use.
Teaching doesn't,
And
anyway.
my goal is
Thank
not
you
that
for
everybody
And we actually have
solidifying that
one
for
of
me.
them,
creates
one of
their
them is
classrooms
co-taught,
with these
and they actually are
necessarily,
doing a really nice
but see how this could have impact on
really working
how
well.
we're spending time. But also like what you guys think as being good opportunities.
No, so the state doesn't.
And if you also think we need a geometry document that has something else going on, I will tell you, I sometimes do national professional development, and there's some teacher autonomy, you do not knowing how to name things, or they'll say things like, you know, this, that, and intervention. And so I'm not, but also here in Utah,
It's just like
and I kind of think about that, I'm like, there are geometry standards. I know I'm asking you guys to reflect and write something, and then I'm going on, like, the rest of the conversation we'll be having Rochelle, but,
Super behind somewhere in the bench.
I've been working with
I
current
don't think
year.
that there's a lot of awesome geometry happening, but I sometimes don't think that our teachers, or we even know how to teachers should access one prior knowledge
Dear students
that learning
have
forward.
grown
And when we're doing something that we are new to our course, without thinking about how geometry, when you think about geometry being utilized, naming conventions, but thinking about fractional pieces, or thinking about how you area and volume, and then secondary feels different in geometry. Is that
They are so behind, there's no way that I can do interventions in their
there's
class.
power, but I also think there's a disconnect.
They're just like, what do I do?
So the way that they're doing it is they have a math teacher, like they have a regular math class, and then they have students who are identified and self-select to be into a second class. And in that second class, they only work on iReady.
She runs into that problem a lot.
They have to do a day, I think it's like 42 minutes a day to be effective. And so, like, there's a lot of time.
Maybe it's not that we don't know
I'll
what they
look,
have.
because I may be misremembering.
Like Alex has a time code.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, it is a major focus in fifth grade. Is that
We also have some tutors that come in.
So the supplementary class is iReady every
By the
day.
time they're in seventh grade, they do also do mindset stuff in there, mindset lessons
And let's also just say that when you're talking to high school teachers and you're just, well, they started naming angles in fourth grade.
content is all iReady.
That's not the comment they want to
Just
hear.
had a research project last year.
Or at least it doesn't seem to be the comment they want to hear from me. I'm like,
And-
pull that out back from when they were in fourth grade. Do our fifth grade teachers think about?
So I'll have to look. I may be misremembering that number.
Like, my guess
Yeah, so in
in
fifth
that
grade,
is that the teachers that were
solving
using
problems
that much
involving measurement and understanding
structure.
concepts of
And
volume.
then other teachers that had kids on it 3 or 4 days a week, like those kids, that's exactly.
Well, and what's interesting is that last year, they were on only 20 minutes, and they didn't see
Where I'm gonna have to look from there with geometry, how much,
because they were only
that's been my trickiest part.
on
And I
it.
even wonder if fourth grade teachers realize how powerful they are in their naming conventions of angles, or what their, what that conversation is for them. Is that something that's super minor in their instructions, thinking,
They
oh,
They are secure.
and they do get it again, but yeah.
Did they see
It is
payback?
10:15. Secondary is gonna be in here, and I think elementary is gonna be in room 30, but let me make sure.
They're definitely seeing they're seeing, because the teacher who's teaching that class has some of those students in her
You
math
guys,
class.
it is 10 o'clock, 10:03-ish. When you're finished with your group, please be sure to take a break.
More positive.
Secondary math will be in here and begin at 10:15. And elementary,
They're seeing that in the math class.
Shannon, are you in room 30?
Yes.
30. Yep, elementary in room 30, secondary here. Okay. Like, I will say, I don't need any of them, so if someone's like, I'd like to take the whole thing, and you've already got them packaged up. Yeah, like there
Are any-
Get out of high school because sometimes you have to make your own. Because I don't think iReady is available from high school.
Yeah.
It's the end of their content.
You have your own, I won't take yours.
Okay, I'm gonna leave these here and you guys take the whole,
There's Joey. Like, I don't want him to get dog hair.
No, it's like, yeah.
Pretty with regards to some programs
As a
Yeah. Yes, it's support, but not.
Yeah, there's it's per week.
Okay.
So last year, they were at 37 minutes per week was
If
their
you are
average.
joining remotely, we are coming back together, a whole group at
This last
10:15.
semester, they were at 62.
Does it fit mine? Oh, it's a map.
Here in this space, it's like the best part of the programs isn't filling gaps. And like.
Computer charger won't even work.
It's the assessments that allow the teachers to make good decisions about what the instruction and the instruction.
Get the rust off.
Right.
For special ed teachers who were using that as their content,
We're
we're saying no.
Not content. I already forgot content.
Well, every teacher, can you talk about, like next week, so like, do we wanna do kindergarten and then third grade for assessment? I know your schedule's crazy, you're really keen into for assessments for the other grades, but I do feel like we need to go there. Jennifer's in that.
Whoa.
I'm not as bad.
You do a free test, but more than likely, it's more just. They don't know.
You should do a pre-test or access prior knowledge, see what they remember, and if they don't,
Yeah.
we've had issues.
So their goal is an hour a week.
Teachers that aren't qualified in teaching, teachers that are not, maybe push them like Michelle's really struggling in how they
Good word of honors. We're trying to find that out.
teachers that work with now they're coming free doctors, they're free jobs. And that's one of the issues, they have attendance issues, but kids can't do some of the basics, so they've had to water down a break out class for a basically review of math.
It's a whole lot of mindset change on a whole lot of different places, right? Counselors included.
Oh my gosh. The
Yeah.
counselors are the missing link.
Yes. Not
They
really
really are.
truly
They're not missing, they are, but we
Well,
Because they can tell a program.
For the enforcing.
They're the barrier link.
There we go.
they let them take tests, and the kids would just take the same test over and over.
My problem is like,
Because actually taking a new test to show.
Good times.
Well, and I think there's some inconsistency throughout.
so clear on this.
So what are you doing in
One teacher
elementary?
said, no, just take the test and work.
Legislation.
So then there's issues.
Oh,
that
Oh, we
no,
can't.
just take the test.
The high quality instruction.
Oh, the 180.
Kids are scrambling, what, which way is it?
Got it.
Doggy's
So,
definitely not gonna.
I mean, that was a big push when I was there.
Yeah, it will impact your grades
All the
too.
grades the
Yeah.
same.
Like in public.
Home assessment, they wanted, so the kids went to process.
So you would.
Minor shells or as ifs that they were all the same, just the instruction was a little different in how it was conducted, but at least everything else was the same.
Like they're highly effective.
We did that, they still
Give a
try to
good
do
use
that.
of good versus greater.
My concern is
Constant changing.
dibbles. We have teachers teaching nonsense words
Continuity there.
because that's
Like I
on
said,
the
English does it different, and
So we
Spanish
have
does it
to,
different, and
that's
history
why my
does it
concern is
different.
transference, even though we won't tell them to do that, that they'll
I
say
don't
this
think
is
so
what they're gonna be
personally, but
tested.
that's my
So
opinion.
if I'm gonna teach the basic skills, that's what my biggest concern is.
You know the expectation, and it's the same.
What is the unemployed?
Well, I know
Then
there's
just that.
I don't think in math you're gonna see stuff like that. That's bonkers. That's just, to me, it's just so stupid.
So you know what, there's like.
I'm on.
Like,
I know that I helped Levi with I don't need this stuff, I'm gonna be a welder and make more money than you. You will. It's welding, and he says, I don't need any of this stuff.
You know, it's sort of on my radar, but
Yeah.
I got after him, but there's not much I could say, you know, because he's got a brother that's a welder, his brother's got his own company, and he'll hire him to do that. At 16, he has to go to school because mom's making him, but he doesn't. So they've got an issue.
Global market in the future.
Well, I talked
What's
about it.
coming to see that, because my brother's right here making $100,000.
Well, yeah, they told I told him about there's a robot that cars, that robots that park shelves, we have robots that flip burgers, we have robots that build homes now in China where you just load the bricks on and the robot does all the work, works 24/7. So, there's robotics now.
thought it was like
Just a
Eastern
matter of-
Hemisphere, like we are having Asian breakfast.
No, like
Yeah.
Eastern, like East side
Teaching, you don't, I
of
don't,
Not that all of the Eastern
to education, you know, you have to.
Sorry to sit there and speak your
Asian, but
So they're replacing people.
I don't really get around my
So if you're in part of the global market, you
where
need
is
to
the
be
Eastern market? Have I ever been there?
more diversified and have more
So like,
skills and.
if the, you know, the capital's right here,
Of course, you know, 16-year-olds, they know
Yeah,
everything.
whatever, you know, brothers making $100.
You may or may not have that.
What are some things there?
That's all they can.
It's a market, so like, you know, like Quincy Market in Boston?
Some.
Like, it's like that, but smaller.
Oh.
And like on the weekends, they have vendors.
Picture.
Okay, well, I'm glad we did that. No, I think that's part of what we need to do.
You can be like, okay, that's where I need to go next time I'm in DC.
And have the relationship
Alright.
with the
I would go to
kids.
Eastern Market.
Out those.
Oh,
It's really hard to get to the rigor.
That's like,
All we do is go right to rigor with no relation, no relevance.
Brought my food, and I thought of you, and I thought I need to be better, and I love that you do that.
You know, the rigor like they used to.
Trying to teach kids to that point. Give them enough effort to get, you know, the rigor they
Most
need
of them aren't so
without.
smart now. He has a lot of other issues attendance. He lost the first hour with one kid.
Hey, now I, do you know what I mean?
20 in the class, but only one kid shows up on there. They don't.
How are you? Who are you? Rise and shout.
She
went too far.
Really bad. Like, they bake until they get here, we can't make it started. We just it's an excuse. So then,
Oh, yeah.
They just show up whenever they want. There's no. Yeah, and so they end up. They get them off, yeah, 20 parties.
I need to finish making some
You can spend all your time at parties when you're
Small monsters and then make it process.
Are you talking about me? Where did you get that from?
I go first. I walk out during the first hour.
Yeah, no, like last year. And it was like one of the special vendors that they have come in. So like, I saw it and I was like, yep, that's happening.
This is at Costco.
It's super good.
I will know by then.
It is a little long and not ideal for a wheelchair.
So I usually surprise probably 8 to 10 every day that we're partying.
It's a tricky thing. Alright, no, yeah, anyway, so it's good to just meet people that are doing the same thing.
It's not like so bad great about it.
Half an hour late. You know, she says she averages about 5 in the first hour class. Kids
This will
start-
come off, right?
That's how many kids
Yeah.
she'll start with.
Oh, yeah. And I got Todd, he left his here.
So, you can't teach them if they're not there. That's it. And I mean, that's one of several issues that we
Half the kids being grown. Astounding.
Sometimes I feel out for the love
I
of
think that if it wasn't, they were stuck, felt stuck because they, you know, or whatever, they would quit because of what's
eager
going on.
beavers that want to sit on the front row and follow directions.
Parties
and,
and everything, they're just.
yeah, we're all rebellious.
Bro,
Something else.
can't make me.
Good teachers, you know. I hope you want good teachers. I hope you want good teachers.
That's for like 20 years.
I was gonna say,
Well, I would hope
they
so.
haven't had those
But
for
that
a
doesn't always
long
feel
time.
like
They have upgraded
serious.
to different styles.
She was super attached to that because Boston several times I brought it over. He's about 3 times several times.
That's a 7-Eleven, man.
But that is just like.
Watching teachers are the number one factor. There is no. What
Okay, what should we do to Todd's titles? We'll come back. Are they coming back now?
After Lori.
First quarter, they watched 90.
Why? Didn't go there, but she's there.
And we have teachers in it.
What's their song?
have a song? Not like
There's
Rise
no
and
rigor,
Shout.
no teaching going on, but it's okay if other kids are in there, but you're not learning it. So I think
It's right here on five.
Nice. I saw it.
Yeah, already? You barely got in there.
in my estimation, not looking outside,
So now I'm
outside
the
looking in.
consultant for the entire.
That's one of the reasons I kept the AP.
She's.
No, that's why I kept the AP calculus, because they were gonna do it. for
Okay,
free.
guys, we are starting back up, and we have from now until 11:30, and there's lots of secondary funness going on. So I am going to go ahead and begin our conversation, and I am not sure why this says stop.
It's because it's me. I can unpause it. Fantastic.
As we get going, we definitely are gonna have times where we are sharing information and sharing ideas and having some of that conversation, but I might even have you kind of get up and move around, but I'm also going to say, being at a table that has like 3 people is optimal. So that you know, because you're gonna at least want 2 people at your table, 3 people is optimal. If you have 6 people at your table, you may want to break up. Just because we are going to be sharing quite a bit of information, and sometimes when there's a room of 50 people, 6 people at a table is necessary. But make sure that when we're sharing, that everyone has an opportunity to share. So if you are sitting at a larger table, kind of make sure you have like an elbow partner that you're sharing with, if you will, or a group of 3. So to get right into it, I do want to share with you that for the past couple of years, I guess it was, well, I don't know how long it's been now, but I know that it's been almost 2 years, that I started talking about having a math task force in secondary, and specifically for high school. We'd spent kind of a couple of years really honing in on things in middle school math and working with students with disabilities to highlight and discuss how are we ensuring that every student has access to grade level content in the middle school. And then as we are moving on and going on, there are also other things, like back in 2008, 9, 10, 11, right in there, we really had a lot of conversations about what is the progression in high school mathematics. And as we shifted from algebra, geometry, algebra 2, that conversation to math 1, 2, 3, there were a lot of discussions statewide about what courses and why and when do we have students take some of the alternative AAF courses, such as Math Decision Making for Life, Modern Math, or Accounting, or some of those other optional 3rd credit classes that also we want to make sure are good and rigorous. Those were conversations that we had quite a bit back then. But it's kind of time to make sure that we are looking at everything, reevaluating, and making connections. So the first thing is I know that this is linked to resources, but also in the notes document, there's a link to resources. In addition to the link to resources, I did have copies today made of a couple of different documents that we're going to be looking at. And one of those documents is going to be talking about students, and as we were doing acceleration, it's called the High Ability Students document that was created like in 2000, I think it was like 2011, and then revised in 2016. There's also a graduation pathways document that really part of this discussion is we need to make sure that we are addressing all options for all students, and also how do we help to ensure that every student is making the choice that makes sense for them. And then we also have a supplemental course intervention document that is a guideline for when we do have students who need just-in-time support, what are the support structures that we have in place. So that's a lot to talk about in 45 minutes, but I do want to start with this conversation, which is how do you identify in your district or your charter school, what are the things you currently have in place to identify high ability students? So I'd like for you to turn to your partner and talk about what are the guidelines you have for identifying students, and then also what are the guidelines that you have for these ideas of compacting acceleration and assessment in general. 2 minutes. So with your elbow partner, please talk about that.
It's called the math inventory.
It's a so we usually use 3 years of data. We used to do very scary too, but after a while now, but we have a couple years of the math inventory. It's just, it measures growth, so they have to score advanced. And we also look at their SAGE rise, whatever. Current math. You always have to make sure you have data.
They weren't quite as
And then the other way around, high ability students from there are placed into a compacted course.
Yes. In high school, it's a little bit more.
Hey, make sure you
selective. Middle school, anyone
kind of
can, because we do part of it over the summer in middle school. Anyone can. Well, it's not really compacted. We do have a big gifted program that they have to test it for.
One thing we
It's complicated.
We're also a screener. Every seventh grader.
So you guys, please thank your partners and then come back.
The goal is every 6 weeks.
That's really the only thing we have. I don't even know.
Okay, so one of the things that I get a lot is I have this situation and my teachers want this sort of thing, and I've got this, and you're wanting support, right? And I will tell you, one of the things I often reference is this high ability document. And so it is clicked as a resource if you want to read it online, but it is also something that I have made a copy of, because I'm gonna actually have you stand up and go meet someone else to talk about a couple of things in this document in a bit. So however you want to access it is fantastic. But what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to read through this document and annotate what's powerful for you to be able to use as a talking point. And then also if there's something in here that you're like, yeah, I think that we should relook at this, or there's something that maybe we want to have as a structure. When I say we, you can always, of course, do this at your district level, but if there's something that you feel like I said, this document was revised I did this in 2016 with a group of people, and then it became ADA compliant. You'll notice it's it has little minor updates every now and then. So the 2019 date on your paper is not because it was updated with content at that time, but please go ahead and I'm gonna give you 4 minutes to read the document, annotate for, oh, this is good, it's helpful, and also things you may have questions about. Does anyone not have a copy that would like a copy? Thank you, Nate. So before we get up and go share with a partner, I would like to come back to this title, which is High Ability Students in the Utah Math Course Standards. We're talking about high ability students. Who are we talking about? Hearing murmurs, but I'm not. We're a team. What do we think? Like, that's who. Who is this supposed to be referencing, or what is it supposed to be? Okay, and then when we say honors kids, I'm going to say, you guys remember back like in 2008, and I say that, but I'm like, for those of us who were doing this role in this position, it's like, we had like 5 different options for 7th graders. And there was so we had lots of kids in lots of different classes, right? But when we say high ability students, one of the things, and this is important to note, is so what percent of students are we talking about when we're talking about high ability students? Very small is very true. Like they actually say 3 to 5%. So when we're talking about high ability students, we're talking about those students who are in that are out. So when you're thinking about the normal distribution, if you will, and you're talking about exceptional and twice exceptional students, when you're talking about students who can get support via differentiated instruction, additional supports, doing that sort of thing, accommodations, things like that are also for students who are needing extra support. But when we're talking about high ability students, this document is for that 3 to 5% who need additional stuff, and how are we identifying them? So what I would love for you to do now is for you to go ahead and take the paper that you have or the work that you have, and please go find someone not sitting at your table. And I want you to identify 2 things in this document that you want to share with them, and please go ahead and do that. And you're going to have 4 minutes, so about 1.5 minutes of sharing and switching, and then meeting your person and saying thank you. So go ahead, 2 items from the document you'd like to share. Please get up and share with someone from not at your table.
What would you like to share?
Hi, Wendy. Janine. That's right. I'm in Nebo. Okay. Yes. Yes.
We could follow this. No, you're okay.
Well, I have all these.
And Jason are right here too. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
I just wondered, because we are, we're both from Iron County. I just wondered if we should all have
Some family up there, actually, Tabiona, that's close.
You can absolutely use that.
From USD?
Yes, that's my cousin's husband. Yeah, I'm like, what, can I get her last name? Betsy is my cousin, yes. That is cute. I try to get up there, I get up there about every summer and go visit them. I'm excited to see them.
And honestly, we have way too many kids in there.
I like to make those connections. I figured it, so that's a small place.
High ability honors level.
And so we came from a family of kids, so it's really nice to be able to
Assessments.
My first
we
cousin.
have 1.
And what was your name?
6th grade. I think we need to retest it. After.
We thought from this thing that really stuck out to me. We would then share it with
So it is law.
Without us. To back that argument, yeah. So we are culture.
Yeah.
thought I was filming
It's pretty crazy the topics in those 7th and 8th that I haven't taught 7th and 8th in Utah. I did in my student teaching a little bit, but I remember looking at some of the things they were doing in 8th grade and all of that come from some pretty interesting.
Right, that's exactly what's happening. So now we can argue whether they should be.
There's some extras, there's some like voter theory, things like that don't show up unless you take a modern math course, like Math 1030 in college. I find them interesting, and they there's things that stimulating without being so algebraic.
Now here's a test that makes them hang it out in
Which I wish we would have in more places. I
all
also
these
think
kids flooding through there, and they don't want to take calculus, so they'll go take CE classes, right?
Kids
They're
for
taking
college.
Math 1050. You know how many
So sure about my career.
big time in Math
You know,
1050?
like I live in Parowan, a small town. I'm sure like you can relate. I have a lot of students that aren't necessarily needing to be calculus ready. So I brought in the modern math course, Math 1030, and I had so many of my boys that were going over to Southwest Tech doing mechanics and stuff like that. They were taking college math classes because that was an opportunity. And I wouldn't necessarily say they were the high ability accelerator path, but I do think they need to have a spot for them as well. Focus on community schools. Like, you say we're are we focusing on both districts? Say we are.
And it moves.
But what I have noticed is that's the worst right now. That now
Yeah. And they're like, we're gonna make way more money. Yeah, exactly. Here's the overtime.
I need to make sure that maybe the class, she's already seen the math grade, right? But now it's just the pace.
Like one day you're doing this, the next day it's like amazing.
Change your mind.
It's like less
That foundation.
So, yeah.
Yeah, right? You guys, 30 seconds, so please wrap up your conversation and say thank you.
I was not looking through the lens of the higher ability as much as I should have. I think I would have been
Kind of like, yeah.
You literally show him something.
And he can memorize it, right?
Memorize it and do it. But then I started. So then I started.
I know, I like that they said that. Actually, it's not just like skipping things, like it means to more assessments and mastered. I like that a lot. Because some teachers will just kind of move things out, like we're gonna move cut through this.
And if there's something wrong, okay, please say thank you. I want to have a whole group conversation so we can capture some of the bigger ideas.
2 units.
So our district is
Oh, my kids are in 8th grade now.
well, I
During summer or after 6th grade year, they did the whole 7th grade. But those long classes, I don't think
they go and these and teach them because I'll tell you why it's so beautiful. Is it's
Okay, so on the front page, in the first 3 paragraphs,
we are seeing task-based.
was there anything that someone selected? Are we okay? Did you guys say thank you? We're back at our seats. Thank you. Anyway, I so love that we're like into the conversations within this document. I want to make sure though that some of our conversations get captured whole group. Because even though I'm like, I got to go around and visit several small groups and heard awesome things, I also want to make sure that we have some of these larger conversations. And so by the way, I just said that about the 3 paragraphs so that we don't come sit down. So now we are, on the front page, I'm curious if there's anyone who's like, on the front page of this high ability document, that there was something that was either a big aha or something that it's like, yes, I do want to make sure that I go back and have this talking point, and it was good to either read for the first time or reread this document. Anything from the front page?
We talked in our group about how high ability is not often it's not just going faster or a grade above, it's also that depth and complexity.
And we talked about that. It's a culture thing, and I don't know if it's just Utah, just this valley, whatever, but you hardly ever get parents coming to you saying, well, my student needs more depth and complexity in math. It's often, my student needs to go faster, my student needs to be a grade above, my student needs to be with better behaved kids, so they're, you know, they love math, they do math every night, they do 90 problems every night, so they are an honor student, they are a high
They're
ability.
so fast.
They're so fast, and
Yeah.
they're a high ability student, and so I guess kind of the lingering questions we have are how do we help shift that mindset to it's not just about speed, it's not just about loving math, it's also about understanding the depth.
And the slow math. So I'm because I want to make sure that we are thinking about how can we use this document to help us with our talking points about what's important. So I'm like, was there something in this document that you felt was supportive?
Right.
And will you share where you
Yeah,
where
so
you
in
were?
the-
Because I was like, are you talking about where it says in quotes?
Yes,
places?
I
Will
am
you share with
talking
everyone?
about in the fourth paragraph, where it says, starts in grades K6, you know, and you could even omit in grade K6 and just say the needs of high ability learners can often be met through the addition of depth and complexity to the core standards, because often we know before we shifted to the core standards, it was just about procedures, mostly. And now that we're trying to make that shift, we need to see more of that. And we often see our honor students struggling because they don't have that depth and complexity.
Wonderful, thank you. I do think that one of the outcomes that we have moved into is there used to be a lot more placing students into tracks in elementary school to have them hurry and get through even like 7th grade mathematics and 6th grade, which was a real problem because a lot of times students that came from that were fast at doing surface level things but really didn't have the depth of knowledge of what happens in 7th grade math, right? So I think that a lot of that has been shifted, but I also completely agree that this conversation of depth over fast happens. I don't want to divert from our conversation, but I do want to say if you are a teacher or an instructional coach or a specialist, one of the ways that I see people really focusing on that work of going for depth versus fast is help recording a teacher and talking about what is your micro message about fast. Because as teachers, we get into this whole, I only have 42 minutes. In fact, I only have like 21 minutes left and we still have lots to do. So like we get in this time thing, right? So when we get in this time thing, we think about what's fast. So helping teachers think of ways how they stop asking questions that are who can tell me the fast computation answer, but focus on what is the way that I want to slow the conversation down so that they are talking to each other more deeply about mathematics as opposed to more quickly, because we can say we want it to be about depth, but if our micro message or unconscious bias is, the only question that I'm asking a group of students is, can they do a computation, and it's how fast they can do it. The message is still, you're good at math if you're fast at doing that thing. But I love that. I also want to talk about the fact that it says, for the few students who have, which is right after, so it's in that same fourth paragraph, for the few students, 3 to 5%, who have a particularly high aptitude for mathematics, schools should carefully evaluate mathematical ability using a minimum of 3 valid and reliable assessment instruments. That conversation is also like part of the identification. There actually is a board rule that talks about how for students to be identified to be compacting or going more quickly through the content, that yes, we need to think about what that means to be gifted and for high ability students, but also the identification needs to have like valid, reliable assessments. And there's a few of those out there that are part of that. What about on the
Before you move on, where do you find those?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
I know. I'm like,
Yeah, so back in the day when I was a district specialist, they were algebra readiness assessments, and they were things, and someone helped me, like the Orleans Hannah was an example, which can still be used, but it does focus more on the algebra. And for those of you who talked about core guides and major works and things like that this morning, you probably also had the conversation of there's a lot more to mathematics than just number computation and algebra, right? So when you are looking at those assessments, you want to have something like the Orleans Hannah. There's also an Iowa test. Anyone else have what your district uses to do that identification?
My understanding too is that Orleans Hannah is not being normed anymore. You know,
And it also was an algebra readiness test back in the day. So I will tell you that there's that one of our conversations is how do we really like when you're also thinking about that 3 to 5%, not what group of students can I pull together to have an honors accelerated course, but like how am I meeting the needs of those? You thinking about ways of identifying really when you're thinking about it is just the small number of students who need that. It becomes helpful as opposed to like back in the day when it used to be, well, let's give a test to, which by the way, I think if you're also giving a test, like why not give the test to every single student? Because when you're talking about that, how are you making the decisions of who you give the assessment to? But yes, so there is a, like, what are the things, and I will also tell you that there was a time back in the day when it was teacher recommendation and teacher self-created assessments, and that was research nationally, and also what we were identifying is that was not the best way, because then you had a lot of students, particularly students of color, and nationally, specifically Black boys. There's a lot of Black boy research about how when teacher recommendation goes into the conversation that they're too squirrely, they're too, so teacher recommendations unconsciously often ends up having bias towards who's good at school. Who do I know is going to do their homework and who's going to work hard, because that's what they have done for me, not necessarily in other areas. On the back side, and I'm so sorry that I'm like, because, but on the back side, is there anything on the back side that you're like, oh, this was really important to my team as we talked about this?
I have a question. Annie mentioned it, I think, in conversation, but with the last paragraph talking about planning to take the appropriate stage assessments, I know that was something that we struggled with implementation before. What is our answer with Aspire now? Like, what does the testing look like?
Wonderful and fantastic, and and Whitney's not in here, I think she's with elementary, but in confirming this with her yesterday too, and this has been the way for a number of years, is that if you are an elementary student, you take the elementary because you're like, I'm in grade 5. The test that's going to be prompted for you is the 5th grade test. When you are in 7th grade, it is the course that you are in. So if you're in a school or a district that does do compacting of 7th grade, 8th grade, and Math 1, which I will also share in my opinion, if there is any compacting going on, those 3 years over a 2-year period is much better than trying to take 7th grade and 8th grade math in 1 year. I don't really know anyone that does a 7th and 8th grade math in 1 year, but when this was first starting, there were people that talked about that. But having 7th grade, 8th grade, and Math 1, and honestly, really, if you're doing that, it should be Math 1 honors, 3 years over the 2 years. The way that's set up is when you start in 7th grade, at some point in time, it needs to be identified when the 7th grade assessment is going to happen. And so it might be that you have 7th grade assessment happen in January, and then you have 8th grade, or whenever it happens to be. And then you do your 8th grade assessment when the 8th grade content is complete, and then you do your Math 1 assessment when the Math 1 assessment is complete. What is really true and tricky in thinking about this is you want to make sure that every student has the end of course assessment for every grade. So we shouldn't have students who are like, I'm now a 7th grader and the only assessment I'm taking is 8th grade math or secondary Math 1. You want to make sure that, and I'm also going to say this, because even though there are these other assessments that we talk about to identify high ability learners, we also want to make sure that we have students who are, if they are being compacted, if they do have this, that they really do have a depth of understanding. And you guys, I don't mean to, because I know how we want to work to help make sure every student is proficient, but sometimes when our students are in a 7th grade compacting class, if they don't get a 4 on that assessment, then there's places where they still have stuff going on, right? Because that really is to say I'm done with 7th grade and ready for 8th grade content before I'm an 8th grader really means that it's like I need that because I am more than just proficient at a level 4, that I'm like, I really have to restrict it that way. I think I'm hoping you guys, did that answer your question? Yeah. And they do have the assessment window open both in the fall and the spring, so you can just identify, and you really just want to make sure that your counselors have students assigned to that content, and then that will be the course assessment that comes up for you. And then when you are, when you're in 8th grade, there's also a secondary Math 1 RISE assessment, but when you're a 9th grader, you take the assessment that is 9th grade. So the 9th grade Aspire is the 9th grade Aspire no matter what course you're in.
So that's what I wanted to clarify. So if they're a 9th grader in secondary math 2,
take the 9th grade.
They are still taking the 9th grade Aspire. So the RISE test in secondary is based on your course that you're taking.
The other one is.
And then the high school is based on the grade level. And the reason for that is the connection to what they want to do for the ACT conversation.
Yes.
And not that I am promoting additional assessments in this world, but sometimes there are some people who are like, yep, and here is our end of course Math 2 assessment to students. And you have yeah. I've been talking about my age a lot today, I so apologize, but back in the 80s, I had a final exam in every single class all the time. So that was just a thing in addition to whatever else, which, yeah, there we go. And you're laughing at me.
Nope, only with you.
Okay.
Chantel brought up a circumstance where there was programs trying to skip content. And so we discussed not only the multiple assessment, but before you even get there, this document suggests that skipping content is inappropriate, and there's also a board rule that ensures that in all content areas the entire core is being taught. So even if there's acceleration, that like skipping content is not an option in that like pool.
Yes, and thank you so much for bringing that up, because you guys, honestly, one of the reasons I wanted to take some time on this document today is so that it can empower us to have conversations with teachers who can then be empowered to have conversations with parents. So the way for teachers to know that it's like, yeah, acceleration in courses must not skip any content. So what does that look like? And how to be supportive of helping people implement that. And then also having talking points for teachers to be able to share with parents. So when parents want to have conversations, that teachers feel empowered to talk about depth as opposed to acceleration or fast.
So we've mentioned twice that there's board rules about things. Can we get
yes,
links to those? So I as a district person, when I'm able to say, well, actually, there's a law about that, and it's this blah, 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 it goes a lot better than, well, experts say that we shouldn't skip grades.
Let me tell you that, and board rule, and I'm actually going to say this, as a math specialist, I became pretty familiar with this board rule, and I totally recommend that we all do. It's R277-700-6, and it is all about high school graduation requirements. And this actually is also part, by the way, R277-700-6 is about all high school graduation. If you were to talk about which portion of this board rule is about mathematics, it is greater in proportionality than any other content area. And it has multiple sections. One of them is this, part 2. Please, also another talking point, and please know this about me. I am very much aware and I am very much in favor of the student who needs the acceleration, who needs the compacting to have that opportunity and to figure out ways to support them in making that work. But I also really armed myself with what are talking points, and here's a huge talking point. A 7th or 8th grade student who does take an accelerated path and maybe takes high school mathematics before grade 9. So if they have Math 1 in 8th grade, everyone needs to be very clear and communicate that that means that they have 3 additional credits required in high school. So basically, this is where this is talking about at least 2 different board-approved assessments. Districts used to submit these board-approved assessments So like the Orleans Hannah and Iowa were things that were included in that. I also used to tell people all the time that the SAGE, which now I understand is RISE, and I'm like, oh, that's the thing that needs to be changed in the document. I think I might just say end of level. But that is not one of those assessments. That assessment does not assess whether or not you're ready for the next grade level. That assessment is about being proficient in that grade level. So it's supposed to be other things to talk about for acceleration. But I used to tell people that if they took that grade level assessment and they didn't score a 4 on it, then they're not going to be ready for that acceleration in the other. And then it also talks about that you, in this part, it talks about having 3 additional credits. There is also another board rule that is in place since 2015, 2016, and that is R277-700-9. So it's in the same space as the -6, but -9, and that's the math competency board rule. That is also linked in your resources that I shared today in the notes. And -9 is about saying that if you're planning to pursue a post-secondary degree, you also want to make sure that in high school you have met the criteria to show that when you go to college, you're not going to be taking a remediation course. Senator Milner put that board rule into place. She didn't put the board rule, she did the legislation around it, and then we created the board rule. But the intent and purpose is that students take Math 1, 2, and 3 while they're in high school. And then also, if they take a concurrent enrollment course that is quantitative literacy, which is 1030, 1040, 1050, 1060, 1210, 1220, any of those courses, 1010 is not considered quantitative literacy requirement, but if they take that class, then they've met the requirement, or they take just another math class their senior year is part of that conversation, which really is taking me away from acceleration and to the next document that I'd like for us to look at, which is the Utah High School Math Graduation Pathways document.
Can I say one other thing, Joey?
Please.
Board Rule 277-713 also provides support for this idea of multiple assessments for students within gifted programs. And so there is parity between gifted and talented kind of identification measures and students like that are referenced within this high abilities document. 3 to 5% of students should be in gifted and talented programs and not 25%. And so one other thing that I wanted to mention in this space is that we see a much higher identification of gifted and talented students in wealthy communities because of the parent involvement in saying that students are gifted and talented. And so ensuring that these multiple assessments are used is also an issue of equity and ensuring that everyone has equal access to being identified.
Is there a list anywhere, because we came up with Orleans Hannah and Iowa as potential valid assessments of other assessments?
Yeah, Shannon and I have, and I'm like, hey Shannon, go to the gifted conference and see what comes up.
If we can't come up with more than 2 as a group, it's hard to do 3.
Yeah.
Alex Diagnostic has a.
Say that again.
Alex Diagnostic Assessment is better than AccuPlacer.
But that one is different than Alex McGraw-Hill
It
that
is.
we use
Yes,
from the STEM
correct.
Action Center.
Yeah,
And
it is
so
different.
you put that in there and that's.
But well, I'm gonna stop the conversation because that actually, that's the Alex PPL that is about placement into concurrent enrollment, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about when you're a 7th grader and you're talking about your acceleration conversation. So I'm going to say this. Because of the shift and because of those things that have happened in the past 6 years, I have not been asking districts to be submitting those things to me because I'm kind of like, you kind of want to know that that's a talking point for you. And I'm not trying to say I don't ask for those things or reference those things because it's not important to me, but because I am like, I feel like you guys at your district, the work that you guys do to make decisions about that I'm comfortable with. And in part because I don't think that there are great assessments out there right now in the moment. And so I would like for you to be able to think about how does that work and look like in your own space. Nate, if you'll make sure to include the links for the 2 board rules that we referenced, and thank you, because of course, beautiful. You guys are awesome.
Sorry
Yes.
to muddle it with one more thing. We have parents oftentimes that will say, my student, I wanna be able to demonstrate competency, so I'd like to go take a test that shows my student
Yes.
scores well enough to skip Sec 1 or whatever. Recommendations on that.
Yeah, you guys, there are competency exams for Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3, and other, like, those as well, and they actually exist in different content areas. I know Davis District, and by the way, just because I'm saying districts that do this does not mean that this is the only place it needs to be. You can contact, in fact, I know that Stephanie Wood in Granite School District offers this at Granite Connections, and lots of people in the Valley go to Granite Connections to take that competency. Thank you so much, Holly, for bringing that up, to do that competency test. In fact, in this slide right here, where it talks about takes the board competency test, this is the competency test that Holly's referencing before grade 9 so that you earn high school credit. So kids will take it between their 8th and 9th grade year so that they get Math 1 credit. It is, it's a good test. And when I say it's a good test, it was created a number of years ago, and it's like students would get a 4 on that end of level assessment and still find holes using that test. So it is Math 1. They're not asking Math 2 questions. They're not, but though math, it's kind of like, do you really know your stuff in Math 1? So when students do pass that test, they don't get a grade. It's a pass-fail, but they do get credit for that competency. And I keep saying Math 1 because that's the most common, and that's the 9th grade conversation. But it's also true for Math 2 and Math 3 with those discussions. I am going to say I so appreciate the conversation that we had this morning. I know that a couple of people I talked to said that they were really looking forward to our pathways discussion. This is one aspect of our pathways discussion. There is another sheet of paper I'd like for you to look at because we'd like feedback on this. As you noticed, when we did the standards in 2016, the recommendation from the Standards Review Committee, and something that was really important, was that we had Math 1, 2, 3, and we had pre-calculus and then calculus, and we had honors and that sort of thing. They're like, all of the standards that are in pre-calculus need to be in Math 1 honors, 2 honors, and 3 honors so that students can go to calculus after those courses. We do not intend, and there's 2 things I want you to note about this document. There is not an intention of trying to separate students into honors and non-honors in high school necessarily based on ability as much as it is their area of interest. And we are talking about making modifications to this document. In fact, there's a group that is working on that right now. And part of their modifications and discussion happens to be we also talk about the fluency of we want students to be able to go in and out of honors. So we want students who are in Math 1 honors that when they go out of Math 1 honors, that Math 1 is the same thing, it just doesn't have the additional topics. But also if students take Math 1, 2, and 3, that they could also take a 2-week summer course, or they can do something like that, and you can use U-Star funds, or like have a way of having them have access and opportunities to some of those honors topics that are there. The other part of this document that before we had this document, it didn't include the AAF courses. And it's really important that we are looking at these courses as options for students. What I would love is for you guys, I don't know when you're gonna have this moment to reflect on this, but what I would like is not only recommendations for modifications for this document, but also in this AAF area, we are getting ready to pull a group of people together to talk about which of these courses should we continue offering, and which of these courses do we feel like maybe we should change. Like there might be some things, like some people really love modern math, so maybe that's not the one, but maybe it's like we should have a data science course in here instead of, oh, you guys come on in. Yes. Yeah, come, yeah, we're ready for you. Just ignore the fact that I'm talking for 45 more seconds, okay? Then we have this going on. So would like feedback and conversations and good stuff like that. With that being said, we are getting ready to shift time to talk about all things secondary and U-Star. And at lunch, if you'd like to talk about more with pathways, I would love that as well. And Holly? We need to get the talk.
That's all right. We'll save it for later.
Hey, how are you?
so bad, Dave.
Can we join you?
It's so terrible.
Right, I don't have to, I got power right now.
My friend Carrie, she went to science fair with me.
I'm with Beehive Academy, it's a charter.
About that.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go. Okay, I got requests for your. Give us up. Yeah.
So yeah, what I was saying, I mean, it's just weird because it's like what really. So I think more of it is what do we want? What is our future? What is education's future?
But especially because, like, I don't know, charter is.
We moved around so much.
All the time, so like all this looks like.
No, I agree. Well, that's my charter. My charter is science. So, yeah, it counts as the physical.
Yeah, you have the science charter, so it sounds a lot like.
Later, I'll be like, offered in ninth. Well, I remember what I did as ninth grade is technically. I am not a be teaching. And then we started to get if they're going to the science.
Good morning, friends. It's almost afternoon time. If I could have your attention for a few minutes, I would be appreciative. So I've been getting a lot of emails about when the new U-Star application is coming out, and my response has been, that's a little bit complicated. So before we talk about what exciting things are happening in the U-Star ecosystem going forward, I want to make sure that everyone's kind of on the same page about what U-Star is and what it's being used for within your LEAs. And so if you could take just a couple of minutes to talk to people at your table and answer these two questions. What is your LEA using U-Star funds for, and why are they important within your ecosystem of funding? What does U-Star funds allow you to do that you could not do if you didn't have access to them? So maybe let's take 4 minutes. Ensure that you're keeping your comments brief so that everyone at your table has the opportunity to share. The goal here is just to understand all the different contexts that U-Star funds are being used for, as well as understanding why they're important to our ecosystems. So take maybe 4 minutes now.
So you guys don't want to tell me this? I'm new, so what's U-Star?
It divides us. By teacher. Which one issue I've seen is because U-Star's been around for like a decade now, is that visit kids, technically, they're supposed to buy extra rooms, right, that are consistent-wise. And it seems like in mainstream kids are, they're like U-Star's gonna cover this, so making it extra really lowering cost taking like oh U-Star's covering this, so we can open up this solution. And then when you tell them that, they said, oh, that's not
We still have 35.
yeah, like oh, like such another world language, yeah. I know it's not really lower cost side business.
I think initially
Teachers in math and science outside.
Because the administrations have become so accustomed to using patterns of funds, so they becomes like
That's what I said.
Well, it goes back to, so.
I'm still trying to
Use your money to buy teachers.
Okay.
On their teacher.
Then they're using,
so they're using everything.
Teachers.
I would have walked right by you without even knowing that you weren't on task until you did that.
There's the audit.
Was on task.
Might go away.
So we,
Finish up final thoughts, we'll come back together.
Your master plan thing is mainly your schedule, like what happens if you don't have your star funds, right? And then what happens if you have your star funds, to kind of distinguish. And not all schools do this really.
but we can't.
But they're gonna have to, if they got cut, they're gonna have to walk on money for certain things. Like you knew you do gas, they're not gonna cut. And then that just.
No idea.
No, I had the coach basketball.
And if I could have everyone's attention here, just monitors, that would be most.
I wasn't worried about rush hour traffic.
So USTAR has 3 primary uses of funds that fall into 3 big bins. The first of those, or one of those, is expanded year programs. Anyone have an example of an expanded year program that goes on within their LEAs? These expanded year programs are generally summer courses or summer experiences that students have the opportunity to go through USTAR funds. Any examples of expanded year programs?
We offer most of, a fair amount of our funding is for our summer programs where we offer chemistry, physics, biology, and most of the math courses for credit, or initial credit, or now with the new legislation, remediation as long as they declare first.
Awesome. Cool. Another bin of programs that USTAR refers to as expanded day programs. Does anyone have an example of an expanded day program that they use USTAR funds to kind of to run? So this can be before school or after school experiences that happen during the school day. Expanded year could also include weekends as well. Examples of,
For the expanded year, we have a partnership with WSU for a prep program, and then we provide teachers to go teach at that.
Awesome. And so you said expanded year, is that during the summer?
So that's during the summer, the 8-week program. And then expanded year, one of our junior highs does a Saturday school, kind of, and tutoring and things like that.
Cool. And so expanded day tutoring happens, and this is it before or after school?
There's after school, and then there's also a Saturday school.
Cool. And then the final kind of bin that, well, actually, we were just talking about supplementary math courses within our kind of math group. And so this final bin of programs that USTAR funds can go towards is extended opportunities within the school day. Does anyone want to talk about opportunities that they use USTAR to drive that happen within their school day? So this can look like expanded course opportunities for students running courses that don't have as high of enrollments as other ones. Any examples of those circumstances?
We have a couple feeders that have their AP, a lot of their AP courses would not carry at the high school level. So we pay for that period so that they will carry, because the FTE allotment at the school can't justify it. So we do offer that. And then a few remediation math courses at some schools are offered using USTAR funding to pay that period for that teacher.
Yeah, and so there's actually, we see examples of both accelerated or advanced coursework, as well as supplementary or remedial opportunities for students. And so this kind of falls across the spectrum of both science and math. For those that aren't extremely familiar with USTAR, USTAR stands for Utah Science, Technology, and Research Centers Initiative. Mathematics is also included within the definition of what it's incentivizing, but ultimately it's trying to do 3 things. It's trying to increase math and science opportunities for students. It's trying to increase the use of capital facilities, namely improve the use of buildings that aren't being used either before school, after school, during the summer, on weekends. And then finally, to attract and retain highly qualified teachers within math and science circumstances. And so those three goals are what we used when we started to convene stakeholders from across the state this summer in wondering how we could evolve USTAR to better meet the needs of LEAs. We got a lot of feedback that this program was providing useful funds for these things that without those funds, LEAs could not do. However, last November, an internal audit came out looking at the use of USTAR funds, and there were some findings that were both concerning within our community as well as within the legislature. And so that has set off a chain of events that hopefully will result in USTAR improving while not limiting the ways that you're already using those funds. So from the beginning, USTAR has been a confusing name because there used to be two different programs with the name USTAR. There was a higher ed initiative as well as a K-12 initiative. And so in the 2018 legislative session, when the higher ed initiative got nixed, everyone thought that these funds, our K-12 initiative, was repealed. That was not the case. And so going forward, we're proposing a name change to the MOST program, math and science opportunities for students and teachers. Another change that we're talking about is proposal due dates. Within the statute, there are some due dates that don't align with when LEAs are trying to establish their course schedules for the following year. And so we're trying to better align when applications are happening to what LEA are telling us is happening on the ground. There's also a point in the statute that suggests the ways that charters apply are different from school districts. And the feedback that we've gotten consistently across LEAs is that both of these entities can apply in the same manner, and that is the most equitable way for things to happen. So we want to remove this and then increase flexibility of fund use. So currently, what statute requires is that 95% of funds need to be spent on salaries for teachers. And there is some hopes that there will be increased definition for what teacher contracts might look like. So as we had these conversations with stakeholder groups and shared with everyone, one of the audit findings was that of the three goals that USTAR purports to achieve, using capital facilities was consistently being achieved. And the idea of increased opportunities for math and science experiences for students was consistently being achieved, but the data did not support that teachers were consistently attracted and or retained using USTAR funds. Now, we have had feedback that this opportunity for productivity for teachers is an incentive in some cases. And then we've also had this experience that it can be a disincentive for teachers because of burnout. And so what we saw is that teachers were actually less likely to stay in schools when USTAR funds were used within their classrooms. And in some circumstances, there was no appreciable difference between teachers within USTAR LEAs in getting USTAR funds and not getting USTAR funds. So within this stakeholder group, we had a conversation surrounding what could be other ways that would incentivize this retention and attraction of high-quality teachers. And so one of the things that was most consistently suggested was increased supports within kind of math and science ecosystems. And so what we're hoping to do, and again, as we're having these conversations, there's no use of funds that are currently allowed that we're suggesting will not be allowed going forward. So we're not taking away any options. What we're trying to do is broaden the opportunities that these funds can be used for. So what this flexibility looks like is instead of only incentivizing the payment of teacher contracts, that there could be an opportunity to hire coaches within the math and the science spaces. There could be an opportunity to hire specialists in kind of broader ecosystem circumstances. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And then there could also be mentoring structures put in play so that teachers who are new to school communities or new to teaching in general within math and science could be supported through what we know those first 5 years of their career are the most critical in ensuring that they're going to stay within the career. So these are all possibilities. Right now, we're in the process of drafting the bill, so we don't have specific language as to what this is going to look like, but we will have that before too long. We have a bill sponsor, Senator Hilliard, and we actually just talked to him yesterday, and he's super excited about the possibilities of this passing this legislative session. So wrapped up within this kind of flexibility of fund use is also the possible incentivization of professional learning communities and offering educators the opportunity to be paid to collaborate, as opposed to only paid to be paid to teach during their prep. What we saw with this burnout idea is that in some cases teachers were taking productivity and then their kind of experiences within that school or within that LEA were limited, in part because of this fact that they don't have a prep period. And so we're hoping that there's the opportunity for an increased use of, or flexibility of funds with regards to being able to pay teachers to collaborate with one another, because we know from a number of spaces, but Hattie's meta-analysis recently, the new results of his, every year, I don't want to spend too much time with this, but within this meta-analysis every year, Hattie kind of updates it to incorporate all the new kind of research that came into what are the most effective factors in pushing student learning forward. And collective efficacy has been one of the highest effect sizes within this meta-analysis for the last 3 or 5 years. And so we know that PLC communities, when supported effectively, are a really high quality way and a highly effective way to support teachers in continuing within the profession. So our hope is to provide some language that would allow the use of U-Star funds within PLC communities as well. So we're looking at the idea of the inclusion of regional U-Star specialists. One thing that comes out in the statute for U-Star is that this money should be spread as equitably across the state as possible, meaning that urban and rural communities, wealthier communities, and communities that are receiving less economic benefits as things shift, all of these kind of factors should come into play when we're looking at applications. And so something that came up within those conversations this summer was the idea that we could include U-Star specialists that both helped with monitoring what those ecosystems within those communities look like, but as well as operating as kind of administrators or coaches within the U-Star efforts that we're going, so they could support teachers and schools in implementing the U-Star plan that community put into play. And so finally, we're also asking for an additional $4.8 million to be incorporated into that ongoing appropriation. It's currently 6.2 across the state, so we're asking for almost double what is currently being allocated. And what we saw during the last application cycle was we had close to $12 million in applications. So we're confident that you were all willing to spend this amount of money, and so we're hopeful that the legislature would be willing to give it to us. So these are all kind of fuzzy at the moment. I didn't give you a statute, but are there any questions about what these things look like? Again, at the base level, it's basically broadening or making these funds a little more flexible in use beyond what they are now. There's no current circumstances that have been allowed in the past that will not be allowed going forward. Questions?
Is it still 7 through 12th grade teachers?
As it's written currently, it is secondary, yep. 7 through 12, great question. Ricky, did I miss anything?
No, I think that's it. Oh. What, is it just math, science, or are we incorporating like computer science, engineering?
So, that's a great question. From the last application cycle, what was the circumstance in that case?
So in the last application cycle, we looked specifically at computer science in the idea that computer science classes count as foundation science courses. And so because of that, it had to count. Very few applied for that, but those that I think got approved. As far as engineering, there are some engineering courses that count as elective science courses, and so in that wing it could, but generally, I don't know. The problem that I have is that CTE courses also come with a load of funding. And so like I really have a hard time being like, use this for this funding and still get that funding. We're paying you to get funding for more funding. Anyway, like there's an issue there we need to look at. But really we're looking at generally core math and science courses.
And there are plans that are kind of focusing on STEM experiences, and which incorporates both of those kind of
Initiative was to increase and retain math and science teachers. And so when we have the conversation, I appreciated the computer science and love that Ricky talked about computer science first. It is if you are a math or science teacher and you're teaching courses that earn math or science credits. So math courses can also have an AAF course, is like a computer programming class, but it is if you are a math teacher and you are teaching math, if you are a math or science teacher, thank you, Ricky, teaching those classes.
So that's one distinction we did make with that though, is that they had to have a science endorsement. Anyway, it became this issue where it's like, the purpose is to retain math and science teachers. And anyway, it is a bit of a loophole now, or I guess a bit of a gray area that we're trying to figure out, like, how do we clarify this so that everyone knows that they can or cannot apply in this area, so.
And it's worth noting that the board rule currently requires teachers to have a license in the discipline that they're teaching, so math and science specifically, and that process is monitored. And so.
And another issue is they run those based off of core code and Cactus, and computer science courses, even though they count as science, are a 3.5, not a 0.8 course, and therefore if they don't even show up, and they would show up in an audit as not qualified to teach science because they don't have anyway, right. There's a mess in there that we need to, it was a change in 2016 when they added computer science where this happened, but yeah.
It's a great question. But is it on this issue?
Loosely related.
Then we'll take it.
Because you like that. Just wondering, when will you know if these proposed changes have gone through? Will it go in effect for this next cycle?
It's a fuzzy answer, but I have an answer. I think it's likely that we'll know about the statutory changes by like end of February ish. The money, it depends, and it depends on how we go forward. Like, we might know the last day. It might not be until the last day, but if we do a fiscal note in the bill, then there's the opportunity for everything to be passed and on the governor's desk before the end of the session. So. Given that all of the conversations haven't concluded yet, it'll be sometime between the middle of February and the last day of the session. And we'll talk about kind of timeline and due dates because of that in a second. Great one.
So USTAR was designed for the acquisition retention of teachers, but you were saying that the study is showing that it's not having that result?
One of the audit findings was that the USTAR program as a whole that was not one of the outcomes.
Is that because buying out preps and that is resulting in teacher burnout? Is that?
So that's the suggestion is that there's both give and take in that productivity in selling your prep, is that there is it's important, like teachers need that money, and in some cases that keeps them in the profession, that opportunity to have those extra funds. But there's also evidence that suggests not having a prep period during the day, and so having to outsource that preparation outside of your school day does lead to burnout. The study was correlative. It wasn't causation based. So I don't have a great answer other than to say there seems to be kind of a give and take in this circumstance.
I think following on to that idea, I think it's great that we're including the option for collaboration as a specific USTAR request. But I think there's some other things that might help teachers, like, for example, being able to engage in professional development by attending a conference or taking a course or something like that. And So I wonder whether there's, and it maybe is opening a can of worms here, but if there's a way to include, since the name changes for students and teachers, maybe we could expand the flexibility even a little bit more to allow teachers to propose things like that.
So it's a great question or a great point, and kind of elicits another question, and that is currently 95% of all U-Star funds need to be spent on salaries and or benefits for qualified math and science teachers. As the drafting looks like at the moment, as opposed to changing that 95%, what we have done is expanded the kind of circumstances by which that 95 can be spent, but it's still personnel based. And so with this kind of coaches, specialist mentorship, and like PLC idea, the language, and again, like nothing is finalized, so we don't know for sure. But currently, it's not changing the 95% ratio. It's just expanding what that 95% can be spent on, which means that there's still 5% that can go towards other things. The good news is, as it's currently written, that PD would be an allowable expense going forward, but the ratio doesn't change. So there would be that expanded opportunity, and with the exception of the 5% being bigger, if we get a higher allocation, the ratio hasn't changed, and that is a bigger it's a bigger discussion. We talked about doing it in a number of ways. I'd be happy to talk to you offline about how we do it. I don't know what time it is. Oh, okay, then we better go to the next slide. Okay, so these are all possibilities that come from these changes. Again, we say potential because we don't know what's going to happen as we move forward.
And if you know anything about how the legislature works too, they give us opportunity to draft, like, here's what we want, but then in the session, in committee, they could take and change and add and subtract anything they want along the way. So that's why, again, we give a recommendation, but there are times that, like, coming out, it looks nothing like we had going in. And if you're not familiar with that, I just want you to be aware of why it's like, these are proposed ideas, but who knows what is going to happen when this hits the floor, so. Not hits the fan, by the way. You like that? Okay, so we're not releasing this yet. You're gonna be able to see it, but as you will notice, it is the U-Star RFP 2020-2021 draft. And so you're welcome to begin your application based on what this looks like, but please know that this is a draft and that it is not set in stone. You will have this link available on the PowerPoint. And so if you were here during the last application cycle, you will notice that this looks very similar to what it looked like previously. So as of now, we're looking at March 22nd as the deadline for this application cycle. It's later than we would like it to be, and it has to be after the legislative session because the program might totally change. So what we've done is we've made this due date, 10 days after the legislative session ends or something, so that you have the opportunity to write your application as if it were the same as this year, or if you want to alter any aspects of it within the last 3 years. And then if things change during the legislative session, you'll have those 10 days to add or change based on those changes. And then we'll go forward with the review process based on these dates. Please note that when you look at this document, as opposed to a 3-year application, we're asking for a single-year application this year. The reason for that is because the program could change substantially. And so what this allows you to do is, if you want to continue programming that you have going on, you'll have the ability to write your application in similar ways to where it's at now. And then you'll have the entire next year to brainstorm about how the new flexibility and use of funds might lend itself. And I think that the assumption is that next year we'll do another 3-year
RFP as opposed to just a single year.
Just a little, okay, so I just need to be clarified. The grant, the RFP is the same, sorry, not, I've been doing an RFP. The grant application is the same right here as it's been, or you've changed it, we don't have access to it, it's not letting us in to see it.
I haven't
So-
given anyone access.
Oh, that's, okay, but you
People asked
will?
me for access before I explained it, so I
Oh, then
didn't
we
want
don't
anyone
listen to
look
you?
at it.
Very good instructional strategy. Okay, so this draft includes the proposed ideas, so we can, that you're offering.
So this draft is the assumption that nothing changes. The as it is currently written.
Okay, that was my first, okay, so, and then, but it could change if they approve the changes for this first year, for this 1 year?
Which is why we haven't added that stuff yet, because it could change. We don't want everyone writing an application that then they would have to change everything on if it didn't change. And so what we've done is we've kept everything similar. So if nothing changes, this will work. If everything that we are asking for goes into play, this will also work.
However, so do you anticipate if the changes that you propose are approved, right? They don't kill it or make a bazillion changes.
Yeah.
The net, you don't foresee them changing it in the next legislative session for the 3-year cycle?
So the 3-year cycle is not in code. And so currently we have the opportunity to make the decision, whatever makes the most sense. And so I think that it is likely that next year we will do a 3-year cycle just like we've done.
Okay.
So, yeah, and one thing about, so the changes we're asking to make in statute haven't been touched since they last looked at this in 2008. So the likelihood of them bringing it back up again to make additional changes probably won't happen unless we tell them to, right? So like whatever changes do happen will be stuck in stone for a while.
That was my question. It'll sustain for long enough that we're not gonna have to read it.
know.
Okay. I just say
We're gonna
anticipate.
do what
I'm not asking for guarantee.
So we need to get you all to lunch. I'm a couple minutes over, but I will change the viewing rights so that everyone can look at what we're seeing here as soon as I get back to my computer.
Please know it's just a draft, so don't start your application yet, because it might change. Okay, cool.
The basis of it is, for this version, we have simplified things a bit and tried to focus them more on your goals. And so what it looks like is there's a template at the bottom of the document that you'll use. It looks just like this. And so just like before, you'll have some assurances, you'll do an abstract, and then you'll identify your needs. You'll identify your goals based on those needs, and then you'll go through and you'll explain the purpose of your programming. What programming are you proposing connected to expanded year? What programming are you connected to productivity? And what programming are you connected to in STEM day? There'll be a final section that's called evaluation. This is where you'll explain how you are evaluating the effectiveness of your program. And that's it. That budget sheet that you have to turn in every year will not be a part of the application until your fund use is approved, at which point you're going to have to fill it out in order to get access to grant money in Utah grants. We have tried to simplify this application. It was 8 pages last time plus the attachment. This time it's 6 pages or less. And we've also given page number suggestions with each section. So evaluation is 1 page, purpose is 2 to 3 pages, and then the LEA needs, goals, and purpose is 2 pages. So, I'm around for a few minutes. I will change the viewing rights right now so that you can check them out. nathan.hawk@schools.utah.gov is my email. Feel free to send me any questions that you have about this process. Let's go on.
Well, you guys were back at 12:45. 12:45. Thank you. More opportunities. More. I have to go get. Yeah. I think the air, and there will be people in here. Yeah.
I'll be sure to take your. I really like that. Love it.
Good looking laptop.
I saw the post-it note, I already saw it.
You know, we can't multitask.
How are you?
You prepared.
We can either start.
I was thinking, do you want to plug your
Yeah, I understand their needs.
I might plug my nose.
I just had this conversation.
So they've taken each and third so
That falls under me.
which I need this one and honestly
I don't really care. I just want to.
so and I'm gonna tell you
There's so much stuff. I tried to get our sign up about.
I'm saying I know how much
he was on board with the high school. Things that he decided not to. And I get together with them. I mean, that's just yeah, that makes sense. So this month we're meeting. So I don't know.
No, thank you. I was not happy with it.
When I get back, I'm going to.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, let's get together to start working on some assessments.
Yeah, so it'll be in the fall, right now it's in
That's awesome.
And so all the
Yeah, so all those service centers, all those hands.
I can't do that again, I can't do that again. Yeah, so it'll be for sure in the fall.
Great stuff. Their side.
Third hour, when we used to ride down, back 4th hour.
You've got mixed feelings as well.
Yeah, so I assume you'll be
First year
sending
break.
something out.
No science, we'll get a good summer there.
Yeah, do you know what?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just right here. So we have her.
So whoever's in charge of the thing is gonna be we'll get a stipend. But I really still need to have
No, I know, and if mine don't get
for me,
It's kind of in the same boat. He actually is their science specialist. That's a different role. But he has her fellow assistants, right?
high school.
Right, and that's what
And it might be good to talk to him or see if you learn from
you
him.
get that information, let me know, and I'll be able to help. I'm reading this kind of carefully.
Big part of
He'll be.
Just like I personalized.
Then I saw this little word on
teach at high school. I think everybody needs to help a little bit.
Hey, but
Or, well,
I'm in the PhD program right now. It's killing me.
There's no.
I know, well, I finished, well, I sort of finished, so I got through it.
Just on the other side of the district, football, he retired, whatever.
So that would be one.
Questions have.
That's the one they're gonna want.
Well,
High school one?
yeah, but that all changes this fall, right?
They're all ILO. Their ILOs are going away. He said,
That is the, so normally what that looks like is they would then go to the high school and be enrolled for the consulting at the high school.
I mean, we're a community.
doing so much.
So like, for
We would
example,
have to
there
Train
used
our
to be.
people on it. You talk about that people seed. And see,
So when it comes to training on assessments, that'd be Scott.
Scott.
Scott
It's
actually
been
has
good.
done that.
You
He
know,
went
I
out
got
to
the job
Tooele
that I
District
wanted.
And they would have to
went
go to that school.
met with their secondary teachers, talked about how to write good items and assessments, things like that. So that really is interesting. Candace, do you need something or?
But it was great. I love
I'm trying to find Josh.
Oh my gosh,
She is like,
text him.
You know, she gave me the best feedback, and see, I had part of the problem in my program, I had
I have no problem sharing people's contact. I share Mavens all the time. Here, call Maven whenever you need.
Are you saying that you want them to do this instead of
I
this?
wasn't able to do some of the things like that's what they were
We are looking at.
But I am going to say that,
very,
yeah, but
you know, this is.
you were the district that gets to say, here's how we're offering it. And I would say for them to only have a half year of math one in eighth grade does not, so they're having, so yes, but how are you also going, what are you gonna have them take the evening? Are they gonna take this?
They'll come in very
But
much
the
like a
assessment.
And we do the grade.
You know,
So it would be assessments.
but anyway, I thought it was a great experience for me personally.
But I don't think that
That I
the
got
eighth
the
grade
job I
Aspire
wanted,
test
which
for
is
math one is gonna be offered during the summer. Yeah, that doesn't.
Most of our courses, but I do.
To accelerate, no, to accelerate, you need to either take the math competency
Teachers
exam,
in there.
which would be this one, or you also need to take
So
the
it's been great
course,
because
so
I'm
that
now
you take
doing
that end
this.
of level assessment, which is that, why I was
So
like, if you're a
if
STEM
Trevor doesn't do it,
I'll have
don't
him-
have an application, give me a call, we'll look at it, see what.
So that's why I'm like, when people do seventh grade, eighth grade, and math one over 2 years, they do it in 3
Thank you,
grades,
sorry,
they have,
thank you really
they
much.
need to have, make sure that they have all 3 assessments that they take. So if they want to take math one, and they are wanting to finish it before 9th grade.
Hey, Malia, thanks for answering all my questions.
Yeah, you bet.
Take that math one assessment for,
And you
like,
said, well,
or
Sorry,
they
David, but no, so
take
Scott
the
Ross.
math competency test before.
He has done that.
But you want to also, as a district,
North,
make
south,
sure
and
that
not,
they have
and I'm not saying the rules aren't being
Yeah.
represented, I'm just saying they may not
So,
apply. You know what I'm
Right, or
saying,
known
or this,
about it.
right, you know,
Yeah.
there's different things like
I mean,
that.
now, I do think that by having seventh grade and then math
But
one
if there was a way.
connected and making sense between
So,
all the things they're interacting
there's a
to
course
help
initiation
students
more
more
deeply
deeply
into
into
that's kind of why I made
content,
I stood on my
I think
pole
is great.
and I did it last
I don't know if
Unfortunately,
you
it
get
tends to
through
get
an
not
entire
all
Most of
course.
the rural districts.
You know, because there's only so much money and those that
Felt
know,
like
they
their
can
focus
invest.
of what they're
Some have
doing
better
would have it so that they could take the end of level assessment. I would, you can also
Sure,
have
that
them, right.
But I appreciate you clarifying, because I had no idea.
How are
Yeah,
we doing
no
in
problem.
Rise.
Happy to
a
answer
lot of
questions.
districts.
Yes.
And I appreciate
find
it,
a
calculus
answer.
ones, because I've
So
seen
before you
that.
start trying to
There used to
read
be something
you know,
that thought
like
when
you
I
could
told
try
guys, they got
districts.
Like how are we going
So
to
you
have both the
benchmarks.
8th grade rise assessment at some point in time, and then at some other point in time, take the secondary math one rise assessment.
Alright, no, you're great, thanks,
How long do we have again? I got,
12:45, you got a whole hour and a
The James
minute.
district is working
I
on
came
finishing
late because I was coming to this meeting where the science people was at the Capitol. And I went to the Capitol and we moved up the meeting and I said,
They are supposed to.
I should,
that.
I'm stupid, I need to read
Just say, yeah,
emails,
we're
I
not
read
on the whole year, we're
email.
just taking the
Anyway.
semester, so, because right now you
And
have.
I had to read off the
We'll
roads.
be back again at 12:45.
Roads were good, but it was foggy, so I couldn't go.
How to.
I,
Calculator, thanks.
You are making it so, like if you do this competency exam, then that competency exam can count in their 9th grade math one. If
sure.
Work on
I know,
years in finishing, in the summer without that competency exam,
curriculum, and that'd be,
then you're giving them credit in 8th grade for that math one class, which means then they also have 3 additional.
but me going over it, talking
I think
to
there's a scholarship.
There it is.
Swanson about stuff.
Which you don't have to now, because this is
I know,
last year.
I know that, but I'm just saying, I don't know, partly because of our unique
But it's-
Valley
but it's-
Cap
it's
dynamic in Kane County, And just partly
But
because
it doesn't have to, but it can be beyond Math 1. What they don't like is to see this are relevant to all of us. And I also think that if we're secondary people, we know some really sweet, awesome, great elementary people that we can be nominating and thinking about. We're also going to just review the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program, and I'll answer any questions you have about that. And then we've got a great conversation talking about the Utah State Board of Education Strategic Plan. I don't know how much you're aware of that or what that looks like for you, but we'll kind of give some highlights and updates on that. And then also, as we mentioned this morning, part of the conversation in different ways. The legislative session starts on Monday, January 27th. So we'd love to share information and updates and things like that are happening. And then of course, anything else that people would like to discuss. I love that everyone has their computers going on, and thanks to, truthfully, Ricky's been doing this for a couple of years, and we have really loved that he sets it up so that we can all see the PowerPoint slide deck, and you have reference to that. But also we have a place for joint notes, so please don't forget to go ahead and go into that. What's really great is there's a place you can just click a button and it will take you right down to where the combined meeting notes and all of that good stuff happens to be. And with that being said, I have shared about our afternoon, but we should also introduce and make some introductions. My name is Jolie Honey. I am the STEM coordinator and am like the luckiest person in the world to have like the best team ever here at USBE working on all things STEM. So I also happen to be the secondary math specialist, and I would love for USBE people to also be able to stand up and share who you are and what role you participate in. And I know this morning we did that as well, but we have like all of us STEMness are here together, being together, so we'll get to know each other.
Hi, I'm Ricky Scott. I'm secondary science specialist at the Utah State Board of Education. Hi.
Hi, I'm Melissa Mendenhall, and I am the other half. I'm the elementary science specialist and the elementary STEM specialist for the State Board.
I am Malia Height, and I'm the middle school math specialist and MTSS specialist, so I do anything special ed.
Hi, I'm Whitney Grant. I'm the math assessment specialist here.
Scott Ross Kelly, I'm the science assessment specialist here.
And Shannon, not that we want to highlight that she's not here. She's not here. She has a meeting in DC on Monday and Tuesday and decided that it would be a lovely opportunity to take her husband and go to DC for the weekend. And this was like the nice little flight that took her there. So if you're missing Shannon and want to text her or email her and say, we miss you already, you can do that.
Say Melissa's mad because we were supposed to do this together, the next part, and now you're gone.
Also, Nathan Knock was the one who presented U-Star. I don't know if we probably didn't introduce him either, but he also is on our team, obviously, because he presented.
And he did introduce himself this morning, and I appreciate that I'm not the only one calling out people that are not here.
Notice how Nathan Knock is not here today, at least at this
So
moment.
likewise, we could do the same thing. Wonderful. With that being said, I'm going to turn the time over to Melissa, who is going to do a lovely job talking about PAMES even without Shannon.
Minus Shannon, who's off gallivanting across the country. No, I'm glad she's having a good time. So we are going to talk about the PAMES Awards. This year we are on an elementary cycle, K6, but I think the information applies to all of us. And like Jolie said, secondary people know good elementary teachers, and that's what we want to have happen, is for them to be nominated. So the PAMES is really the highest recognition for K-12 teachers in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and computer science. So it's administered by the National Science Foundation, but it's from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. From every state, there are 2 awardees, one from the science section and one from the mathematics section. those have been extended this year. So in science, it's now science and engineering. But when you go in to apply, when the nominees are nominated, they have to select either science or mathematics, although science includes engineering now, and mathematics includes computer science and technology. So that's something to know. The awardees receive some amazing things. You get a signed document by the president. There you go. What more could you want? Besides that, you get a small stipend of $10,000. So it's a pretty good deal. And a trip to Washington, D.C., where they really roll out the red carpet. It's amazing. Lots of award banquets. You get to go and see lots of the sites and talk to lots of people. There's networking with great science and mathematics teachers from across the country. So it's an amazing experience. But I wanted for you to hear kind of firsthand what that experience is like, so that you could think this would be a great opportunity for so-and-so or so-and-so. So we have our own Maggie here, who is going to tell you about her experience as a PAPEST awardee. Go. Oh, no.
That's not my
She's like, which picture did you put on? A really nice one.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
So I'm Maggie Huddleston. I'm just FYI, I am the K-12 science person for Weber School District. And I also am Utah Science Teachers Association president. So now you know who I am. In 2015, I was selected as a secondary award winner to travel to DC and earned this award. I was nominated by our science person at the time. Most, generally speaking, matter of fact, if we took a poll, I don't know, maybe we don't want to take a poll, but we have some new people. Everywhere I go, majority of people don't know about this. Even my own teachers. Yesterday, I was in talking with a whole bunch of my teachers, and someone said, oh, I'm so excited, because she got nominated and was asking me questions, and someone sitting next to me says, what is it? I was like, even in my own district, they don't even know what it is. So that's our first thing is education, is we just have to make sure that we are messaging principals. I mean, people can technically even self-nominate, but it's always nicer to be nominated by someone who appreciates what you do. The process is kind of a little bit of a grueling one, but one of the benefits of participating in this program is that there really is a lot of self-reflection that we just don't normally do unless you're forced to do it in an application. But it was really beneficial for me to kind of see where I was as an educator and where I wanted to go. So that part is what else? I was going to say the networking has been fabulous. It's opened up some doors. Because it's a high honor, you say that you're a PAPEST winner, and in the organizations that know what that is, it's a pretty high honor. It means that you are recognized as an excellent teacher. So it's opened quite a few doors to be able to participate in other programs nationwide, just not statewide. I've had a lot of opportunities, and I think being a PAPEST winner definitely has helped me be able to do a lot of those things. Also, the networking with teachers from across the country that I still network with is fabulous. And PAPEST has an organization where I still get emails from them, and it kind of keeps me up to date on the new and the best. So, I've lost my train of thought. So, make sure you go back and nominate some teachers.
Oh, they don't have to go back. They are going to have the opportunity in just right now.
Oh, to do it right now.
I figured why put off this fabulous opportunity. Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate that. She is amazing. So, are there any other winners? Woo! What year?
1992.
90?
Secondary math.
In math?
Math, yes.
Oh, and I just have to say, you really do, well, at least we think, we compared all of our certificates signed by the President of the United States to see if it was like a photocopy, and we saw differences in the signature.
There you go.
It usually was signed by the President of the United States.
Is there, my math friend over here, is there anything you would like to add since you've been through?
Wow, the networking thing is really, really big. It's opened so many doors, and And they really wine and dine you there. I mean, it's a great opportunity.
And you get to take someone, which I didn't know until they said, "What's your husband's name?" And I said, "I get to take him too?" So they pay for both, 2 people.
That's great. So as far as nominating, anyone can nominate a teacher. And you nominate at that web address, www.papes.org. But a few things to know, when you get to that page, all you do is click on nominate a teacher. It's easy. It takes about 3 minutes at the longest. You just need to know their name, their email, their phone number, and then your information. You know, what school are they at? So minimal information, so it's not hard to do. But there are some things, some criteria, so you want to make sure, kind of think, are they eligible? One of the things is they need to teach science, technology, engineering, math, or computer science as part of their responsibilities. This year it's a K-6 level, so it needs to be a K-6 teacher. They need to be a full-time employee and no less than 50% of their time spent with children, instructing children. And also prior to this school year, they need to have had 5 years of experience that include one of these subjects or more than one of the subjects. So that's kind of important. Also, just a few things, hopefully most of these, our teachers would all fit into. They need to teach in one of the designated states or a commonwealth. Also, it's not for ARL teachers. This is for, they need to have a bachelor's degree already, be a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident, and not have received the PAPES award in another category. So be a new person to the process. So, this is your chance, people. How exciting. Will you think about who could we, Ricky's like, whoo, they look pumped.
No, it was the way you said it. How exciting. Could have been worse.
So we are going to take 4 minutes and 27 seconds. So you've got to move fast. So you can go to www.papes.
Melissa, I don't think you need their phone number. I think you just need to know where they teach.
Where they teach?
Yep, just
They've
their
taken
name
that off, then that's new.
So it makes it even easier.
See, you guys can get 3 done in 4 minutes and 27 seconds. So if you will think who would be a good person to nominate, we're going to do that quickly. So want everyone on their computers? This is time to focus, people. 4 minutes and now 20 seconds. So go.
It says
Yeah,
nominate.
I'm in secondary, so I don't.
Can we nominate middle school?
Scroll down.
K6.
Scroll down. Right there. Nominated teachers.
I don't.
Yep, click that button and it goes right into it. And you can nominate yourself if you are a teacher. At least 50% of your time.
She said teacher.
Just cancel out.
Two more minutes, people.
Joint effort. That's awesome.
2 minutes, you could get another one.
So I don't know if I sent the pictures to you, but it's so funny, because we were talking about how people were taking pictures of people's boards. Yeah. PowerPoint. Oh, yeah. I'll be sending this to you. For like 4 people, click. I'm like, okay, yes.
She's amazing.
You're taking pictures of the PowerPoints, like you think you might actually go back and look at them. Yeah, that too. I take pictures all the time, and then when I'm looking for specific pictures, I remember taking that. Delete. So I was cracking.
Hey, my friends, as you finish up, let's come back together.
I'm so excited. Think of how many more teachers now are nominated for the state of Utah. That's great.
Questions on So as we come back together, I want to show you some of the data about nominations. So when you look, and sorry, these are kind of small. So this shows for the year. So like for 2014, in science, there were 36 nominations. And this is elementary data. Secondary is going to be slightly different, but I think you'll see that there's going to be a trend that works both ways. So in 2016, in science, there were 36 nominations. And in math, there were only 22 nominations. Or math people nominated. But when we see these nominations, I want you to look at now how many were submitted. So if we look for 2014 for science, there were 36 nominations, only 6 applications were completed. So a lot of the people we nominate don't really know what this is, like Maggie said. They don't understand how awesome this award is and what this opportunity could mean for them. Also, I think they just need people to nudge them. You are amazing. What can I do to help you? What would you say, Maggie, would be like a good support for someone to help start pushing them into the application process?
I would say a 1 in 6 chance of winning $10,000 is pretty good.
Yeah. 1 in 6 chance that's not random, that is
If
based
you're
on
talking
merit.
about money. No, I
Even better.
Wait, what did you say?
I said in a 1 in 6 chance, that's not a chance. It's based on merit. So like, sell yourself. I think that's honestly, that's the biggest problem for teachers. They struggle saying good things about themselves. And so sometimes what is really helpful, and this is just my opinion, is if you nominate someone, help them by telling them the great things that they do. Give them stuff to talk about, because some people really struggle there. I know a lot of people every year that get nominated that email me, they're like, this is so nice that I was nominated, but I don't think I'm good enough. And I looked at like last year's pool and I'm like, you could have won. Like, you were phenomenal. Not that last year's pool wasn't great, but you were one of the best teachers I know of. And they just need to hear this from you. It's an amazing opportunity, not just for your teachers individually, but also for the district and for your charter schools to be able to have that badge of honor that you have an amazing teacher there in your midst. Not that you don't already, but let them be recognized, right? So
There is a mentorship program too, so they can be assigned a mentor who will help them through that process, which is helpful if they want that.
That's something I would definitely mention to them. This does look a little bit overwhelming, but there are mentors that can help you through. And I nominated you because I think you're amazing and you could win.
So how do they find out about getting a mentor?
When they go in, so once they start to apply, it tells them if you want a mentor. So I've had like 3 already ask me in science for a mentor. So then once they click on this, I want a mentor, it sends me a notice saying this person would like a mentor, so I find a mentor and hook them up. So
About roughly, a lot of times a teacher will go, I really don't have time to do this. What kind of time commitment?
So, well, you have to take a video of your class of you teaching. So there's the commitment of making like 3 or 4 or 5 videos to then go through and decide which one you want to use for your, for your papers that you write. But then it's, oh gosh, I don't know.
kind of a reflective process.
Reflective process.
So this is what I planned, this is how it went, this is what I'm thinking I might change in the future. Yeah, I would think so. But really, it's a very good way to improve your practice in the process too.
But do you have someone who's recently done national boards? It's not far off. Like if they've already done that work, they're probably fairly close already in the work that they've done, in the reflection aspect, and the video aspect. I mean, there's some pretty tight similarities between those two. So,
And they're more than
I
welcome
did
to
last
email
year
me
and I
their
didn't get
questions.
picked, so.
Go on to
Be a deterrent though. I'm also pregnant and had brain, like a pregnancy brain, so.
So really, make sure that you're supporting people. If you nominated someone, let them know. Think, how can I help them move forward in the process? Because we would like more people to be in the pool for this amazing experience. And just the experience of going through it, people I've talked to, they've said, I learned so much about myself and improved my practice so much from going through this experience. So that takes great teachers and makes them even better, which is what we want for our students. Yes?
Who selects the winner?
From the state of Utah, a committee is put together of experts, and they review all of the information and make decisions. They don't all, I mean, it's split up so that there's different
People from the.
higher education, people at this level, like state science specialists, state mathematics specialists, district ones. Ricky and, I mean, the state people, we just oversee, we don't make the decision, the committee does. So it's based on experts in the field, educators, higher ed, district people. Anything else you want to add, Julie?
That's at the state level, submitting the semifinalists, and then at the national level, there are people from other states who are on a national committee who make the selection of who the final awardee for each state happens to be. And really, in the past, there have been all kinds of different people that have been on the state level committee. We've had board members and legislatures and other people just to help them be aware. In fact, as you're saying that, if anyone's interested and would like to participate, it's a great experience. So if you'd like to participate, let Melissa and Shannon know this year.
So just real fast to clarify, everyone who submits an application, the state usually picks 2 to 4 finalists, we say, that get sent to the national level.
Yeah.
And it's now 3.
It's 3, it's been 3 always.
It used to be up to 5 and now it's 3.
3 in math and 3 in science.
So out of the completed application pool, then the state committee selects 3 that go on and have the chance to be selected at the
And
national
those
level.
state finalists also, there's a really nice dinner and a really nice plaque that they get, and it's an honor to be a finalist for the state as well.
So anyway, nominate and support. That's the big deal. Hey. Over to.
Yay.
Good job, Melissa.
Awesome. I am just actually here to talk about the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program. I want to tell you guys, this is our first year having this, and so excited. We have almost $1 million encumbered for people to be able to participate and take courses where they are reimbursed for courses that they take, as well as any required materials as they earn math and science and also CTE endorsements that are STEM related. I am also going to share with you that what my goal today is to let you know these things and then to ask if there are questions. And by the way, when I say I'm so excited to share that, I really, really, really am going to say thank you so much, because I feel like with this being the first year, having your voices out sharing with your teachers the opportunities for this is really what has made that difference. And letting people know that they have this opportunity to get the endorsement has been huge. And also talking about it being first year, people are still learning about it. I get emails every week with, we didn't get our application in for this particular teacher who didn't know about it. Can we do this again? And so even though the intention is to have the application cycle open and then have reimbursements throughout the year, we are opening the application opportunity again, because we do have up to $1.2 million, and we definitely want to make sure that any and every teacher who is taking any, that's probably my phone. Is it? Whoever's phone it was, apparently it is done. But it could have been mine. Apparently it wasn't this time. So letting you know that we are opening the application again. I'm actually keeping it open until April 7th. As much as I don't really want to keep it open that long because you can't be verified that you're approved until that time. I'm going to say right now everybody has been approved as long as they meet the criterion that are found on the STEM EIP frequently asked questions document, which by the way, I will also make sure in our shared notes that that link, and Malia is still on it. That will be in our shared notes that are there. So that you can see who qualifies and all that other good stuff. The next thing is the reimbursement request. We have requests coming in. There are people that have had, like my 4 teachers took classes this fall, and those 4 teachers have turned in whatever they needed to at their district level. For you guys at the district level, the only thing you have to turn in, there we go. The only thing you have to turn in is when you go into Utah Grants, there is a spreadsheet that thanks to Ricky Scott, you can't see this, but that's not Ricky's fault, that's mine. But thanks to Ricky Scott, he created the Excel spreadsheet that just makes it so that you put down, here's the teacher, this is their name, this is the grade band, this is the area, here's the class they took. And you do not need to tell us what grade they had because that's not, we'll see that when they turn in their endorsement application. But, and it's just how much money there is, and it will self-populate up at the top saying how much your total elementary, and then there's another tab for secondary. If you have questions about that, shoot me an email, and usually I reply back with here's the attachment, and I will put it in the actual email as an attachment. But when you go into Utah Grants to do the reimbursement request, that Excel document is there as well. And so far, the requests that have come in, it's been super smooth. Like literally the most complicated thing is someone actually put down $500 for a CTE class and then put it in the science field. But we looked at what was going on and we fixed it. It was not like it's really been super, super sweet. And it's helpful for us because also in the end, we'll be able to share and show that we've spent $300,000 to help teachers earn their elementary STEM endorsement, or we've spent, $250,000 to help teachers become endorsed as a level 4 math teacher, or whatever that looks like. So I know I've said this 3 times already, but just thank you, because we know that in math and science, those are the critical need areas for teachers, and helping them to become highly qualified by allowing them opportunities to take these endorsement classes is really, really awesome. With that said, I want to share these 3 things are going to be in the combined notes. One is the STEM EIP FAQs. That will be there so you can click. I've actually added it to my favorites. I have a generic email that I send to anyone who asks about it that always includes that link so that people can get frequently asked questions answered there. The second thing is the reimbursement form and what that looks like. It's this Excel document. And then the third thing that does exist right now in the combined notes is that if you're not familiar with Utah Grants because you don't spend 10 hours a week of your life in there, lucky you. No, Tracy Peterson, if you ever see this, I love you. But if you're not used to Utah Grants, I also put directions of how to go into your Utah Grants to submit the reimbursement. There's directions step by step of how to go in and submit those reimbursement requests. That is all my information. Questions, comments? Yes, Ricky.
I'd like to ask, on the district side, how much time and effort is this putting onto your backs? Is this adding a lot? I just want to know, what can we do to help that? Those are the kind of things that I'm thinking, what can we do to support you, I guess, if that's a possibility.
I have a question. In our last state meetings, Melissa gave a slide dealing with the potential for elementary cohorts from a district to submit it as a group. But because it wasn't in black and white in the reimbursement program, whatever the details, our LEA said, no way, we're not gonna try to do that. I don't know if we can get some more details, if that is really a thing, or if our district was correct. The understanding that they had was that it's an individual reimbursement and not a group. And so the district denied the BYU instructor.
Well, that's a problem.
Trying to get the reimbursement. I think the problem stemmed from they were trying to do it the old way where UTSTA was getting money from STEM Action and the teachers only had to pay $50 up front. And so they tried to recreate that and get the remainder directly from the LEA, but our LEA said, no way, it's not black and white in the program. This has to be an individual reimbursement after transcripts are given, and the individual teacher has to give receipts for the whole $500 for elementary. So they were trying to just follow the letter of the law so that if they're audited, they wouldn't be burned.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And what we need is a clear statement of.
We have a clear statement and it's actually a ballot.
But I thought it was possible from your slide to do as a big cohort, but our
It
district
is.
was like, no, you can't, because it's not in black and white on this program.
So that might be something we need to make sure is in the frequently asked questions, and we'll go back and check for that. But no, a district, because a lot of times that's how elementaries run their elementary
it's like
endorsements.
14 elementary
They'll
teachers
get
that did it
a
together.
group together, a cohort together, and send that cohort through. So this allows for you to do that and have it reimbursed to the district so that then the teachers still aren't paying. So we'll make sure that that's on the frequently asked questions page.
And I will also say this, it's in the webinar that is being discussed. It also explicitly too.
Yes.
And I want to be careful because the frequently asked questions is also kind of intended for teachers who are kind of like, do I qualify? Do I this and that? There's several districts who definitely are submitting my group of 25 people who are in this cohort who are being reimbursed for this. There's several districts doing that. You can send me an email and I can in black and white reply back and say that's absolutely great. What you have to be careful of though is if you have 25 people sign up for it and you're asking for reimbursement, that when the course is done, if you only have 10 people finish the course, that's where you need to be cautious of what that looks like because it is a reimbursement, not an upfront. So you want to make sure that you are anticipating that you have up to $500 for every elementary endorsement program. But if you have 10 people, thank you, course. If you have 10 people who complete the course, then that's like $5,000. So is that $5,000 going to cover the cost of what's going on with that? And I don't want to get muddled in this, and Melissa.
But I still have some questions.
I mean, if we're thinking
how
like
do the teachers individually still have to turn in their transcripts? Or can it be a grade sheet from the professor or instructor?
Those don't come to us.
Exactly, but the district's really trying to be, I know it's the wrong word, but no. They're trying to be very careful about the possibility of being audited, that they have exactly the paperwork at the district. So do they need individual transcripts per cohort?
If we were to run an audit, my thought is that we would probably look to see that the district has transcripts of these, right?
Yeah, and so in the black and white paper, it does talk about the fact that at the district level, they want to make sure that they have copies of the tuition and whatever materials that they're submitting for reimbursement. They also want to make sure that this participant successfully completed the course, which usually means with a C or better. I don't know why I say usually, it means with a C or better. And so that's why you need the transcripts, but the district keeps all of that. So a lot of times when a district has a cohort that's going through that, the instructor actually has the list of participants and has what the grades happen to be on there. And so if your district has that form, then you've got that. You don't have to then go get official transcripts from every single participant when they have completed the course. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess I need this from Melissa or from yourself for.
Well, Jolie's the main administrator, but Nate and I put it together, Nathan Ock and I. And for elementary, what we envisioned may happen is that a district gets together, they contract out with the instructor, and that's going to cost a certain amount.
There may be some books that they need to buy. That's going to cost a certain amount. They're willing to take on that. The teachers don't pay anything, but then at the end, they can submit reimbursement, the district can, but only for the amount of what
So
they
it could be
actually
either the
spent.
district or the instructor that gives the invoice, and that counts as the individual receipts to pay for the courses. That makes sense?
Well,
It's
so
a
the
difference.
teachers don't have to pay anything.
Exactly.
What Jolie will be looking for is, have you submitted the receipts that show this was how much the instructor cost, these were the
For the
books.
entire group.
For the
Not-
entire
not on an
group.
individual
But you
basis.
can't submit for more than
Okay,
what those receipts
So I
are.
guess I'll have to get that from you
So
in
if your instructor
writing.
is $5,000 and there's $2,000 in materials, that's $7,000 to be distributed among however many people are actually completing the class. And make sure that's less than $500 per person, and you're totally good. And I'm great to reply to any email and share with that.
So I'll have to have you
So
tell our LEA directly.
I'm actually gonna say this, I would
Or
love for
get
you to
information.
write an email saying this is what we would like to do.
Okay.
And talk about, and this is what I blah, 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 and I will reply back and say, I will absolutely 100% approve this, and I'm so glad that you're doing this for your teachers. Please let me know if you have additional questions.
And for elementary,
That's
within
a
the
woohoo!
year, you may be running 3 different classes, right? 3 different courses. So
Yeah.
you might have 3 different.
And they're gonna, they
that
have
you're
a
sent
series
through.
of like 6 courses for the STEM endorsement or
Yeah,
whatever it
it
is.
usually
yes.
takes about a year and a half, 2 years. So, I mean, it's not just one class, but you can put it in for every one that you run.
Yep. Malia, did you?
There's an online question. For the next application cycle, can those who didn't know or understand the grant and finished a class in the window of July to December, can they apply for that course that was finished?
That is a fantastic question. The application cycle that is available from January 30th to April 7th is for anyone and everyone who is taking courses that work toward that STEM endorsement program. And the courses started, they basically finished between July 1st, 2019 and June 30th, 2020. So it is in this fiscal year. So every time you've submitted, and it is true, and that's an awesome question, because originally we're like, the first application cycle was to be for people from July to December. And you guys, the reason is I didn't know whether or not we were gonna have $20 worth of requests or $2 million worth of requests. So I wanted to be careful how we were with that. But we are now to the place where it's like, this is open to try to catch anyone who has not been aware of. So thank you so much for asking that question outside, Malia. That is for anyone who is completing those courses from July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. Awesome, yes.
So just back to like the district cohort and maybe we've already started talking about contracting and I'm at Weaver State. So we can take like 15 to 20 teachers and the costs are about the same. So we would be sending an invoice. I mean, I need about 1 instructor per 20 teachers. So it would be based on the invoice for the class or the number of teachers in it, because I can't run it at 15.
Because the way this is set up, when you go to submit the reimbursement, let's say the total cost for that class happens to be $7,000. I don't know why I'm using that number again, but the total cost for everything is $7,000. And let's say you had 20 people enrolled, then $7,000 is also a bad idea, because I'm gonna say the total cost was $6,000, because I just like that number more all of a sudden. So you had $6,000 in cost and you had 20 people, so then you would put the cost for each, so the reimbursement amount would be for $300 for each person. But you guys, you do not have to reimburse the teacher that $300 because the teacher never paid for it. You get the money back at your district level, and then at the district level, they pay the instructor, and they have already covered the cost of materials, and so that you have that going on. You just want to make sure that you have an invoice that the instructor costs this amount and that your materials cost this amount. And if, say, for example, you started the course that year and you had $6,000 of cost, but say you had 20 people signed up, but then that number dropped down and only 15 completed, then you would then, and here I am, what is that? Someone help me. So you now are gonna have those 15 people listed, and now the cost is $400 per person. What you don't wanna do though is have $6,000 in cost and only have 4 people, let's say 6 people finish the class, because the $1,000 per person's beyond the scope of that.
So we make the adjustment in the cost per teacher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Other questions or other, like I really love that Ricky said, it's kind of funny because on our end, getting this set up to begin with has been kind of a heavy lift, and there's lots of things going on in Utah Grants Management right now, but we also really want to try to make this as streamlined as possible, where we're still going to meet any requirements that if we were to be audited, but because at the same time, we don't want to be like, oh, we spent $1 million, but we have no idea what class they took and whether or not they finished it, and blah, blah, blah. So we want to be careful of that, but I really appreciate, does anyone else have any comments about Ricky's conversation of what does this lift look like to you, and are there other ways we can be more supportive?
So I'm not in charge of this for our district, but the person who sits next to me at work is. And so I just know she ends up spending hours and hours and hours. I don't know how you'd fix this, but it's like going through transcripts from so many universities, and you get Western Governors who has some name of a class and trying to decipher, like, does this class count for this thing on the list for the endorsement? Does the teacher already have this endorsement? Is this date correct? Like we were getting some from teachers that were dated a couple of years ago, and then we finally figured out, oh, they're in a program that started on that date. And so even though the date is before this started, they took the class last summer. And so it's just, I think, going through all these little things and trying to make sure that like what Nate was saying, like their district is worried about being audited. And so like checking off all of those little boxes to make sure if our district gets audited, that we've done everything correctly has just taken an immense amount of time. And I'm in a big district too. And so then we also start, like we're pretty good with math and science, but then we get like special ed, we get CTE teachers, and so there are even teachers we don't know or who they don't know us, so then they don't respond to emails. So it's just, and part of that's just being in a big district. But it's been kind of hard to try to figure it out at our district level.
No, and that's a really, really good, so I'll say this, and then if anyone else wants to add to this. We do endorsements here at our office where we get all the applications. That's why I'm like, I don't need to see your grade on here. If you guys have seen it, when they submit their endorsement application, we have to verify them. But one of the things that we often will do is we will say, you need to highlight what you want us to see. So like as a district, especially a large district, and I do also think that some of this heavy lift has been a little bit just because it's brand new. And so I think, just being able to say like, I need you to highlight where this is specifically. I also think that if you wanted to do things to tighten up how you organize your district application, to have things like, we created that application. In fact, Nate and Melissa modified it from an application and as a suggestion, so that it didn't feel like you had to go completely create it on your own. But we do want you to feel ownership of that, and so if there are ways that you feel like you can make changes and do that, I think that's really great. I will also share with you that I'm the one that gets everything, but I also am like, if I have questions, I have a CTE person that I connect with, and then I also have my team. So if I have a question about a science class, so I am going to say thank you. Tell your person that I said thank you so much, because sometimes we get reimbursement requests and I have to go look to see if that really is a science class that is connected, because of whatever that happens to look like. And so I appreciate that is being looked at from your level of what you're doing as well. So please make sure that you thank that person for us. But also, it may be worthwhile. I know some districts, especially larger districts, are thinking about how do I have more than just myself involved so that they can approve and make sure that is happening there.
An online question. If applicants finish the class after July 1 of 2020, so like after our fiscal year starts, that gonna be a future application window?
The intention is that's a future application window, and we just have to make sure that that funding becomes ongoing with the legislation. It was brand new this past year. It was earmarked as ongoing funding, but we still have to make sure that it is ongoing. Yes.
I was just gonna make a suggestion that I'm gonna do with my district after going through the same thing. Is I'm gonna have them, when they submit stuff to me, also submit the endorsement paper showing which class it is that they are wanting reimbursement for, cause then two things happen. One, they go, oh, this class isn't on the endorsement paper, cause I got lots submitted, I'm like, that doesn't even count. So I'm just gonna make them send it, that might help.
And I think sometimes it's just that like different colleges call things different names, and so especially Western Governors, we're like, we don't actually know what that means. Like, it looks like maybe a chemistry class, but I don't know what it is.
I will say this, with Western Governors, if they are enrolled in a program for the endorsement, that's helpful. That's how I'm going to answer that question. But I know that for myself, when I am looking to see if people have met the endorsement requirements and it comes from Western Governors, I look to see, are they in this program? And if they're in the program, we've had conversations related to that, making sure that it's like, okay, this says college geometry, and you're in the right program that says that this is the class that you'd be required to take for that program. Do you want to say anything, Ricky, about that?
All I was gonna say is, especially for my science peeps, if there's ever, if you're reviewing these and you're like, would you really count this as advanced chemistry? I have no problem if you shoot me an email and be like, Ricky, do you count, I don't know, analytical calculation, I don't know, whatever, I don't know. I'm not trying to think of like a good, big, high, who knows chemistry class, but I can't think of it right now. Quantitative analysis, that's what I was thinking. Will you count quantitative analysis as an advanced chem? And I can get back to you and say, for endorsement purpose, I do count this one. I generally don't count that. But most of these people come to me first.
Yeah.
And they ask me, what can I take? Is this class okay? And so they probably has been pre-approved, but not everyone does, because I still get endorsement applications that I'm like, I can't accept that class. So anyway, so I'm happy to help in the science world at least.
Yeah, no, that's true. And like I get quite a few emails that are like, I'm doing this, is this the right class? And yeah, I appreciate that.
I think that what Rory was saying is probably really true. The first time you set anything up or do anything, it's always going to be a little more challenging. Then you get a system down and things get going a little better. So I'm hoping that that's what will work, because really, as we've thought about this, what a wonderful thing that we can reimburse teachers and that we can help deepen their capacity to improve instruction. And that's cool. And so I like to kind of think, what is our end goal? And that's our end goal. What a neat opportunity that we can provide monies for teachers who want to do that.
And I'll also add one more thing too, is that again, we put minimum standards for what we need. Like Maggie said, like, it's perfectly okay for you to put more on the teachers, put more weight on them. I love the idea of having them prove this class fits for this endorsement in this way. Because I mean, put that on them. If you want your money back, you have to get this done. And I think they'll follow through, so.
And you know, another thing that I just, thank you so much, because another thing that I may have just realized too is you might be going through that process when they're submitting their application. And then feeling like you have to do it again when they submit the reimbursement. And here is something that you guys can do, is when they're submitting their application, you reply back and say, I'm submitting this application for you to blah, blah, blah. Be sure that you read the FAQ document, and that, because it is on them, not on you, to make sure they're taking the right classes. So like, does that make sense? Like you may have a generic email, because I'm thinking about the number of reimbursements requests that I've had that I'm realizing, oh, when you're getting the applications in, especially where you have different things that are going on, having a generic email that goes back to the teacher that says, thank you so much, we're really excited that you are a part of this program. Please make sure that you look at your endorsement application and that the courses that you're taking correspond with what's required on the frequently asked questions document, right? And then if you have questions, and seriously, if you have questions about your endorsement in, and then if you want to write secondary math, and then put my name with my email, and secondary science, and then put Ricky's name with his email, elementary STEM, like, you, like, feel free to have an email that has that, so that when it comes to your application, that is so not on you.
I really love that idea, because there's always so much heartache when a teacher comes to us and is like, I just spent an entire semester and this much money and next class doesn't work, and I'm like, I really wish you would have come to me first. Like, I wish I could, but so I mean, if we can get that to happen, that's a lot less heartburn on all of our.
Yeah, and I don't want you guys to feel like because that would be stressful to think that you have to say whether or not that class is working at the application phase, because what if later on we're looking at it and like, yeah, that didn't count, and then like you don't want to be, you want to be the generator of getting money to people, not the person who has to say yes or no at that point. So, that's great.
Where can you find the requirements for the middle level science endorsement? We have I know of two teachers in my district that were taking certain classes, and then they just got an email in the last month or so saying the ARL program is changing and that the requirements are changing. Do we have
Not
updates on
affecting
that?
endorsements though. Endorsements haven't been affected by ARL, but to see those actual requirements, I mean, the endorsement, with the changes that are happening in licensure, they're not affecting endorsements. So there's been a lot of confusion, by the way, with that.
Would that be two
But
separate things?
if you want to see that, I can show you that, Katie,
Okay.
where you get that.
We can actually also put down where you can go see endorsement applications on USBE's website. Malia's on that too. Yeah, anything else you want to be in there, just say it out loud. Malia's like on that. Yeah, she's awesome. So there's different ways you can go look at where those endorsement applications are. There's a math site on the math website, there's science on the science website, but there's also a place in licensing that just has all the endorsements. And so if you are the person in your district looking at all those endorsements, that's there. This is awesome. I am like, any other questions? Yes.
I was texting my cohort who is over this, and she's wondering why secondary teachers get $1,200 a class and elementary $500, even if it's the same credit at the same university.
So the secondary endorsement, so a lot of times the elementary endorsement happen to have those cohorts of the conversation of what we were just saying, and it's for those classes that we absolutely believe are really important and really help teachers to become better teachers in elementary. The one thing is also it's that criticality index. Having an elementary STEM, an elementary science, or an elementary math endorsement is super awesome, and we know how important that is, but it does not make it so that that teacher can or cannot teach elementary. That's just an additional endorsement, like a reading endorsement, if you will. Whereas in secondary, it qualifies you to be a teacher in areas where there's a credible shortage.
Oh, that was a good answer.
All right, you guys, if you have any other questions, please feel free to add them to the document. This was really important to us to be able to, as we continue, and like I said, like how awesome that we have so many people who are participating. And if you have any other questions, or if you haven't filled out an application in the past, when this does come out, and it might even be before January 30th, but when it does come open, feel free to email me. My email will also be on the notes section. And if you haven't emailed me before, if you have other questions. Thank you so much for your time on this. With that being said.
Hey, Julie.
With that being said, connecting to the strategic plan. It's all Ricky.
Yay.
Yay!
So the USBE has a strategic plan that they have in place that I want to take an opportunity to share with you, because it's our strategic plan, everything that comes out of our office will be aligned to this plan. So it's important for you to understand that just the basics of this and how hopefully it might even help the work that you're doing. So before we go too far, I want to introduce, if you haven't seen it before, the Portrait of a Graduate. Raise your hand if you have heard of the USBE's Portrait of a Graduate. Raise your hand if you have not heard of Portrait of a Graduate. Hey, I want to spend some, even if you haven't, maybe a good review. In the shared notes, if you can go to that really fast on your computer, that's a great link, but that doesn't really help you in the air for looking at it. So anyway, in the shared notes, I did put a link in there on that page, right, Malia?
Yes, and I have used it, and this is what it will look like. This is your link. This is it.
It's it. Yeah, so it's on the shared link. If you go there, this is the portrait of the graduate. You scared me for a second. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've
I just clicked it, that's what showed
Okay.
up.
So anyway, but there are 3 areas of that, and the whole purpose of this, you might have remembered when they worked on this, they went around the entire state, had a bunch of different focus groups and said, when a kid graduates from high school, what are all the things, not just knowledge, but what are all the abilities and feelings, and what should a graduate from Utah have? And they put this wonderful document together. I should probably put a picture of it, but
We can just,
hopefully you have it in front of you. I'm going to stand over here, which is an awful place to be for that side of the room, but this is the screen it's on, and if you're online, please click on the link. Thank you. So there are 3 key areas that we look at specific to a graduate in Utah, right? This is really what we're working towards. First is the idea of mastery, right? Their ability to get depth of knowledge and skill proficiency. The next thing is autonomy, and the final thing is purpose. So if we scroll down, you'll see these things organized for me, Malia. So here's the first section in mastery. Go up to these. So we have the area of academic mastery, wellness, civic, financial, economic literacy, and digital literacy. A graduate from Utah should have understanding and skills in those abilities, or in those areas, right? Then we move down to the next section, right? Looking at autonomy, we have their ability for communication, critical thinking, creativity, innovation, collaboration, and teamwork. So again, a lot of these soft skills that we hear a lot about that both colleges and career and the world is saying kids need this, right? And you keep scrolling down to that purpose. And these are the ones that are really hard to measure, by the way. But these are ones also that people in these committee meetings all around the state were saying should have is honesty, integrity, responsibility, hard work and resilience, lifelong learner, service, and respect. So again, this document is really kind of the vision statement of sorts for our office. When we look at the work we're doing with kids K-12, how are we helping kids get to this? Now, I know this document is still in its infancy because the question comes, how do you assess this? How do you assess a kid's respectfulness, right? Or their ability to be a hard worker and be persistent. And I mean, it's really hard to do, and we're looking at ways that we can measure this, but it's still kind of a starting point. It's right now kind of a pie in the sky vision and the work that we do. Now, with that ties to the strategic plan. Utah State Board of Education has put together the strategic plan to help us really focus our work to help improving these areas. There are 4 main areas there with several sub areas. First one focuses on early learning, then professional learning and supports, safe and healthy schools, and finally personalizing competency-based learning. So in these areas, we've been broken in our office into different groups and in a kind of a focus to kind of create different toolkits and resources to kind of make sure that the work we do supports this. With this, I just want to make sure, the section that I'm just curious, because the section that I'm over is here in this professional learning section. Raise your hand if you are familiar with the State Board of Education's professional learning standards. This was a law that came into place in 2015 that everything that happens in regards to professional learning in the state of Utah needs to be aligned to these professional learning standards. The section that we have specifically looking at is when we're looking at these standards, we're looking at how do we make sure that what we're doing is effective. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a report that was brought out by, I'm trying to remember who released it, but there's this great report that talked about, they looked at these 6 different districts and professional learning they were doing all over the country. They picked different ones. And they said on average they were spending about $13,000 per teacher on professional learning per year, right? But then when they looked at what were the effects of these, it was like you would see this little climb and then it just kind of leveled. Like there was no change. So the whole purpose of this is when we look at professional learning, what are we doing that actually has impact and affects change? So just looking forward on this, what our group hopes to do is start really helping you understand that when you do professional learning, there are certain aspects that should be there, right? Hopefully one thing you know is that a one and done experience with teachers generally does nothing. It's a good hurrah, it gets them potentially excited, but there's very little evidence that there's retention in there. So when you're doing PD with teachers, if it's just a one-day event with very little follow-up, maybe that you're not getting much out of it. Like sometimes you find the most sustained learning happens over time. Well, you always see that, right? And sometimes it could be as simple as, well, we met today, expect an email from me in 4 weeks to figure out, I mean, there are ways that we can look at trying to figure out what we're doing with our teachers to see how effective it is, and see if we can improve the effectiveness of what we're doing. Needless to say, that's just one section. There have been a lot of work, by the way, looking at this personalizing competency-based learning. How many of your districts or charters are moving towards a competency-based model, right? And there's a lot of work happening there, and we have people going all over the place in different directions. And so again, are we doing this right? Well, again, we don't really know. So that group is looking at how do we make sure that when we're doing stuff to help support competency-based learning, that it works. So that's a quick overview for that. There's a lot more that'll be coming in those areas, and we're happy to fill you in as we get there. So there's that. And oh, there we go. Joe, back to you. Okay, legislation. I don't know, I can't talk about it.
Yeah, you can.
I probably could.
You want to?
Not really.
Actually, this is great, and this is kind of a short discussion because the legislation has not started yet. For those of you that heard Ricky and Nate talking this morning, super excited. Senator Hilliard is actually very interested in the U-Star discussion that's happening. So please keep your eyes out for that. While it's true that the application is in existence and something that you can start thinking about, there's also a lot of positivity around expanding what U-Star has been and also maybe potentially changing the name. Someone actually mentioned to me, Holly McIntosh, this morning and reminded me that one of the things that we may also want to do as we move forward with U-Star is when we do the name change, also having a logo and having conversations around it, because right now we have a lot of teachers who are using U-Star funds to do different things and don't even know that they're using U-Star funds. And so when we send out surveys talking about how has U-Star been beneficial to you, they're kind of like, I don't know. Didn't even know that that was how I was being paid, or that that's what was supporting our after-school tutoring, or that that's what's supporting some of the things that we have going on in robotics or MESA or whatnot. So that just so we know, we are really feeling very good about the direction and conversation with U-Star. For early college, this is the conversation. For those of you that were in math, Nate mentioned this earlier. This is the EASP and concurrent enrollment, which is really talking about what are things that we are doing to provide more equitable distribution and having conversations so that all students have better access to early college and concurrent enrollment funding. And Senator Maine is sponsoring that, which is really kind of nice because I don't know if you guys have had this experience, but one of the things that I'm loving about the situation this year is we actually are not only telling you things that are going on in the legislature, but like there are senators who are actually very much talking about sponsoring and supporting and promoting this. And usually we're like, keep your eye out for early college, we'll see what happens. And so it's been a very, very exciting situation. Early learning, I don't know, Melissa, did you and Shannon talk about this morning? And I have elementary people saying, yes, you did. So early learning is another thing that impacts us. It's the conversation about how to increase from just reading assessments to also include more STEM conversations. And right now it is specifically in math, but it is talking about how can we provide more professional learning funds and coaching and that sort of thing. And then I don't know what your specific situation is in kindergarten, but currently in our state, we have approximately 20% of our students who are in an extended day kindergarten, and the conversation is looking to double that. So increasing our extended day kindergarten by 100%. So really looking forward to that. By the way, extended kindergarten can be anything from shifting from half day to half day plus an hour, or to extending to a full day conversation of what's going on with that. And with that being said, we are turning the time over. Oh, I should ask if there are any questions regarding the legislation. And Ricky, yes.
I just again, like all things like with U-Star before, just with the legislative session, I guess we'll just say to you, hold on to your hats and be listening to what's happening, because it always is that way. Like something comes up we didn't even know was coming. Really, when it comes down to this, you have a bigger say than you know, and your voice is really important. So make sure if you see something you're really passionate about, don't just sit back and be like, that's great, but contact people and be like, I really support this. You should, representative of mine, like, be active here. You as leaders especially should shake that, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay. This is how fast I thought STEM EIP was gonna go, so I really appreciate. But also, we included STEM EIP because we wanted to make sure that we are using the money and that we feel really good about it and that we are doing things to support you. The Standards Implementation Institute is our next item on the agenda.
Ricky, do you want to do secondary and then I'll?
I think I have one slide very quickly.
You don't. I deleted it, remember?
You did, and I put it back in.
I actually didn't put it back in, it got moved.
All right.
Enjoy.
From behind the scenes. Okay, so the MTSS Systems Conference is something that you and your teachers should be aware of. It is happening the last week of July. It'll be down at the Utah Valley Convention Center in Provo. And our focus this year is going to be on these things here: equity, social emotional learning, kind of those things that tend to get in the way of learning. We're going to talk about how can we address those things with our teachers in the classroom so that then they can have access to the content. So that is the Systems Conference. It's very brief. It's going to be excellent. And that's all I have. Any questions about Systems Conference?
Baton.
Cost, how much is it?
Oh, that's a great question. Free. Free. Elementary apparently is first.
Okay.
We've been so smooth today, and
It's been a long day.
So prepared.
I actually would like to point out that I find it hilarious that our summer implementation standards has a photo of people sitting at the beach under
That's the
umbrellas.
plan.
I was like, that is a misnomer about what we're gonna be doing on those
Wait,
days.
hold on, isn't that Canap?
I was actually getting very excited.
Gotta reduce stress to get good implementation.
So, just really briefly, because elementary science, I went over this morning. For elementary, there are kind of two different options that teachers can select. There's a 2-day option that is integrated, and that will run the first 2 days of the week in each location. And that will have ELA, math, social studies, and science. Teachers will attend and go through kind of a half day in each one. And in each one, the focus is not on necessarily effective science or effective mathematics instruction. It is on how do we effectively integrate different contents that have natural connections, because there is a lot that we need to do in elementary. So I know that for science, the half day that we have, we're focusing on how do we implement literacy in science? How can we make those connections and deepen student understanding and student learning? So those are the first 2 days. Then the second 2 days are content specific. Math, science, and ELA have each opted to have 2 content days. Social studies has opted to have 1. So teachers, if they go to the first 2 days of the integrated, they then can select what they want to do for the second 2 days. They cannot jump between, so they have to say, oh, I want to go to 2 days of science, or I want to go to 2 days of math. That is focusing on building effective instruction in that discipline. So those are kind of the different options. They can select to go to integrated or just the content and not both, or they can select to go to both. The one thing to really point out is you can't go to all of these content specific because they're running simultaneously. So you have to select one of them.
So if you plan on having schools bring teams, they should plan that out, right? What's your math team, your social studies team, your science team, right? I mean, that'd be a good way to get this information to teachers.
I actually think it's going to be fabulous. We've started working with the designers. I know that for science, we're really going to give them a solid foundation. what are the new seed standards? What's three-dimensional instruction phenomena? What are the shifts they'll need to make so that they can go out prepared to start implementing the new seed standards? And I know I've talked to Shannon in math, and they're doing wonderful things. The same thing in ELA and in social studies. So I think that will be great, and it's a joint effort between all the elementary specialists on those integrated days. And I think that's going to be fabulous too. The point on those is for them to experience integration. So they'll learn about integration, they'll read research, look at best practices, and then they'll experience it because we wanted them to see what does it feel like, what does it look like. So that's what the 2 integrated days are. So if you have any more questions, please feel free to email me, or you can email Shannon, math questions, or Sarah Wiebke for the language arts. So that's the short version of elementary.
Great.
What will the cost be?
That's a good question.
That was being determined today from 10 to 11:30 while we were here. So I have a webinar to watch when we get done with that.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
I
I
don't-
know yet, but when we get everything finalized, so there'll be the application. So here, Malay put the dates over here for us. So there'll be 7 different locations throughout the summer. So it's going to kind of replace it's going to be our core academy model of sorts, right? So, but it's going to be Monday through Thursday. So Richfield, Vernal, Logan, Cedar City, Salt Lake City. I think Cedar City is in Washington County now. They moved to St. George.
No, it's in Washington, actually, the city of Washington, which is just outside of St. George.
Okay,
Cedar
anyway.
Cedar City's in Iron. It's by
No,
SUU.
I'm not saying that. I'm just
So
saying
they're
I think
folding
it's
it.
set, we were trying to set up in Cedar City, but they actually moved it, so it's not in Cedar City. I think it's in Washington County somewhere.
It is in the city of Washington.
I want to drive more.
Perfect. Anyway, Salt Lake City, North Davis, and Springville. So, those are the dates and locations. When it comes to secondary, do you want to talk math?
Sure.
Yes.
Fantastic. So math in secondary, the first 2 days are looking like a vertical alignment. So if you've ever taken like focus on functions or all things rational that have that kind of feeling going with it, that's similar to what those first 2 days are going to look like. And we're looking at something around algebraic structures. So cool name coming soon. Nicole's working on that. And so Nicole's one of the designers for the secondary team. And then also this next 2 days, so that's the Monday, Tuesday. The Wednesday, Thursday is going to look grade banded and have a honed in, as in magnifying look at algebraic structures. So there's a middle school option, a high school option, and then this year we're also doing like an AP calculus. So those are days 3 and 4. And then next year we will do like an AP stats, or we'll do something that is different than that. But those are the 4 days of mathematics. So algebraic structures, think that kind of conversation of how does that build over time. But the first 2 days is looking at it as a secondary level and how does that build across the whole grades. And then the next 2 days are more, I don't want to say specifically grade level, but they are more grade banded. So middle school algebraic structures and what does that look like. And so you guys know one of the things that we're really trying to think about is what are the 2 or 3 content takeaways as well as pedagogical takeaways, that it's like, what would really move the needle if every teacher left knowing this about algebra? Like, it's not our 1980s algebra, right?
Nice.
Science.
Science is going to be similar in the fact that on Monday and Tuesday of the week, all the secondary science teachers will be in one place all together, no matter what you teach in secondary science, with an introduction to the seed standards, kind of like what Melissa was describing, but it's a 2-day. We're going to use a lot of what we did in our Lead with Seed, things that we've toured around the state, and kind of use those as a basis for what we're doing. Lead with Seed is generally a 6-day experience, so we obviously can't do it all, but we will condense that to 2 days. The next 2 days, Wednesday, Thursday, will be really optional based on what you teach. We plan on having a 1 day for each of the following. A 6th grade. We're adding 6 because we're finding we have more and more middle school 6th grade teachers that just teach 6th grade science. So 6th, 7th, 8th, bio, chem, physics, and earth science. So what will happen is you teach 2 of those. Thursday you can choose one. Sorry, Wednesday you can choose one. Thursday you can choose another. And if you only teach, all you teach is biology, then you could go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and be done. So anyway, so the plan is really to give that big introduction. I will say that we will not let anyone just sign up for biology and skip the others. Like they need to come for Monday, Tuesday to be able to get Wednesday or Thursday, because it's going to be a continuation of what was done in that first place, but specific to those standards to help improve the content and look at specifically those shifts that are happening in the new standards. Yeah. Questions?
Same dates and places?
Same dates and places. This is a moving tour. These are the dates and locations. If you see one that you think this is the one I think my teachers will need to go to, this is the one that works for me, you should let them know ASAP that week. They should plan on keeping open. And not being at Disneyland, correct? Or on those chairs next to the ocean.
Maybe
that
that's
could be
the
the
Great Salt
following
Lake.
week.
You have to send in.
Maybe that's the Great Salt Lake.
I know, I can kind of see, I can see Antelope Island back there in the haze. Yeah.
Ricky did say something that I'm glad you said that because I didn't say this for math. With the math, we are designing it so that we want people to feel like those 4 days are together and connected, but people actually can sign up for each of those classes in 2-day increments. So like last year when we did math and we had 2 days of MTSS and 2 days of technology, but we tried to design it so that if you went all 4 days, you could see connections between the two. The same thing is true this year. And when I say it's true is that you can sign up for each of them as 2 separate 2-day classes, but you can also plan on going to all 4 days. And of course, we want people there all 4 days, but that's an option that people have.
I want you there all 4 days. Just kidding. All right, any questions for this? We're really excited about it. As you can tell, though, it's still kind of a work in progress. But we'll make sure everything's good to go, and we'll get more information as we get there. And I think that's it. I love this last thing. I don't know who did this slide, but I was reading it. You can find me at username and user@me.dale.
I think we're supposed to all
Big slides in there.
Please follow me at username on Twitter. At username. I don't know who that person is, but they're gonna get lots of follows today.
The font is perfect, like the
I'm
thanks.
totally gonna go follow at username on Twitter.
Really
This is
well
gonna be
designed.
awesome.
Actually, while Nate's not here, we should show you the next several slides because Nate is trying to help us beef up our whole image going on.
You should.
No, we
And
shouldn't.
if you were to go through the next few slides, he has all these samples.
Also split your
So we
content.
can choose from.
You might want to think about adding a beach chair to your summer.
If there's no one with at username on Twitter, I think that's going to be my new handle.
You're going to regret that one.
You guys, with that being
That's
said,
actually-
I am just realizing that this is what happens when Nate and Shannon leave apparently, is that we do not have like an exit slip kind of thing going for you. But we always, always, always want your feedback and input on things that are happening and going on. And also, like apparently, I think we said till 2:30 today. If I stop talking right now, we're 28 minutes early. But I'm going to say we didn't create an exit slip to kind of get your feedback, and so I'm not going to ask you to stay while we do that. But we would love to know. We always want this. This is like, we know some of you drove 20 minutes, and some of you seriously drove. Like there are people that came from San Juan and Kane and other places that like 8 hours, and we want this to be your day and to be important for you. So please let us know what feedback and ways that we can improve the time that you have here with us together. Anyone else want to say anything last?
Yeah, there are 3 different types of sodas on that back table. First one to take them can take them. Okay, cool, thanks.
They're
Are they all open?
Run!
They're all
We
open.
appreciate you
guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good Friday.
Long distance run.
And thanks for the clapping, but will you please erase your names off the name tents? Like your walker tents. I don't know how you do it, but just do it. Do it. Please.
Yeah, thank you. We're done for like 5 minutes.
They did it all over my water bottle.
But good idea.
You're right.
So right now,
About the writing study.
I'll get us writing.
You nominate yourself.
Yes, I will.
I'm unsure. I think they agree with them.
I'm not. Nicole is underqualified.
You're running the board for UCT. I know. She's like perfect.
How do you write 2 sentences about yourself? You, Nicole is. Do I write it as a Nicole person? Do I write it as if someone wrote it about me, or do I write it as if I'm writing it? That's my question.
Either way, I wrote it as like I am passionate
about high quality math practice. How's that? Very helpful. Yeah, the sooner I get this done, the sooner we get to the sides.
I love that you used to be on there, right? So
Then you'll have to drop something else. I don't know. You sure you want to do this?
I'll show you.
Don't discourage her.
Not right now.
She thinks she's gonna go over first and she's like, roll it back, and I'm looking at the slides is everywhere.
You can write whatever you would like.
The slides coming up.
Do you like,
It says elementary section.
do you have a second?
That's how I would go. Sorry. That might be true, so that might be, we usually do it in September, January.
That's what we'll all be in the same well, plus you make for every day, so like I can
We're designing.
every other.
The second 2 days. My decent time and I talked
We're kind of waiting until we have our meeting.
meetings on like the
Yeah,
you guys already know.
Are you doing this? No, that's the integrated days. I don't know what your concept
Which I'm like,
all right, well, Oliver, we're definitely willing to help. And Oliver did the sage writing before, so he has something similar.
Writing can be.
He said, talks about how proud he was of all the questions that he wrote, and then like 1 out of 10, like read it or whatever, and he was just like so demoralized because it was like, you realize how bad of a test writer you actually are. Which I hated to miss because but I have to say, what goes down, and all of us knows like right not execution, like a little worried about that. But trying to decide the cost and how to go and handle it.
No. You said the same thing 4 different ways using different terminologies to do that. And I'll fix all this. It's like, come back and
I would message it out as a hold these dates up. These are ones like, save the date
With more information
to
upcoming.
come.
Scrambled goes back and forth. The math teachers are picked up on the same way. Much as much as we should, especially. But times I don't know if this is important for my kids to do this in high school teacher, right? Right, yeah, both of them.
Framework is simply unpacking scope and sequence. It's done.
Now you can add.
How are you?
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's okay for us.
Push you around, Maven. All the push around.
Them to get me to 3, okay, I'll move, and then all of a sudden they have a ginormous.
Where's my backpack? What's the plug in?
No, they actually say use it for No, but I said Salt Lake.
Oh, yeah, so we're gonna.
Oh, I've already emailed him.
Does that make sense?
I know.
That would be, it's a side.
Everyone is.
It's because kids at first.
Here's my,
Doing that, yeah.
I'm worried, that's my fear.
Give me some credit for having spent now.
You're, thank you, that'll make our life so much easier.
Exactly.
You're only
And so it actually is helpful that way. So, but it's a process.
He was like,
That would have been great to do the very beginning.
You're welcome.
A major
I don't want to. Still have life.
Come up with a loose plan, homework, and then the third part. As I've been going through, there were a couple of things that I think that's what
Recommend wish
there is, but I also know that like really modeling how to model, like gun models and stuff. I thought
We started out with vision of 2022, we're not sure why.
but I like the idea, I saw it, and it's really
This whole idea of
start with like a breakdown.
I feel like I have to.
Like there's snow in the mountain, how does the snow get there? And so I'm talking like intro exercise.
What we can expect
Draw
going into digging deeper.
I'm really intrigued now. Have you donated your mind to science after your time comes?
We're allowed to put
I would say our website was not friendly here. Yeah.
So all over the place.
So it's like
And I think that's.
Yeah, I will for sure. I think it's on the Utah Core Standards section of the map website. A lot of them send you an email one thing I want to bring up. Like where the tour guides are, there's a separate, it's exactly where the tour guides are, but there's a card.
Like in my mouth.
Okay.
Well, she starts saying, okay, so here are the different centers, go down and identify the practice, and they're like.
It's like.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know if you had. So it's kind of sitting there building up.
And then,
So you can still
oh, okay. So there were certain points that there were me as the presenter, and then you as the,
Administrators and staff, like teacher leaders.
You were in sixth, they also did this thing, that they continue up. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's a little description. Each person has to mark where they are. I don't know if it's too much to try to put that, but it's a nice way to kind of know where everybody's voice was heard and things like that, and that even if, so I'll see if I'm sharing those.
This is that's full time.
The plan and carrying out investigation, giving consistent how far we're gonna get in investigations, or even going through the process of getting students has a lot of them.
I'm so sad I'm not.
Here's the prescribed table, this is what you do. These are the
That's my favorite. I love NAR.
Yeah, like I got someone
every other year they're gonna get a quiz.
She's so awesome.
Because it's going to be part of our census rate. It's funny on that side.
Right.
So I haven't registered or.
And then we take it through
But it was for me, AST is maybe. Because it tends to be more
More like practitioners.
right, rather than just someone who researches.
NAR's just to research.
There's just an overlap between the two.
So happy.
It's just,
wow.
Which one did I go to see?
Can we just clarify one other thing? So the district, still need seats for the cohort.
So I'm always looking for ways to develop programs.
So it's great. The audience.
3D teachers, $500. I would like for people to be.
So I'll stay here.
Some of that, right now, I have also $5 million in taxes, so that's not a problem. But I'm thinking next year, but.
It's like 14 teachers in the STEM, elementary STEM endorsement. Put it past 14 times.
Our report.
Could they get just a class list with grades? Is that's because of the individual transcripts?
That's right.
This year, yeah, they're basically just looking at a bunch of.
Is that what you're saying? Or is that what, or do they need?
Let me tell you why I'm saying this, because when I was in Smecc,
But next year, so there's, they want me to sit down and identify
you need to verify grades.
standards that they can RTI teach.
Middle level.
I mind.
6th, 7th grade.
They're all essential.
Everything in the bio.
Well, and if you only, I mean, someone, just choose standard one of all the strands then.
So all you have to do is
that generally is kind of the foundation they build from. So within a strand, 1, 2, 3, 4, you're not gonna start on 4 course. I would do the very bottom, because you have to have everything build up to the bottom. But in outline, what I did, they told me I was essentials. What I did was, I made my own pictures, and I combined them all.
Yes, yes, yes.
Like 2 or 3 together. So then they're like, so and then they have to admit standard 1 and 2. So to me that. It might be a nice response to bring in that one. We're gonna intervene. So my thought though is, where these are cyclical, if they are proficient all the way through, the next one. Well, that's why I just made.
But he doesn't want to try.
It was creative this, you're gonna explore different salinity, you're gonna explore.
It is, you just wanna submit the application.
So I rewrote it and then at the end I said, think it's like, like a money, so that I like the idea of like knowing about the kids. There you go, there's one.
And
It wasn't what they said, so I had saying,
I made 8 anyway, because you're submitting the application today.
Yeah, for them to be proficient, they gotta show proficiency in all these. And then there's also the component where it's like.
When the class is finished, then you take your list, you take your invoices, and you're like,
I think you just need to think outside the box. Hey, it's worked great.
you gotta get it all in there.
Let's have a lesson. Then an investigation.
Wayne just had
We can tell the legislature, thank you so much, let me tell you, we now have this many more teachers endorsed.
And then I just sent out the teachers.
So very important number of years.
And the invoice actually from
They
Wayne.
had to be proficient in all of them.
Goldie Hawn on a board.
No, I can't. They're like, you have to, you have no option. And it kind of
$500 per teacher, that's here's how much is paid to me. If you want it to be here's what was paid to BYU for the credits, and here's what was paid to me.
They're looking at whether
He just wants it to be strong.
like every day they're going through, like they're predicting at a larger scale, and then as it gets closer, they improve their.
Just have to know how to finagle.
I'm all for that.
And
Okay,
ultimately,
I
do that.
And
Proud of who's pretty good.
I think we need to have a breakdown.
there's a place
If I ever need those, I'm gonna email them.
your document. Teacher salary, you can remove.
Okay,
Credit costs.
fine.
I'm kinda like, is it, like she said, she's thinking of being, I think, your instructors separate than you pay credits.
We're doing.
I'm not giving a fast answer because I am not giving you an answer. I want you to decide.
There won't be overlap on.
You're kinda like, Wayne takes care of making sure everybody gets the first credit.
But aren't they during every year session?
I agree with that. I think in Salt Lake District.
No, man,
Like, making sure that the participants in things that we send to them.
I think you're correct.
And the meeting that happened, and not that I question Wayne at all, and that, cause he's so good, but that's up to you whether or not you want him to be that person.
The problem is it's not it's our HR department. Our three people.
Such that
Pretty much what
I
we're
would
saying
be
is okay, and
poke
when we
a
got
hole
the
in
state
with my
meeting that was
finger
already described by
at least
Melissa.
once a month.
But because on the.
Even when it's a short nail, this is Grandma's very
I'll
long
tell you, I've never
nail.
done that.
Like, all the time.
The answer.
Everything that he said, you have to
Yeah,
go
but
back
when you are a professional,
I just think
charge
we
the
need
teacher,
to
label the teacher,
and then you
and
need
then
to
they
what I
have the
do.
requirement to go into
and then you can have shiny nails for the first year of life.
Boxes, they both did like the guys who go back.
Yes.
and then it's the individual's responsibility.
Well, and it's not that we
The receipts that they.
it's just that
And so the whole process.
in the final format,
I mean, it's
that's
many days.
when you're trying
me
to
being the middleman
copy and paste
with
the
the
box.
like,
If
no,
that'll be
So we only put
this.
physical boxes.
Ladies like, well, they said in their statement.
Had to
that
be
do
there.
this.
But yeah, the final one, I agree.
The district said, show us this form where it says you can do that. We're like, we don't, it's not there. It's definitely sound like.
Here, what? Help me. What do you need?
And each of these kind of have.
In an attempt not to be in trouble.
Right.
They are my hobby.
My spare time.
Okay.
I'm like, we're just
we roll it
stopping
out.
and leaving this one.
Well,
So
and I
in
think
some
that's
ways, I like it.
things that I.
Because I'm trying to figure out how.
It's great. It makes you very relatable as a human being.
We could kind of like.
Because everybody else is gonna be like, oh yeah, girl, I feel you.
I mean, there was a conversation of, do we have it? Because
Oh, really?
Right, so we don't need to worry about.
In order to add.
She's doing the basics, she's not doing the grades.
I'm sorry, it's not exactly how you wanted it done, but now it's done instead of talking about it.
Okay, but teachers get $200 and then they took
They don't
this
earn
is
this
your
is
first year.
And
once you got into a system,
Can't. Too many babies
like,
are losing their,
you know,
I can't.
15 minutes of my time to sign off on papers.
I'm like, oh, Maggie's on one more project.
An hour a semester to kind of,
Which
like,
is,
so the goal is to get into this.
the grant,
Identifying
Jordan has for the
Middle
school pilot.
because it's also math.
And I have multiple times Shelley.
But making it so teacher.
So my question is why would
Working on my math.
I do to help Aaron the fact that I've done it.
And we're having someone say,
kind of where I'm at.
do
And I-
courses.
You know what?
I have middle school. I'm going to write, I'm going to, like, and I also wanted to be
I live across the street from her.
I'm speaking, I'm giving Megan some words of advice to tell us
So
kids.
I'm so open to.
Let's say this.
Like knowing that a goal is goals.
They are having her building teachers.
I take these classes.
They didn't say it was up to me.
And then you're doing that.
Yeah, up to you is a big question to you, and then they put all the pressure on you.
Because
You know what you want, but
I'm pressure.
Don't forget that, you won't be able to get out.
But it was also identify.
It's on the way up, and just scan it with the people. You're good to go. Appreciate it.
Borrow her while I look.
Oh, you.
There's two of them.
You wanna borrow me?
I mean, I co-authored this.
Like, you know, like, like, and then the other side.
Do this way, we're gonna pay for your course right now.
Probably going to be
Like, it was to the point where our superintendent was just gonna cut a check.
focused on. And I think that will help better with our engineering.
Maybe.
The new
It's
HR
Burnham
secretary is
sometimes. We do have a new HR secretary that is.
She is letter, everything has to be exactly all T's crossed.
I'll tell you, I messed with Nedra a few times.
All right, ladies, we'll see ya. Thank you. So.
Have they seen it?
Here.
Bye, Maggie. Thank you very much. Great job.
But I really, if you want to email, I'm like, this is great.
You started it, so I'll send it to you to say, just to clarify to
I'll
this.
admit that I did my glasses on, but I'm like, that doesn't even look like me. Like, I didn't
Copy
recognize you.
him on that.
Oh, really?
Copy him on it.
And I do think that it might be worthwhile to find out, like, I wonder where else Dwayne's doing.
Yeah, it's a no,
Dwayne
it's
is doing.
nothing.
It isn't for you guys.
Some other district, I know it's.
It's not, it's like it really is,
Maybe
it's
finding
more
out,
about
because like when it
organizing
comes to
people.
me,
So
you
we
were
do
sending
all
it
the
and
tech.
you were like, the cost was $500.
But here's
And you just said, here's like, and you have an invoice for that? I'm gonna say yes. But if you're audited, I don't think,
She's like,
Well, you never, people don't want to be audited, when you do, you delegate it, you don't wanna do APR, all that.
well, exactly, the funky thing is,
That causes it to
sending it.
You're here to have it all up here.
Like $500 per person. But if he has an invoice that is like, instructor,
I think that's all he
5,000.
needs, is if he wants to take care of that for us, fine, but he needs to have an invoice broken down, a line item, don't you?
Credit, credit $69 per person times 10.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is the standard, but this is how we gauge the kids, this is
So,
what we
but
then
if he would say
investigate
first
and
how
then
my
we give
invoice
them
is broken down.
Exactly, because he's awesome, but the last thing I would
But
ever
if
want,
they do the,
it's one in a million,
with
not just the
UCS
last thing I've ever want is for someone
Oh,
who's
yeah.
able to say,
Their website up.
So I kind of
Wayne Merrill, or
Yeah.
$80,000
There's like a full day
for
part
teaching
there.
10 Bible,
Like
blah,
15
blah, blah,
people.
because he got $500 a person. and-
So let's say
Yeah.
the initial thing is just sort of like brain
Like
damage,
that.
water cycle model, but we're saying where this comes from.
We didn't get to
try.
So yeah,
And then that's
we've
what
had
we-
That's
some.
what I need, failure.
And then
This was not a fun experience.
Sound like you've got that, and I know it, but it's not good to wait.
But I won't say this on the phone, but you delegate.
Like, this whole thing is great, but if he's still like,
in that.
Paris was a state
And
sent
then
us.
here we have this
Will you send me an email, because I don't think we have anyone
on the bigger scale, getting some of that evaporation. And then something to kind of understand what makes it like.
I know. Don't put me on there until I.
And what are the webinars? This is a webinar.
But I hear your fears.
Bigger scale, so now we understanding of what's going on here a little more.
We're following letter of the law to make sure that we're on it.
I would,
I understand.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just
And maybe
trying to sort, like piece something together where it was almost more like a standard bundle.
Well, you know,
But we're hitting
if teachers have their own office up front, you're gonna lose teachers.
The other thing is, Thanks for letting me brag about you.
No, you know what, those 10 teachers are the ones that brag, that took that, and they said it changed their whole life, and they are so good at it.
great though. Are you talking about the co-teaching? So,
And then, well, there were
Nikki and
4,
Melissa too.
Nikki, Melissa are junior high.
Nikki, Melissa, and Amy and
When I was in, because I need to email her.
I went, I don't know, it was a couple years ago.
so here's my thinking on
it's
that, is that we
ROBY.
That require
That.
do CMY.
I do think it's.
We
We
bring
want
teams of
them
teachers from
in our,
districts.
we want them.
I mean, how
So,
would we
okay,
do this?
so I
We
can
could
make make
it.
it thing in your note, and
Start together, these slides.
I don't want it to be just teaching teachers.
No, I agree.
I
think
that
it
should
Yeah.
change the time, but
part of
given
the
this,
problem,
you're
not
still
problem,
this
but
knowledge
I think it's
applies
called
to your science
is
related.
that, and it's an initiative
As
being
opposed to
led,
memorizing.
and the way that special ed does things.
I do, if you look at slide 5,
Well,
what I
so
need
teaching
to
and
do
learning is
is
all about like, let's train these people and then they train them, right? And so special ed, like that idea, they don't like to let go of.
They won't know that.
I think
Kind of thought about it.
But for us,
But anyway.
I think that, and that's one of the things like my spot because I've been years. Yeah. Is that
And then it kind of gets into like
go upstairs and
education stuff because okay, and then
like
let's
they
talk
haven't thought
I
about
am
it as
good.
any other perspective other than
and then
Drink your Coca-Cola.
and then thinking of the watershed and now these things are grounded.
Hey, let's shift it. Because I really
Yeah.
wanted to.
I
Taking that training.
different strands, but we could say, you know.
I want us to move at the rate of we're just in a couple from our district. It's like, I think we really need to think about how principals structure these,
That'll give you an
their
edge.
partnerships.
And that's the third day, is it? Like I Especially as first council, right?
So exciting, she'll be awesome, she's ready for president.
Well, let us know.
Well, it's just
My guess
is
we have Snow and Ellie doesn't, or whatever it is, and then.
Email, so if I understand this right, here's what we can do.
She signed me
Let's not push the
who's running for what?
And what is her title? She's the.
Running for president.
Well, yeah, she's the STEM coordinator. And you're gonna go around telling everyone not to vote for her.
Here's my fear is that I see the
Under,
There is a lot of support. Eric is awesome, so I'm like, but if I know you would be awesome.
Still, like Smecc was,
Who's the other, who's Eric?
and we had to, our
If an email directly from the person over the program.
like to me, it's like Utah's a desert
What is
state,
Wendy
but,
running
you know,
for?
depending on the amount of time, and I did kind of like that.
not.
It's almost sounded like
I know, it's amazing.
I'm brand new to this job, I gotta say, give me a year or two.
We kind of gave them a template for like.
Let's
how
write
they
your bio
do
and
it,
get
no
your
matter where
picture
you
on
are in
there.
the state.
There's a
And then your
board
students
member at large,
We're
but
gonna
there's
try and
also
have
like
That's
board
the
member
plan
who
for us.
supports high school
To give them
teachers. A
based
board
off
member
of
that
supports-
might be
When I was first on the board, I was a high school teacher
Yeah.
in the role of high
And then
school.
people had to come up and put like
Wendy?
a high school sticky that, and then we could compare it to the actual.
I'm freaking serious. Back in 1996, I was like 4 years old.
So let's see.
I wish I was
1 year, that was
4
my
years
third year teaching.
Wendy.
University, 96, fourth year.
Wendy.
It was my negative
I think if anything,
The
it's
board
just.
tabs.
Yeah.
It was seriously like my third year teaching.
That was like
Hey.
about my fourth, I think, and I remember going to UCTM conferences and being involved, I thought that
And back in the day when Eisenhower funds created, like everybody went. Like, see, that's the thing.
It's really
We did it. It's a place again where everybody goes.
And individually, right, to explain something like that.
It was, but it's like Eisenhower
They
funds,
need to read, I mean, they
a
don't
couple of
really
years
read
ago,
or
we
anything.
had
I think
things
we
paid
can-
for.
my hope from that
And
is
not
that
as
they
many
show that
people went
this
as supposed to go.
collective
And I think
group,
it's
and
part
it
of like,
happens in classrooms.
Eisenhower
Like,
funds,
you
but
pull
there's
out the
also a
information
culture
and
of
they
that's
start
what
She
you
gets
do.
things done.
from one another. I
Just
don't know if we need a
That's what
reading
you
or
do.
something else.
Okay, Wendy,
Would you like to be on the board?
I
would go to the webinar, because I would do.
Specifically mentioned that there's a slide in there I made it.
Amy is freaking awesome. She
Run for a position.
Yes.
No, come on.
Or you could run, let's
No,
run.
I really don't
Positions?
want, I mean, but I don't need to run for a position. I mean, I don't want
But
any,
again,
really, I got
it's
so much like
unified,
learning
not
to,
necessarily a single lesson.
you know.
But I am so much fun.
Wendy, Wendy, come on. Peer pressure.
I don't want
You
to
should
have
think
to.
about it.
Come on, you have like 2 minutes.
The ballot goes out at 5.
You should take your time and think about it in the next 2 minutes.
Like 30 seconds, huh?
Yeah, well, like, just to.
Like for
have
what? I mean,
so
what
dead
do you
serious.
have? I don't want any, because I haven't
I've
even
got
been
one,
involved
we
with,
did
I
one
mean,
for USDA,
I know.
I did the.
Right, here's the thing.
you know.
We talk with the lead.
Like, so maybe Scott,
He just barely left.
Outstanding.
oh my gosh, did he took up all the name tags?
Yes, like something like that.
He collects them all.
You repeat mine.
LE. Sometimes my teacher model, these are the questions I have.
Oh, yay! I gave you congratulations.
Which one you want? And then at the end of it, what questions we still have that we then need to find a rating or a video or something.
Same thing, standard,
I think that would just
3D,
be
learning
that's kind of
objectives,
like-
mom,
Let's do that. Check your email in here.
I'd be
and then I'll
happy
send
to.
you
and then
the
the
link.
same thing, engage.
Start with something like, what do you notice, what do you wonder? So I don't know.
Was that a hooray that Wendy's running for something?
It was a unanimous
She's
decision.
appointed on the board.
She was appointed.
Really.
Plus we have our elections going on at 5.
So how many appointed positions do you have?
So I'll spend some more time on that over the next few days.
And then like keep talking and get a picture taken at the right.
Oh.
And like you're looking
Dawn
two
sent out
people are
that
right on the
link for
mountain.
the Zoom meeting
And
on
then like
Was it 30th or?
So membership is appointed.
There's like all the
So-
valleys. Like all
I
the
did.
south.
So membership is an appointed position.
No, like if we got something like that, so.
Yeah, that had enough.
Need a person for
So
membership,
and
that's an
maybe
appointed
talking about
position,
maybe
right?
sixth grade, you don't start with
Thanks,
membership.
Good, yeah, thank you.
Your website person is an appointed position.
Yeah,
Right.
so I have
Good
websites,
luck.
protein, administrators.
Right.
No, like in.
STEM.
That's a good
Or,
point.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think we could find
We want
something
them to
that's
pick
maybe
up
a little
more.
bit more.
Okay.
Leadership person dropped.
And there's probably something else too. I mean, other things,
Yeah.
but that's just one that I think of.
They're gonna be left.
We're like,
That's
they'll
what
be
you're gonna be
sponsored
left with.
Yes.
So I think Sherry Hyder has been.
Sorry, we're going.
Yes, and Sherry Hyder
Ah.
has not answered any emails. So I didn't drop her
My wife before she was my
She's
Sherry?
responded to me.
So website, membership,
And then.
so thinking about like what you have to have is like your
Good
website
endorsements.
person, and you do.
Did you usually teach them
Membership.
with someone,
So I
or were you,
think
did you,
in the words
teach
that she
them?
shared,
No, I
it was an outline of content.
Okay, that's.
And Leah and I were the pair,
Have a
like,
good
something like
night.
that, like, but
See
all
you,
around
Wendy.
started
See you,
with
see you,
talking
Wendy.
about
Congrats.
except for the math,
Bye,
and then
guys.
that, and then it asked them to include all the math courses and
Nate.
energy.
Tell her
Or
if I can
something
help.
like
I know
that.
Dwayne asked me if I was
And I don't know if we
gonna
wanna
help him
give
teach
them that much
this
of a
class
class.
as well, starting up there.
The high school coach for Salt Lake District.
Right, so.
Not Laura Cheney.
And then.
She was administrator.
Yes, she was the leader.
Okay, all right, take care.
It may be that you're.
He is, yeah, this
Oh,
year.
Chelsea
This year.
Fisher. Chelsea
This year.
Fisher.
Chelsea
Yeah,
Fisher
Nedra
has,
Paul
like,
Chelsea
was,
or, like,
well.
she-
Well, she did more, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, she was with Rod.
She did.
in.
Math,
there's some
ELA
classes that-
science, she did all.
I guess time just flies.
So,
Yeah.
but I think for 12 or.
I think he, yeah.
I know I should know this, so speaking
Elementary
of
counterpart, I
being
don't
No, he
think
doesn't.
so.
late,
Tracy
um,
Yes.
with
She's
NCCM
still in the
being
classroom
its
at all?
middle,
Okay, that's what.
She's still in the.
when are we shifting hours to
Trying
the
to give
spring?
them certain.
Right.
And are we having a leadership in the fall
It's like,
and
we need to
RUCTM in the
matter.
spring?
The forces
Nate's-
or all those.
Nate's really- he was, junior high teacher, mostly earth science, I think, but.
He's a nice person.
Yeah,
he
just
was,
like-
he was on our committee.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Yeah.
Some people felt like they didn't go there.
All right.
I'll just say put that down. They won't
Yeah.
come to us in this
Yes.
way.
Get that jump on the traffic.
But we can move leadership to this.
Yeah,
spring.
Friday night, no, I didn't.
Tie
But-
leadership, like with them
Like this
papers,
weekend.
so that we can tie them together, like we're doing this year.
Make sure to talk about that at the affiliate meeting.
See you.
Because I actually think that part of the thing as an affiliate is to have it
I like say we
in the opposite time.
Yeah, and we
I know it
asked
was a
about
big
that and they
deal.
didn't care.
And
No, they care.
might be good tactics.
They do care because it was a big deal that
Might be
CMC
nice
was
for
not
us to
shifting.
kinda consider,
Because
like,
CMC says, I'm not actually,
we're not thinking about
there's an
modeling,
affiliate
like, in the
conversation
future,
because the
like the
California Math
611.
Council conferences
Developing
are in
and,
the
and just
fall.
kind of recognizing that
And
modeling
I
is
know
a
there
big
was a
part
conversation
of
about how people are going to the spring,
model.
but California Math Council
One
was
that I
really
want to promote that.
not sure if they were doing, like it was like, they may say you
But-
choose, but I know that the conversation
People would just
was,
read.
like, a lot of people are going to the spring.
Okay, so
I
then we
emailed
get,
Caitlin and she said for your attendance, she asked about what our average attendance was from students, about 6 to 800, and she said for that attendance, we don't have,
because
there isn't any bylaws or anything that you have to do it separate
I,
from
I mean,
us,
would you like
and
them to be your
it didn't matter to her.
Okay.
So I'm like, are you sure? And she's like, there's nothing written down about doing it, and if you had over 1,500 people, then they would say like, please do it in this group. Like if we got more people coming, and people were like, so scared to have you.
So,
That's
yeah, I
what
don't know.
Caitlin and whatever that,
as their mentor, and I said,
whoever that affiliate person of the Western States was.
And that's what I'm
Yeah, Caitlin is the person who was doing the regional, and she's like a secretary.